Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku had Mythic Puppeteer Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shoyuta didn't like going to the theater often. Even though it was quiet most of the time, it was noisy in other aspects. From the eyes that watch you, both from the patrons and the staff. The suffocating sense that everyone around you has probably done awful things and there's nothing you can do about it. The feeling that one wrong move and the whole building goes red and you'll have to run for your life. But he needed to go there for a lot of things. Police networks weren't always capable of getting the information needed, and pro-heroes know this. It's why a place like the Darkest Theater remains untouched even though it's a hotbed of criminal activity. It knew it too. A symbiotic relationship in a short way it is. Tonight he was there to look for anything on Midoriya. He knows it's unlikely, which is why he chased after the behemoth name instead, hoping anyone would bite and know. Even a sighting could be useful in finding out where the kid was. Unfortunately there's nothing, either meaning no one was telling or the kid was just that good at keeping in the dark. Seeing as how it's been a year since anyone's gotten hide or hair of him, he'd say the latter is true. It doesn't help that the kid's quirk basically made it so he never had to leave his comfort zone. It allowed him to send out whatever he wished and never have to risk himself getting caught, except maybe if someone followed his monsters back home. He really needs to find this kid. He can't imagine what's going on with him, and if what Shinso, the kid who's Midoriya's friend, was right, his life was on the verge of becoming a complete shut-in, if not already. Whilst he was at the theater though, someone caught his eye. A duo who seemed to be new if that info broker chatting to them was any proof. One was normal size and the other was tall, both wearing cloaks. He couldn't see their faces, but he got the feeling the entire time that they were watching him, and not in the checking out way but like they were cautious of him. People didn't know Eraserhead much. He was still only a few years on the job and an underground hero to boot, so he hadn't built up anything much in these circles, so it was all the more off-putting when he got the feeling they were staring at him. Then they went down into the cage, and that was when things got stranger. The big guy, Brutus as the announcer said, dominated his fight. There's no denying that. He didn't flinch no matter what the other guy did and was practically playing with his food with how much he tossed him around. Shoyuta almost thought he was going to execute, not kill, execute the man there, but they dropped him, screaming in his face. The smaller one though was more interesting. The entire time he expected them to be as excited as the crowd, but they just stood there like a statue, staring at the cage. Shoyuta almost thought they were dead, but once the giant left the ring they sprung back to life. And then there was the scream. It sounded exactly like the one Behemoth made. It wasn't too long ago since he heard it, so it was still fresh in his mind, and it was identical to when it screamed at him. That's when he knew he needed to check out who they were, just in the off chance that they were more of Midoriya's puppets. He didn't know the extent of the kid's quirk, no one did except him, so there probably is a chance he was controlling both of them. The only way to find out though was to check. After they chatted with the broker again, he stopped them and talked. Asked them if they knew Midoriya, and the way they responded was clearly by some kind of AI text-to-speech voice. Just like the one Midoriya probably used when speaking through the monster and his earpiece. What caught his eye more though was the small stray drop of a clear liquid that fell from the big guy. It could have been sweat, but then again he didn't seem to break any during that fight, so it had to be Midoriya, maybe, but the odds were there. He doesn't know why they just showed up to the theater now, but he didn't want to think too much about that now. He could have thrown the hood off, seeing if they were just a mindless puppet, but he also could be wrong and gotten beaten up and kicked out. Either way, he needed to play it safe. If it was the kid, he needed to learn more, and knowing where they're going to be was useful. He made sure to get their names from Jiren. At a small price of course, but he needed the names for next time. Zoe and Brutus. Foreign sounding and out-of-towners too according to what they said, but for a kid, Midoriya seemed smart. Had to be if he survived on his own for this long. He couldn't tail them tonight. Too difficult, so he'll do it once they've settled. Because by God he wasn't going to sit back and watch a kid blindly walk down the path to villainy. Hitoshi's home life was still much the same, even though school has been much better since the fright night. The substitute teachers don't seem to care about quirks and just get their jobs done. Maybe there's a bit less enthusiasm, but honestly it wasn't as if that passion was meant for him. Not only that, but they gave him compliments on his test. He's never had that done before except by Izuku. The other kids were still annoying though. They still shoved him in the corridors and even kicked him in the back of the leg once. He didn't want to risk disturbing this newfound peace though, so he hasn't reported it. Maybe if they actually punch him he would. Izuku, though, has been helping him with that. During the weekend he started working on doing runs with Anna. Even though the doll didn't need exercise, it helped encourage him to go further beyond his limits. His friend has already set up a full training regimen for him, though it'll be difficult seeing as he can't really control his diet. He's also planning to show Hitoshi that new doll he made, the scary one, to train with. He still wasn't sure how scary Izuku's scary was, but he knew that when he becomes a hero, he'll have to face monstrous villains every day. Besides that, he's also gotten something else from his newer friend? Yamada. He wasn't afraid of Hitoshi's quirk and even offered to train him and Izuku. Even though his friend can't really show up in person. He's still working on that. Yamada Hisashi, hey there listener. I wanted to let you know I'm free on the Sunday at 2. Shinsu Hitoshi, okay, I haven't told my friend yet, so I'll ask him soon. Yamada Hisashi, thumbs up. Troll doll, hey Izuku, are you free on Sunday at 2? Curse doll, sorry. I'm busy that day. Need to test out the doll one more time. Troll doll, lol, what are you testing it on? Curse doll, swinging, running, jumping, blocking. Troll doll, okay. Shinsu Hitoshi, can't make it. He's busy with something. Yamada Hisashi, alright then. Where do you want to meet up? Shinsu Hitoshi, there's a park me and my friend frequent. Zanawa Park. Yamada Hisashi, got it. See you then. With those arrangements done, truly everything was going well for Hitoshi. So good he can't remember when he felt this safe. Yeah, his foster parents were still neglectful, they even stopped getting him dinner, but he hasn't told Izuku that. It was better than them being abusive in the physical sense. The rest of the weekdays with Izuku went well, with the two heading all over the place doing a bunch of stuff Hitoshi never thought he could ever do. He's gone to the cinema, more cat cafes, and today he was going to the arcade. Of course Izuku paid for all of it, but after that chat with Yamada, he realizes that he doesn't have to feel guilty. Okay, he still does, but he knows there's a lot he's doing for his friend, especially as he gets to know him more and more. Case in point, he knew that Izuku didn't eat much even though he had no reason not to. Hitoshi doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to question him in case it was a touchy subject, even if it felt like it wasn't. He didn't want to make his friend uncomfortable, especially when they're currently on the train going to the more techie side of Tokyo. On the way, they even spotted a distant hero fight. It was a giant villain who got taken down by a guy who could sprout trees from his body. Do you ever want to be a hero, Izuku? Hitoshi said to the doll as he watched the fight finish up. The train wasn't crowded today, so they didn't feel insecure about talking signing aloud. The doll seemed to contemplate that answer before signing. Maybe. I don't know. I've always liked heroes, and yeah, I've always wanted to be one, but I'm not sure I. You what? The doll shook her head. Never mind. Our stop is here. Izuku always changes the topic every time he gets asked questions like that. Not being a hero, but the future in general. He wasn't sure, except maybe his friend doesn't know what he's doing. He can only hope that he does want to become a hero. After all, it means they could go to UA together when they're older. Indeed, though, it was their stop and the two got out to head to where they were planning to go. They could have gone to any old arcade, but the one Izuku was taking Hitoshi to was super popular. Apparently the owner has a quirk that makes projections and makes the games pop out of the screen like they were real. It was hard getting there though. Both him and Izuku hated mingling with people. Hitoshi was a natural introvert, whilst his friend didn't want his doll to be exposed because that'll cause complications for him. Thankfully they didn't have to rub shoulders for long as they finally reached the building. It was massive and colorful, and everything inside was just as Izuku said it would be. Though they did get some looks, well, Anna got some looks, when the two were playing together, but they probably chucked it up to a big sibling treating their younger brother at the arcade. There were all kinds of games. Shooters, car driving, and even a built-in bumper car ride that the two rode in. Honestly, it was the time of his life, and it seemed it was the same for Izuku too. He ate some chocolate that was bought at a convenience store and had some melon soda that was just perfect. They even won at a bunch of claw machines, Anna always going for the cat ones that both of them adore. His friend tried to give them all to Hitoshi, but he insisted that any prizes he won, Izuku could take home with him. It was kind of adorable seeing them hold this yellow dog plush they got in her hoodie, head poking up from under the doll's chin. He was at the pinball machines, watching Izuku try and get a high score, when he realized he needed the bathroom badly and headed there, letting his friend know he wasn't going to take too long. After he was done, he stepped out of the toilets, and on his way back he bumped into the last people he wanted to see today. Pangaki, Tsubasa, Shiosho with the salt crystals on their shoulders, and a kid he remembered seeing in the other class. Bakugu. The blonde-haired boy was the one who he bumped into, and the flare in his eyes made every ounce of joy Hitoshi had 5 seconds ago completely evaporate. "Watch where you're going, freaky hair!" Bakugu yelled. "Hey, wait! It's Shinso! That guy we told you about? Tsubasa pointed out. Hitoshi felt compelled to run at that moment, but Shiosho must have noticed that and had already grabbed him, painful crystals from their quirk digging into him. You're not running this time, villain. As he thought of ways maybe he could break out, the blonde kid got angry. Why the hell should I care about him? Because we told you, his quirk is bad. Not to mention he hangs out with that weird monster. Pangaki explained. Hitoshi knew that the other kid saw Anna. When school was on, she walked him up every morning with the same outfit she wore from when she first scared them away. It helped stop the bullies from following him to the park, as they didn't want to go anywhere near that freak face. Monster? Bakugo said, and the kid nodded back in response. I don't care. The blonde brat really didn't seem to care much about him and just walked off, leaving his friends behind with Hitoshi. The boy hoped that would get them to go away, but it didn't, as the trio still smiled a sickly grin and began to drag the boy further into the arcade despite his protests. He couldn't make noise due to the building's ambience, and because he was taken all the way to a room of the place where not a lot of people go, with a bunch of broken machines lying around. He was thrown to the tile floor as the other kid stood above him, leering down. What the hell does a villain loser like you think you're doing here? You don't deserve to be in a place this good. Pangaki spat. Yeah. Someone like you shouldn't get the good places when all you'll be is a villain with a creepy quirk. Tsubasa added, wings flapping. Hitoshi felt afraid. Very afraid, as all the kids, except for Bakugo, just insulted him and inched closer. He just wanted it to stop somehow. He hoped at least they wouldn't start hurting him. But of course, if he was hurt already. Shiosho with a smile said, a freak like you should know your place. They raised their hand up, small salt spikes growing in their palm as they grasped Hitoshi's arm, and the pain was instant. The stinging pains and the salt digging into wounds as he let out a pained shout. The flesh almost sizzled slightly as the brat pressed harder before they let go. Hitoshi immediately nursed his arm as he slinked back and laid under a broken arcade machine. The viscous grins they gave made the boy feel even more like screaming, and he almost did, but he didn't want to give them anything. He didn't want to give them the satisfaction of making him truly scared. So to push down his fear, he did what he always did when he was afraid. He deflected and pretended he was fine. That he was stronger than he looked. That he really was the bad guy who wasn't fazed by anything. Why, you know. Heroes don't typically torture villains. Hitoshi said shakily. Heh. Pangaki chuckled. What does a loser villain like you know about heroes? And not a lot, but apparently more than you. Why, you FING bully. Hitoshi sneered, and it seemed to make the kid more angry at him as he gave a kick to Shinsu's leg. Shiosho, pick him up. Pangaki commanded, and the tall kid grasped Hitoshi by the arm, then by the back of his neck as they pulled him up. Hitoshi could swear he could taste the salt, as small crystals pierced his skin and stung like acid as he grasped the other boy's hand to try and pry it off with little success. Meanwhile, Tsubasa was giggling and Pangaki got close to look him in the eyes. I want you to listen here and listen once, he snarled, 'cause from now you're going to get taught through pain just what you'll always be. A loser villain. Someone who will just do bad and get beaten up by heroes because that's all you'll ever be with that quirk. No matter what. Tears started to brim in his eyes from the pain and the words that both stung more than anything. But he didn't want to give in. I won't be a villain. I'll become a hero, and when I do, I'll make sure to put guys like you in jail, he growled, trying desperately to not break down. Pangaki gave a little chuckle before he just punched Hitoshi in the stomach, winding the boy and causing his legs to go weak as he struggled to keep up, only aided by Shiosho's grasp. You really think you could be a hero? Pangaki laughed. You'll never be anything. Except a lonely, a punch, freaky, punch, villain, punch, for the rest of your life. Hitoshi felt like he was going to throw up. Every punch felt harsher than the last, and he so badly just wanted to cry already. He wanted to, he really did. And maybe he would have a few months ago. He would have begged for someone to come over and save him because he didn't have the courage to stand on his own fully, but now. Yamada thought he could be a hero. Izuku knew he could be a hero. And most of all? You're wrong, Hitoshi groaned. Because. He took a breath. I will become a hero no matter what anyone tells me. And before anyone could react, he stretched his arm over, ripped a salt crystal off of Shiosho's shoulder, crushed it, and then threw the salt into the kid's eyes. He let out a yelp and dropped Shinso, who charged towards Pangaki and punched him hard in the face, sending the boy to the floor where he screeched. He ran past a panicking Tsubasa and out to the rest of the arcade where he limped to where he last saw Anna. She wasn't there, so he kept running until he stumbled upon her at a whack-a-mole game and grabbed her leg immediately. He held on tightly as he heard the kids shout behind him. Anna turned to look at him and saw his state and looked to the kids who were chasing. Pangaki had a bloody nose that he was nursing, and Shiosho's eyes were red from the stinging salt. Tsubasa was behind them, blundering as they caught up to the kid. Ana pulled Hitoshi behind her as she crouched into a stance, Izuku on the other end probably seething as the kids immediately stopped upon seeing her, their faces blanching. His friend didn't need to know what was going on. He just saw his clearly hurt friend running from some kids, so of course he was going to stop them from getting to him. The doll raised her arms and Izuku stared down the brats through the lens so hard he swore they felt it and they backed away immediately. This isn't over, mind freak. I'll tell my mom and everyone about what you did. Pangaki shouted as he and his friends scurried away, leaving the doll and the boy alone. Hitoshi relaxed immediately when they ran and the adrenaline was now starting to crash down and the pain along with it, his stomach aching and his limbs in pain from salt scratches and a kick respectively. He looked up at the doll, who was still staring out in case they came back, but once Hitoshi's grip slackened, Ana immediately looked down at him with a snap. She immediately scooped him up and carried him out of the arcade, taking him to a small pharmacy where she bought some stuff to help his bruises and cuts. They hadn't said anything, but that's probably because of the urgent matter of making sure he's safe before anything else. Thankfully Hitoshi had a lot to think about. He fought back. He never fought back, at least with violence, and he even didn't need to use his quirk. He did it all on his own, without Izuku, his quirk or anyone whatsoever. He stood up for himself and for once in a long time he was proud of himself. He picked up his phone and texted Izuku, too pained to speak without his stomach hurting. Troll doll, they punched me in the stomach. And burned my arm. But I punched them back. Curse doll, why? Troll doll, they're from my school. They were. The same guys who were bullying me the day we properly met. Curse doll, did you punch that gray-haired guy in the face? Troll doll, hell yeah. The doll looked at him and he could feel the smile behind the camera, no doubt just as proud of his friend as he was. He couldn't help but give that Cheshire smile of his back as his friend kept tending to his wounds. Apparently the spikes on Pangaki's knuckles pierced his belly a bit and there was some blood seeping out hidden by his black shirt. It hurt, but with some painkillers it faded slightly and the doll made sure to bandage the cuts after sterilizing them with alcohol swabs. His phone began to vibrate again. Curse doll, I can carry you home if you want. Troll doll, please. The doll knelt down, intending to give Hitoshi a piggyback ride as the two took off. Not wanting to hang around anymore seeing how bad Hitoshi was hurt. They headed to the train station and then back home. All the while Hitoshi was beaming. Yes, he was beaten and battered, yes, he was hurt. But he stood up for himself and what he wanted to be. No one was going to stop him from being a hero. He'd like to see the world try. Izuku was still thinking about what happened at the arcade on the way home. Not what happened to Hitoshi. Okay, yes, that was one of them, but there was also something else that caught his eye. Almost there, thought Izuku as Ana continued to play away on the pinball machine. He almost had the highest score on the machine and his adrenaline was going up because of it. One wrong move and all that progress was going to be gone, so he was fully locked in. He didn't even want to check Hitoshi because literally every second looking away could mean losing. The small metal ball that danced around the set banged off the bouncers as after a tense moment of silence except the flicking of flippers and the dazzling dings from the machine he managed to get over the score and won. Yes! Izuku cheered. He let the game end on its own, now satisfied, and entered the name for the score as simply ANA. I know you don't like taking credit, Ana, but honestly it was all you, he giggled. The doll turned to look for his friend. He expected him to be just as excited as he was, but he just wasn't there. At all. Oh, right, he needed the toilet. Izuku recalled. He contemplated waiting for him a minute so he could show his high score and leaned against a wall, keeping out of the way of other people moving through the arcade. Ever since he was determined to reveal himself to Hitoshi, he's been getting more and more excited to be spending time with him in places like this. Okay, maybe not here. It was loud and noisy, even through the screen, and Izuku can't imagine standing there for 5 seconds without having a freak out. Other places though, like the cat cafe, would be fun. He's never petted a cat, so it'll probably feel like the softest thing ever. Not to mention he'd finally be able to see the boy he's been the friend of for the first time with his own 2 eyes. A part of him was scared though because the boy could see him back. Izuku was a bit self-conscious about how he looked. He knew he needed a haircut and that he was maybe a bit too pale than someone should be, but Hitoshi hopefully won't judge him on that too much. Watching a bunch of kids run around, Izuku also got thinking about a lot of other stuff. Like what school is like. He didn't want to be in a classroom, nope. Not at all, but he's wondered, maybe with the wall that is Ana or another doll, what the atmosphere was like. The energy of learning or a bunch of kids his age having fun. It was then he thought more about him. Kaken, and how he might be doing around now. He's probably forgotten about him. As if the world wanted to give him an answer, he saw the small blonde spiky-haired kid with red angry eyes pass by Ana. He was slightly taller, not by much but enough to know he would be taller than Izuku, But then again, who isn't? Watching the boy walk past, Izuku couldn't not stare. He almost called out, even though it wouldn't be heard by anyone but himself. He knew there was a chance, one day, he might accidentally stumble into him, but he never thought it would be today. The doll wandered after him, careful not to look like they're stalking, because they are, and followed the boy back to a small restaurant in the arcade where people can eat. The doll didn't go into it but instead stood a distance away. Both because they didn't want to be seated but also because of who else he saw there. Chatting with a few other parents was Auntie Mitsuki. She looked all right, and when Kaken approached she seemed to keep her smile up when the boy sat down at the table with them. He wasn't sure what they were talking about, but the sight made Izuku tear up a little. Some part of him wondered whether they would remember him should he ever come back. Hell, would they even recognize him? He knows how different he looks now and how much he's changed. He never liked Kaken that much, not fully, but there was a familiarity there that he can't help but find comfort in, even at a distance. Like seeing an old photograph and getting all of the experiences captured in it, good and bad. He wondered what would have happened if he ran to Auntie that night. How much would his life change? Would she let Izuku do what he wants and not fear having to hide away? Or would it just end like Mama? The Bakugo residence set ablaze and everyone left from his old life turned to ashes. Probably the second one. Or at least he couldn't risk the second one, especially when he could just as easily be by himself, no matter how hard that was. No matter how difficult it was. No matter how lonely he was. Tears began to hit the keyboard as Izuku realized just how silent everything was in the warehouse. How it suddenly felt like a tomb he couldn't break out of and that he was going to die there. He couldn't help the climbing tightness in his throat and the screaming in his head that he's stuck here and trapped, and every day here was another he lost a part of himself from time wasted. His breathing hastened, his eyes bled tears, and every part of him shook as he felt awful. How everything felt awful. How tired he was, how numb he felt, and how cold everything was. He just doesn't want to be alone. And once more the world answered with someone grabbing Anna's leg. The senses translated through his quirk and the doll's head snapped so fast he was sure something broke there in her neck. It was his friend. His only friend. With fluffy purple hair he hopes to one day see with his own eyes, staring up at the doll with a frantic look just as freaked out as his. The sound of kids shouting made him turn up to see a bloody nose, red eyes, and 3 confused children looking up at Anna. And that's when the bleeding arm of Hitoshi, his limping leg, and the stomach he was nursing all snapped Izuku out of his panic and immediately thought to protect his friend. It was a lot to think about. But now more than ever it made him sure that he trusted Hitoshi because, well, he had no one else. No one in the whole world he could put his faith in except for the boy. And he was going to help him with anything he wanted. If he was going to be a hero, Izuku was going to make him one. Izuku had decided then on the walk home that tomorrow was going to be the day he showed himself to Hitoshi. His friend. He told him that he was going to be doing something with finishing the combat doll by having it do another fight, but that wasn't the case anymore. He was going to show up at the park where Hitoshi should be training alone and finally see him face to face. Hisashi was preparing some stuff for tomorrow's training with Shinso. Just some simple stuff to see where the kid was at in terms of physical ability. Some jump rope, chalk to draw boundaries, and a bunch of other stuff used to measure how he's doing. He knows he and Izuku were doing some stuff on their own, and Hisashi was happy to see them take the initiative on becoming heroes, even though he wasn't sure what Izuku's stance was on that. He hoped that when he sent that message to Hitoshi that the kid would come, despite how far off that may be. Anyway, he did learn something new and really important. Apparently the park he will be heading to was somewhere the two frequented, so if necessary, Shoyuta could watch the place and wait for Izuku to show up, probably as a doll, and follow him back to where he's hiding. He's going to get that kid the clear help he needs, and there was nothing anyone was going to do to stop it. He whistled cheerily as he put all of this stuff into a duffel bag so he can just grab it for tomorrow. He had to wrestle Pepper a few times as for some reason the cat kept trying to get inside it to suffocate himself surely. "Pepper, stop that," he said as he picked the cat up again to sit on the other side of the room, racing back to zip up the bag. The cat was faster though, and every time he got back to the bag, he was already there, staring up at him in probable triumph if those eyes are anything to go by. Thankfully he had another set of hands in the room as he picked up the cat again, to a protesting meow, and carried the little furball over to his husband, who took the cat. "You could have done that from the start." Shoyuta smirked, having watched the whole thing. "If I did that then I'd be admitting defeat," Hisashi explained, properly zipping up the bag. Pepper let out a sad meow as he watched the bag was sealed and just slumped in the black-haired man's arms. "You still did it though," he said. "I know," Hisashi whined. "But next time, I'll be ready. I'll be faster." The blonde went over to the ginger cat and booped it on the nose as he said that, getting a little growl from it. Not a big one but one that sounded like the cat was accepting the challenge. Speaking of lost cats, are you still thinking about the fostering? Shoyuta asked. Hisashi nodded. He was very much still on that and wanted to take Shinso in. He knew doing something like that was irresponsible and impulsive, but he saw so much of himself in that kid and Shoyuta too when he was in high school. Hell, he even saw some of his husband now. Well, I'm still a little on the fence about it, Shoyuta admitted. Mind me asking? He questioned. Not in an aggressive tone but in one that his husband knew meant he was listening to everything he was saying. I don't feel ready. Maybe you do, or maybe you are, but I don't know how to handle kids well. My underground work barely sees any, he explained. You're planning to teach next year though? Hisashi countered passively. Shoyuta sighed. Yeah, but that's going to be different. I'll only see the students throughout the day, but a kid I'll be there always. I'll be raising him, not teaching. I don't want to mess up. The blonde cooed as he sat down next to him. He pulled him into a hug, Pepper getting the chance to slip out and check the bag again. You'll do great. I know it. Where do you keep getting that energy? The black-haired man mumbled. Well, not constantly drinking coffee helps. Hisashi chuckled. The man just groaned a sound of protest and he pushed gently free from the embrace, still sitting next to him. It was at times like these that the blonde felt so special. Shoyuta was always confident and calm in an apathetic sort of way. He kept his cool no matter the situation, even to their friends like Namiri, but with Hisashi he lowered his guard. Let him see just how worried the man always was about making mistakes he can't take back. Hey Hisashi said. The man looked to him to listen. Do you want to come with me tomorrow? Just to see Shinso and maybe give him some pointers? Shoyuta sat there next to Hisashi as he heard his suggestion. He really didn't have much experience with kids. The best he had was his own personal experiences being one. High school was easier, after all they were more mature and also could take his criticisms better, but little children were something else. They were more emotional, less controlled, and unlike students he'd have to be around them always, and he was scared that he wouldn't be good at dealing with that. People were already exhausting to him. His hero work too, and having a kid on top of that, he was afraid he might not do them justice, especially a kid like Shinso who probably had a bad life from being in the foster system. He already knew he was neglected because of his quirk. Maybe when he was older and wiser he might, but now, at 24, felt too soon. But maybe with Hisashi's suggestion he might be able to find out if his worries were real or not. It was a risk. He knew how badly being dismissed was, he dealt with it when he was younger. Where he'd make a new friend only for them to leave him once they learned of his quirk. He'd never do that to Shinso, or anyone for that matter, but in case he couldn't handle being a mentor or a dad or whatever, he didn't want to make the kid feel like that. It was one of his greatest fears of becoming someone who was that shallow. But he trusted Hisashi more than anyone, so maybe he could give this a chance. For him and himself. Sure, he said, keeping his favored deadpan. Hisashi had his biggest smile and his husband squinted at the brightness he gave off. Thanks, Sho. Hitoshi was excited for tomorrow. He knew he was in pain from the punches, but they didn't feel as bad after Izuku gave him that painkiller. He knew he'd ask about the wounds, but he didn't want to postpone this day. He didn't know who Yamada was, fully, but he looked athletic and even more wanted to help Hitoshi. He didn't know his schedule, but for all he knew, if he did cancel it due to his wounds, he might have to wait a whole week for his help to begin. Izuku was helping him, but he was also a kid and he knew he didn't have the experience with training, so having someone who might was something he was looking forward to. The boy shifted in his bed, smiling. Maybe he'll say they're from training with Izuku. But then that might make him suspicious of his friend and he didn't want that. He could just tell the truth, but then he might report it to the school and he could get in trouble for fighting back. He certainly had that happen before. His phone buzzed a little and he picked it up to see a text from Yamada. It was only 8, so he rightly assumed he was still awake. Yamada Hisashi, hey Lil, listener. Just wanted to ask if it's alright I bring someone along. He's much better than me at hand-to-hand combat. You don't have to say yes, I'll still help you. Someone else? Hitoshi wasn't sure of it, but when he read that they were better at fighting he was now mixed. He didn't know who this guy was, but if he could help Hitoshi become a hero then he's going to take that chance. It's not as if Hisashi had ever steered him wrong so far. Shinsu Hitoshi, okay, as long as he's not weird. About my quirk. Yamada Hisashi, don't worry. His quirk is also one that gets treated poorly. Not to mention I think you two will have a lot in common. He also has a villainous quirk? Hitoshi was almost tempted to ask what it was, but he knew from experience that he'd rather ask the guy himself. He only wished that Izuku was going to be with him, maybe he'd feel even better. He already said he had something to do, so there wasn't much he could do there. Another text came in, heralded by the buzzing of his phone. Yamada Hisashi, by the way, seeing as how he's coming now, we'll have to move the meet up to 10. Is that alright with you? I can make you lunch. Shinsu Hitoshi, okay, that's alright. I'm fine. For lunch. My friend sends me something. Every day. Yamada Hisashi, thumbs up. Yeah. He should or try to, go to sleep now. His body needed the rest for tomorrow and he didn't want to feel tired. Surprisingly, Hitoshi fell asleep rather quickly that night, dreaming about a lot of things. Him being a hero and Izuku being there in whatever shape he imagined the friend to be in, cheering him on. He can't wait for morning to come. Hitoshi left the house early to make it to the park. He didn't want to be late in the slightest, so he put on his gym uniform, took his phone and filled his reusable water bottle and was out the door. Once he got there, he was half an hour early, so he just stretched a bit and did a short jog around the park to get warmed up before he heard a car coming through the area. Cars rarely came through this place at all, so he knew that it had to be Yamada and whoever was with him, so he jogged over and sure enough he saw the blonde man there with the same careless smile he seemed to wear always. Getting out of the car with him though had to be the other person Yamada mentioned. He had long black hair that messily gathered on his shoulders, a scruffy face with tired eyes and a ridiculous large scarf that looked more like a neck brace of bandages than anything. As soon as Yamada saw him, he waved, calling out and taking a duffel bag out of their back seat. Hey, Lil, listener. Great to see you here already. Hitoshi nodded and headed up to the two. Hi, Yamada. Oh please, call me Hisashi, he insisted. Hitoshi wasn't sure if to oblige or not, but when he later called him Yamada again, the blonde once more insisted, so he just relented. The loud blonde motioned over the tired man and introduced him. So this is the guy I told you about. Shinso meets Aizawa Shoyuta. Hey. Aizawa said lowly. Hey, the boy said back with just a bit more energy than he did. Hisashi just looked between the two and smiled as he carried the bag further along. So Shinso, you've had breakfast? No, he hadn't, but he wasn't sure if that's alright, so he was going to say no. Yaiha but the bad timing of his stomach stopped that lie in its tracks. Both men just looked at the kid and he felt both mortified and embarrassed, whilst Hitoshi immediately reached to scratch the back of his head and looked away. Kid, you can't just skip meals. Aizawa pointed out, and maybe it was stating the obvious, but right now he wouldn't comment that. I didn't have a lot of time, he lied again. Izuku wasn't there to give him breakfast today, so he hasn't had anything since last night when he gave him that convenience store ramen. Well, here, the man said, handing over a granola bar. This'll do you for a while. We'll get you a proper lunch later. Neither man seemed to ask why Hitoshi didn't have breakfast, and it definitely wasn't because he fibbed well. It made him a bit anxious, but then he remembered he had told Hisashi that his friend would buy him breakfast, so they probably realized that he must have not been around. Wait, does that mean that Hisashi told Aizawa about him? Pushing that line of thinking away, the trio got to a nice clearing in the park and they began setting up some stuff. The park's lawn was recently trimmed, so the grass wasn't getting in the way and there wasn't a cloud in the sky, so there's likely going to be nothing that'll stop them from doing the training. As Hisashi took out some stuff, he pointed over to Aizawa. Mind telling little Shinso here what we'll be doing today? The man himself seemed to be squinting a little in the light and walked over to the shade where Shinso followed too. He didn't know who Aizawa was or what he did, but given how also fit he was, he must have exercised a lot too. He didn't look like the kind of guy with that mentality though, so he thought that maybe. No, that was probably unlikely. Yes, he was wearing that weird scarf, but for all he knew that might have some kind of quirk. There's no way he was going to be trained by a hero, that was impossible. We'll be doing a series of tests to find out where you are physically. Seeing how your quirk is a mental one, you'll have to sharpen your skills when someone doesn't respond to your questions. Aizawa explained. So he knows what my quirk is? Hitoshi noted. The man didn't seem afraid of him at all, but he did also look a bit impassive, so maybe he just doesn't show it. Then again, he's friends with Hisashi, so maybe he also thinks that Hitoshi's quirk is good for hero work. It'd be nice to have another person who believed in him. Either way, he needed to be sure. What will the tests be? He questioned. A ball throw, toes touches, sits up, side steps. The man listed the activities off without hesitating, responding to him despite knowing what his quirk was. Normally when people first learn how it's activated they stop a bit before speaking because they are scared of being brainwashed, but he didn't seem to care at all. Guess Hitoshi has found another person who sees his dream as possible and not just ridiculous. By the way, what happened to your arm and leg? He asked. I tripped during training yesterday and got scratched up. My friend patched me up though. Hitoshi recited from his rehearsed lie. The man gave a slight look of disbelief before he zeroed in on one part of his lie, the truth that is. Your friend? Yeah, Izuku. He's really good at patching me up, he said. So this has happened before? Hitoshi stopped at that, not realizing his little slip there. Technically it was one other time, that being when he and Izuku first met. Okay, maybe there were a couple other smaller times, like when he got pushed bad enough to slip and fall, but those were only scrapes. Still, he didn't want to turn this into something big, so he just lied again. Yeah, I trip a lot. The man just sighed and Hitoshi was afraid he said something wrong. Kid, you don't have to lie. I can take a guess and say school isn't treating you right. And not really, the boy hurried to clarify. It's only pushing at school. Then where'd you get that? And the stomach wound I can see you nursing too, the man inquired as well, making Hitoshi feel like he can't lie to this man. Hitoshi tried to think through some excuse before he just gave up and decided to speak honestly. I got it yesterday. Some kids from school grabbed me at the arcade and beat me up a little. Aizawa seemed quiet at that, his face a bit unreadable. But don't worry. I fought back. Punched one in the face hard enough that his nose bled. Hitoshi bragged slightly with an uneasy grin. He was still proud of that punch. The man's face was hidden by the scarf slightly, but Hitoshi could have sworn he saw a slight smirk underneath. Good. He didn't ask anything more on that, which he was thankful for, and the two just stood in comfortable silence as they watched Hisashi finish setting things up. Once it was all ready, Hitoshi did a few of the tests. He threw a ball about 40 meters, got through the grip test with an average score his age would get, and even did well on the sprints, but that's mostly because of his long legs. Halfway through, he was slightly tired. That granola bar didn't do much and he was feeling tired. Here, kid. Aizawa offered a thermos of something warm. Hisashi's eyes widened a little as the thermos was given. Wait, show. Don't give him coffee. He's a dash. Thanks. Hitoshi said and gulped it down, much to the blonde's lament. It was black, and had the faintest taste of cinnamon, but that didn't matter to him as he drank it all down in one gulp, the liquid going through him like lightning. He felt his energy returning as he got ready for the next few tests. You're right, Zashi. I do like the kid. Aizawa commented, causing a mix of emotions to wash over the blonde's face over a matter of seconds. After the last set of tests, Hitoshi was thoroughly tired. He hasn't moved about this hard ever, and the summer heat wasn't helping him feeling less bad. Thankfully Hisashi had tons of water, cold water, not like his plastic water bottle which was now lukewarm from the heat. The blonde even offered to get him a proper water bottle and bring it next time they train. Next time? The kid noted. All right. Seems you're in good shape, if not a little weak at strength exercises, but we can work on that. Hisashi commented, going through his phone where he kept the scores. Next we can have a small spar. Show? The black-haired man took a step out of the shade where he's not left since the start of the tests and walked out into the light. Squinting once more until he pulled down these yellow goggles he had nestled in his scarf. I want to know how good you are fighting, kid. I'm not expecting much, so don't worry if you get knocked down a few times. Aizawa said as he did a few simple stretches. Just try your best. Hitoshi stood a few feet away from him, unsure of what to do, so he just raised his hands as Hisashi said go. He got knocked off his feet near instantly and the man was standing overhead. He didn't even think his hands had left his pockets. Okay, first things first. You need to have proper form, the man noted as he took a step away whilst Hitoshi scrambled to his feet. Don't have your legs too close together, that makes your center of balance weak. Spread them out like this and make sure to pivot your feet, he instructed, getting into a stance that the boy tries to copy. No. You're too spread out. I can kick your feet out with no effort. You need them close enough to not slip easily but far enough to keep your center of balance low. The man corrected Hitoshi's posture with a few gentle kicks to the feet, angling his foot right whilst making sure he wasn't slouching. Great. Keep it like that. See how you're more stable, he said, giving the boy a light push. The two spent the next while getting Hitoshi's form right. Moving and being able to take light hits without it breaking. Despite how unbothered the man was at first, he seemed to really care about him getting things right. The boy almost forgot he's only met this man a few hours ago and already he felt like he's trained with him forever with how well they worked. It's okay to wince when you get hit, but don't let your enemy see it. If villains know their attacks hurt you, they'll keep coming harder. The best thing to do in a fight is act like you can keep going all day, he explained, and Hitoshi more and more started to lean further into the hope that this man might really be a hero, if not, one who trained them. Once the getting hit part was done, they moved on to him throwing his own punches. Great. You're a bit slow between swings though. Remember, you could be up against anyone with any kind of quirk, you need to be at least faster than them. All in all, Hitoshi felt like he was learning a lot. Aizawa was a good teacher and he could feel himself getting better with every bit of advice he gave. However, the man could tell Hitoshi was getting sluggish and tired, so he called it there for a bit. It was around lunch now and the three had decided to have a picnic there. Hitoshi never had something like that before, unless you count the times he and Izuku, not really, ate at the park benches. It was a lot different, with a nice sheet they threw out in the shade and bag filled with food for him to have. It was at this point Hitoshi got that feeling again. The same one with Izuku where he felt like he was getting more than he deserved. He knew he couldn't just deny it, but he can't help but ask the question that's been itching in his mind. "Why are you doing so much for me?" he asked, and he honestly wished he hadn't said it. The two men turned to him. Hisashi with a look of concern for the boy and Aizawa with near indifference besides that small focus in his eye. Hitoshi continued. "You haven't even known me that long. So why are you doing so much?" "Well, kid," Hisashi started, but Hitoshi wasn't finished. "Please don't tell me it's pity." He did not want to be looked down on. Ever. He hated it, especially pity. He didn't want to be seen as someone you had to help because you felt guilty. "No. Not at all." Hisashi rebuked, hands in the air waving. "I wanted to help you Shinso because, well..." The blonde didn't seem to know how to word his next sentence, so the other man spoke for him. "We know you're a foster kid. You told us. We also know school isn't great right now for you. You told us that too, but we also know that from reading your record." "My record?" Hitoshi was puzzled, not sure what that meant. Hisashi gave Aizawa an unsure look, but the man didn't return it. Instead he kept going. "Your school record. We have it and have been looking at it for a bit." Hitoshi was even more confused, his mind trying to figure out if this is good or bad, but the man just kept going, wanting to make sure there were no misunderstandings going on in his head. Aizawa wasn't sure where he was going with this. When he came here he wasn't sure what to expect from this kid. Hisashi said that the two had a lot in common, but he thought he might have been exaggerating, but no, they really did. There was a lot of him he could see in Shinso. Not just in their tastes or general vibe but their life too. The kid was clearly scrappy like he was, even if not as much. When he talked about where he got those wounds, he couldn't help but remember all the times he had to punch another kid in the face over something they said. So what? Call him barbaric. Namuri thought he was a little hellraiser, and yeah, he kinda was. He already knew he wanted to be a hero when he grew up, and seeing some kids get pushed around and hurt because of their quirks made him do what a hero should. It did end with him not being able to go to the hero course initially because of his record, but he won his way back in when he got first in the UA Sports Festival and the attention of the staff there. Having a particularly supportive rat on staff too also helped a lot in getting them to look past his record. Okay. Maybe Hisashi's illogical idea about fostering might not be so illogical anymore. Maybe it'd be nice to have a kid. Of course, though, he didn't know the kid on many other fronts. There were so many spinning plates in both of their lives. For one, both Hisashi and him were heroes, and he didn't know what the kid would think of that except maybe a bit of excitement. Another thought was Izuku and how the kid is probably in the dark about everything he's doing. At least he hopes. There's always a chance he wasn't, which might be a problem. Then there was Hisashi's radio show, Shura's underground work, not to mention their teaching job coming up and the fact they're married. He was scared he'd neglect him like his current fosters do, or worse, upset him with whatever is going to happen once they find his friend. But maybe, instead of worrying about all of that, he should just start things step by step and see where they go from there. See how the kid reacts to one of those worries. "We're pro-heroes," he said succinctly. Hitoshi just stared at the two there, mind completely blank on anything to say except repeating the three words that man just said. "You're," he managed. "Pro-heroes," the man finished. "Be both of you?" he asked, unsure. Purely in disbelief that he is currently having a picnic with two pro-heroes. "Yeah," Hisashi replied, keeping a smile. "Though we didn't want to say anything yet until we got more comfortable," he admitted. Heroes. Pro-heroes were here in front of him. Talking to him, and he didn't even know. Well, he suspected it from Aizawa but not from Hisashi too. Not just that, but he was taught by two of them, and helped one of them with shopping as well. But he didn't recognize either of them. He can't really put a face to Hisashi or Aizawa, so maybe they're lesser-known ones? "What heroes are you?" he asked, trying to keep his cool and not totally faint. The black-haired man shrugged. "You wouldn't know me. I'm an underground hero, Eraserhead. Don't ask about the name. And I'm more well-known. Though you probably can't tell, but I daylight as Present Mike," Hisashi said enthusiastically. Present Mike. The Present Mike. The same one who's currently trending as one of the best radio hosts in Tokyo. He was here, in front of him, helping him train, and he helped the man get groceries. He's seen Present Mike's cats. It was just a chaotic wave of thoughts flooding through Hitoshi's head. A mix of being starstruck, alarmed, overwhelmed, and in awe. Just barely holding on to his willpower to not start doing something stupid in front of them. After a few minutes of calming down and answering Hitoshi's questions, such as what is an underground hero, he finally gets back on track. They technically didn't answer his question about why they're here, with him. And now the answer was more necessary than ever. Why are pro-heroes looking at my school record? The boy questioned. The pro-heroes both looked between each other, seeming to speak with just their eyes as they seemed to decide on whether to explain further. Eventually Hisashi is the one to speak up, taking the lead on that question. You know about that incident in your school a bit back. With your teachers? The blonde asked. You mean the thing with the monster? Do you think I have anything to do with that? Hitoshi uttered, concerned. He waved his hands. No, not directly. But we do think there is someone related to you who is responsible. Related? Like who? Oh. It all clicked in his head at that moment. He didn't know much about the attacks outside of what was whispered in classrooms, he didn't exactly have the money to buy a newspaper and he didn't have a phone then, but he heard that the reason behind it was something to do with the message it said. Not just that, but apparently a bunch of kids were being talked to by police. He was sure he was going to get talked to soon as well, but they just didn't call. Is it because they sent these pro-heroes instead? Maybe. No, probably. And there's only one person he knows that would be of interest to them. Izuku. He knew his quirk made things come to life and that he was working on a scary doll. Apparently he already finished it and had it do its job. But that can't really be true. It makes sense that he would be responsible, but Izuku wouldn't seriously break into a bunch of people's homes to scare them just for him? That would be insane. You think Izuku is the behemoth, or controlling it? He questioned, clearly not believing what he was hearing again. Aizawa spoke up. We don't just think it, Shinso. We know it. We found spinal fluid from it after I fought it. It was linked to Midoriya Izuku. He can't believe it. His friend not just made a monster to attack the teachers, but he even fought Aizawa using it? A pro-hero. Does that mean he's a villain? He asked, voice shaky and afraid. His emotions were running high. First there was the hero stuff, now he's learning his friend could be a villain. That is still up to debate. He is at the very least a vigilante. Aizawa stated. He used his quirk in an illegal way against supposed criminals. What makes it so he's a villain? The boy questioned. If we find nothing wrong with Aldera, the kid technically broke into several homes to traumatize and terrorize innocent people. But they aren't innocent, he protested. He did it because of me. The boy frantically started to explain what he experienced at Aldera and how Izuku helped him so much. He told about the teachers treating him badly, the students being ignored when he was being bullied, and even the constant detentions for every little thing so he couldn't actually learn anything. He said it all, hoping it would convince them that his friend isn't bad. The whole time the heroes' faces turned to a mix of sadness and guilt that he wasn't sure why. They needed to understand that they were wrong. If anything, this is all his fault. His quirk and everything that comes with it. That's why this is all happening. Because he can't just accept being alone and miserable. That he had to drive his only friend into getting into trouble for him. He can't have that kind of guilt, he can't have it because how can he ever pay that back? How could he ever make it up to him? He really was an awful friend. He felt something warm and wet slide down his face as he kept arguing even though his points don't make sense and he's barely legible. At that point, Hisashi couldn't take it anymore and scooped the kid up in a hug. He just cried into his shoulder. Scared and confused about everything. He didn't want to imagine Izuku doing those things for him, but he couldn't stop thinking that and in turn blaming it all on himself. It took almost 10 minutes for him to fully stop, and even then he was still sniffling. Fighting breaking down all over again. He stopped hugging Hisashi but held on to his hand to keep himself grounded. He'd thank him if he wasn't so wrapped up in other emotions. After clearing his eyes he sniffled, So are you just here to find Izuku? Hisashi squeezed his hand a little. No, not at all. We're here right now because of you. Sho is too. When I met you in the mall I didn't know you were connected to Izuku at all. When did you know? Before the second mall trip. Remember I asked you for your friend's name? I thought he might have been Izuku and, well, I was right, he explained, keeping a firm grasp on his hand. Then why dash? Aizawa spoke up. Because we wanted to. And we were considering fostering you. No, we are going to foster you. That caused the boy to freeze. Wait. Really? Hisashi smiled whilst gently stroking the back of his hand. Yes, Shinso. I've wanted to since I first saw you. Sho, I'm guessing, just came to his decision now. But, you know my quirk, he cried, it's bad and I could brainwash you and dash. We don't care about that. Aizawa uttered. We can tell you're a good kid. We want to help you, give you an actual home. If you'll allow us? He didn't need to ask. Hitoshi felt like he was going to cry again. It's just been too much. He just wants to keep weeping until he can't. Until it hurts. His emotions were a tornado of different colors and temperatures, and he didn't know when it would end. All he could do was dive back again into a hug with Hisashi, the man accepting it readily and stroking the back of his head tentatively as he just kept whispering that everything was all right. This time, he calmed down quicker but only barely held on. He can't take anything else, and after calming down he kept asking questions just so he wasn't confused anymore. He asked about the attack and what happened. About who Izuku really was, and learned his family name was Midoriya. He learned that they had been looking for him for over a year and haven't found anything until now. And at the end, there was still one question left. Probably the most important. What's going to happen now? Hisashi made sure to answer before Aizawa could. Now lil listener, we're going to call it a day and head home. You clearly need time to process this, and we don't want to push you anymore. A part of Hitoshi didn't want it to end right now. He wanted to know how he could help Izuku and not let him hide away. He didn't want to watch him become a villain or a vigilante or get arrested. He just wanted his friend safe and to talk about all of this with him. Most importantly though, he didn't want to go home. He doesn't want to be in a home where he'll just sit in his room and break down for the next few hours. But other than Izuku, he didn't know where else to go, except maybe. "See, can I go with you?" he asked sheepishly. The two men just looked at each other. Show. The black-haired man just looked at his partner for a moment, looked at Hitoshi and then closed his eyes. "All right. But you can't stay the night, kid. Not without your parents' permission." "They won't even notice I'm gone," Hitoshi countered. "That's what I'm worried about." The trio began packing up the stuff, loading it all into the duffel bag. Hisashi told him he didn't have to do anything and he could just head to the car and wait for them. He did that, but only because he was too tired to argue at this point, and wandered there, thinking of everything. Firstly, Izuku was a vigilante and maybe a villain according to the law. His friend. The same one who stuttered and squeaked his way barely through saying, "Happy birthday," to him. That Izuku. It was still unbelievable, but everything made sense. According to Aizawa, he managed to evade him, and even a whole year ago he managed to beat Hisashi in a fist fight using a doll. Secondly, he was being trained by pro heroes, and because they actually believed in him and not because they pity him. He'd never believe it too if Hisashi hadn't pulled out his phone to show him in his costume. Now that the two were shown to him, he almost couldn't divide the two. Thirdly, and as a follow-up, these pro heroes want to foster him. Want to. It was literally unreal that he had to be dreaming, but the headache he got from all that crying proved otherwise. This was reality, and it was insane. Hitoshi reached their car. It was a normal blue sedan and the door was already unlocked by Aizawa's remote key. The two were still packing up their stuff in the distance and probably talking to each other as he finally reached up to the car door. Hitoshi, a small quiet voice whispered. The boy froze and then spun to look where the voice came from, and in a small alleyway, carried by a dark figure in a cloak using their forearm as a seat for him, was a child. A deathly pale child, with dark green hair that sunk down past his shoulders but not down his back. A messy mane of split ends and knots. A body a whole head shorter than him that he couldn't believe they were the same age, and a form so frail it looked like it was made of actual glass. He wore a slightly too large pajama shirt and baggy shorts and had no shoes, just bare feet dangling from the arms of the terrifying beast carrying him. His dull green eyes glistened barely as they looked at the other boy. He looked terrified and was shaking, holding onto the dark figure for dear life like he'd die without it. It was Izuku. He had no way of knowing, but he just knew. "Izuku!" Hitoshi got out before he heard a yell behind him that shattered both of their focuses on each other. "Shinso! Why are you standing still?" The blonde stopped. The man stopped. Everyone stopped. Aizawa and Hisashi were staring directly at Izuku and the giant holding him. It was quiet, no one could say anything. It was like going on a forest trek and spotting a deer in the woods, both him and the animal freezing the second they saw each other as they comprehended what was happening. "Izuku?" Hitoshi uttered. "And no," the boy cried. And the giant ran with Izuku in tow. And it's only after that exact moment that Hitoshi realized he could have used his quirk. Today was the day Izuku was going to find Hitoshi in person and greet him as himself. In all honesty, he was terrified and anxious, which was why he'd been psyching himself up all morning, sitting at the hole in the wall that leads out of the warehouse and trying his best to leave. He knew Hitoshi would be at the park training. He had something at 2, so he'll probably be there. He must have wanted Izuku's help with something, but that was a lie, of course, meant for today. Him saying hello. Brutus was going with him as protection, but it's likely he's going to have to be carried. He hasn't really needed to move much around before, so finally beginning to after all this time, on top of not eating well, sleeping well, and not having seen the sun in a year, he definitely wasn't getting there on his own. Just getting down the steps from his room was exhausting, so after procrastinating, ways Brutus could comfortably hold him, he finally reached the hole. The problem was Brutus can't carry him through because it was too small. He needed to crawl through just as Izuku. That meant it had to be him who made the first step out back into the world, and that was the part he was hung up about. Maybe I should make sure I'm dressed right, he thought, being carried back in by Brutus. He was planning to wear a simple long hoodie with a pair of track bottoms underneath. Of course the bottoms were meant for kids younger than him and the hoodie reached his knees, but it's not as if he's going for style here. Okay, maybe he should. Anything to keep him putting off going out for longer. After at least an hour of preparations, he was back down to sitting in front of the hole, fighting to move through. Every time he raised his hand to move towards the exit, he felt every part of him freeze up and every fear and reason he hid in the first place came crawling back. Hisashi found him and doing whatever awful things he had in mind for him to do and become. Pro-heroes capturing him and locking him away for what he did. Hitoshi not liking how he looked, or how he sounded or anything like that. If I give up, it's not as if he would know. He can't be disappointed if you never tell him you tried. Izuku tried to manipulate himself. There were a lot of reasons for not leaving. It was safer in the warehouse, he was thriving in the warehouse. Leaving it would risk all of that and could end with him getting hurt. But what are the chances any of those bad things could happen? It's just one day out, a few hours. It's not as if he's going to bump into that blonde guy a year ago or Eraserhead walking around in the street. And what about all the good things that can come from this? He would see Hitoshi. Talk to him, sort of, and be able to do a bunch of things with him he never thought he could. Like, what did he smell like? Izuku doesn't know a lot of sense, given the lack of experience he has. Even smells he did know were slightly forgotten, like Katsudon. All that he's eaten is the bare minimum like bread and cereal. It's not that he couldn't afford good food, it's just that he had better things to use money on and he didn't really have much of an appetite in the first place. Maybe he could work on that with Hitoshi. Maybe the first thing they do together is have chocolate. Izuku just barely remembers the taste of it and he remembered he liked it, so, yeah, chocolate it is. And it's not just experiences that should lure him out. Hitoshi said he would protect him. That he wouldn't have to be scared and hide, and honestly that made him feel a lot more safer than expected. He definitely had no reason not to trust his best friend. He read his file, his history, and even watched him through traffic cameras a few times just to see how he was doing, and it's not as if he was setting this up for him. And on top of all that, it was a surprise. No one is prepared for him to come out, not even him. Clearly by how he continues to procrastinate even now. Okay. I can do this, the boy declared in his mind. A tiny shaky hand reached out towards the hole and the closer it got the more it shook. A feeling of panic washing over him as his fingers grazed the boundary of his safe place. He stopped, holding his hand there. Heart going a mile a minute and breathing threateningly on panting. He was so scared. I just want to know, you're all right, the purple-haired boy's words filled his head. And so he pushed forward, his hand touching the concrete outside as he kept going forward, crawling through the hole until he was on the other side. In the alley he hadn't seen in forever with his own eyes. Just as slimy and dirty. Izuku let out a breath, a strangled one, as he felt exposed immediately and grabbed himself to cover up, well, himself. But there was no one around. Just an empty alley in the shade and no eyes to watch him. He was alright. He didn't die even though he feels like he will. Everything was alright. Brutus made his way through the hole as well, quickly under Izuku's orders, and picked the boy up, hiding him behind its long cloak. It felt a lot better than being exposed, so he nestled into the cold chest of the giant and ordered him to move, every step shaky and careful. When the two walked out of the alley and into the street, the sun hit Izuku's face and all of the warmth that came with it. It was as bright as he remembered, but this warmth was something else. The fresh air too, it felt nice. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Oh, okay. Let's head to the P Park. Brutus marched forward, down the street, ducking into alleys to avoid people and hiding Izuku deep within the cloak. The boy had a phone with him that showed what the giant was seeing, so he didn't have to worry about steering with his actual eyes as they went to the park. On the way, there were sounds he almost forgot existed. The microphone on the camera picked up a lot, but one thing it never got was ambience. The distant sound of birds, the humming of air conditioners and cars far away driving down the street. It was Sunday, so the streets were empty, but they were far from quiet. Even the wind blowing the cloak a little and drifting over his face felt foreign but missed for some reason. Whenever he inevitably did have to pass by people, he curled in tight to Brutus and watched them carefully with the camera. Thankfully people were either too unbothered or too intimidated to approach the giant, so Izuku remained largely unbothered until he got to the park. He wondered what the grass felt like again, or how the rustling of trees sounded. He'd probably have to hide in the shade because his skin was paper and he knew the sun burned from what Hitoshi had said about it. Maybe he should have brought an umbrella. But there's no turning back now, not when he's made this much progress. The walk, all in all, took 30 minutes, but it felt like forever for the boy. One part of him marveling at existing outside and the other paranoid and terrified of being discovered. But all that wonder and fear evaporated the second he saw him. Walking out of the park in gym clothes was his purple-haired friend. Sweaty and tired looking. He must have been working hard today because he looked awful, but that didn't matter to Izuku, none of it did. Because he was in front of him, in person, no doll in between. Hitoshi, he squeaked out, surprised by how he said it so easily. His friend froze and turned immediately to see him, eyes locking fast as Brutus slipped the cloak off a little from the wind passing through the alley they were standing in. His purple eyes were really as vivid as he expected, and glistened slightly from seeing him. He looked even taller than he thought and wondered what they'd look like standing next to each other. His face was frozen, between shock, awe and sadness? Fear? Izuku wasn't quick sure. He knew he was bad at reading people, but maybe now with Hitoshi he could learn a bit. A camera can only catch so much that you can feel emotionally detached from any situation, so this could be the start of something new. The boy opened his mouth a little and just pushed out his name before a voice spoke out that made every part of Izuku grow panicked and afraid. And the person who the voice belonged to didn't seem to help, and neither did the man following after him. Shoyuta and Hisashi were just stunned as they looked at Shinso and then over to the little child cradled in the arms of a giant metal thing cloaked in black. The kid was here, right now, in person, and seeing as how Shinso was just as shocked, he didn't expect this at all. The greenette looked awful. His eyes were dull and he had eye bags heavier than even Shuta's, along with a size and weight that was clearly not healthy. It was almost captivating in a way, like seeing a deer in the wild staring at you with black glossy eyes. It's here in front of you and you feel pinned by noticing it. And just like a real one, it ran. The giant spun fast and sprinted with Midoriya. Shinso stretched out towards him, screaming his name, but Hisashi grabbed him, expecting Shoyuta to be the one to chase, and sure enough he did. Just as the blonde had told him, the doll was fast despite its large size and maybe even quicker than when he fought the behemoth. The entire time the black-haired man's scarf bellowed behind him, ready to strike. It was clearly Brutus. The size and shape were exact to the man he watched nearly snap the neck of that fighter in the cage. The same thing that was controlled by Midoriya, and God, he seriously needed to save that kid. He's already done something illegal and now he was going to the theater of all places. Which is why he needed a cut. A wound. Just enough to use his quirk on and shut it down completely. He didn't know if he needed to see all of the fluid, but he knew that a look could be enough for the thing to collapse. During a particularly long stretch of alley, he grabbed his capture weapon and threw a strand towards the thing, wrapping around its leg. However, it didn't stop. Even with his full weight the thing just kept charging, so he grabbed a pole and used it as leverage, standing on it and gaining enough pull to halt the giant. Its movement stopped and both it and Midoriya looked back to see Shoyuta and the scarf grasping them. Once they noticed that, the giant raised its clawed hand and slashed at the tape, shredding it and allowing them to keep running. Whilst it did though, Shuta's eyes flared red, hoping to erase Midoriya's quirk, but nothing happened. I need to grab Midoriya and knock him out. Erasing his quirk doesn't stop the giant, he realized, and kept up the chase. Soon they weren't in the alley and now were out in a busy street, people jumping out of the way of the giant pushing through and him chasing straight after, yelling at the crowds to call the police. He knew Midoriya was probably in a panicked state, anything could happen with that kid and he didn't want his rap sheet to get even bigger. Thankfully backup had arrived in the form of another hero, Death Arms, he thinks he's called. He was at the other end of the street and Shoyuta yelled out at him to help and the man got in a fighting stance as the giant stopped in front of him. Now it was a standoff, with the two heroes sandwiching Midoriya and the metal giant with no clear way to go without going through them. Which is why he needed to talk him down before attacking like a cornered animal. Midoriya. You don't have to do this, he shouted, the unmistakable sound of a squeak coming from somewhere close to the cloaked figure. No one's going to hurt you. Hisashi's not going to hurt you. The kid said nothing, hiding in the machine and holding what Shoyuta assumed to be a phone he was controlling the doll with. He needed to get that away from him too. Izuku also looked freaked out and was clearly going through a panic attack, and a part of Shoyuta cried at that. We're not going to hurt you. I know it, but he couldn't say anything else as the giant ran towards Death Arms, ready to fight its way out of here. God damn it, kid. Shoyuta swore in his mind as he ran forth. Death Arms. Be careful, there's a kid in there who's fragile. The hero gave a nod as he winded up a punch to throw into the head of the thing, noting the kid hiding next to its chest. However, he must have expected it to be slower because the giant dodged and swung with its free hand into the man's chest, earning a grunt and a curse from the pro. Izuku was in a state of complete fight or flight. Every part of his body shaking and his mind screaming at him to get away from it all. He didn't understand why the guy related to Hisashi and the pro hero he fought were with Hitoshi, but he didn't want to find out. Right now though, he was trapped between two pro heroes and needed to escape. He was freaking out, his heart racing and barely able to breathe as all sounds just shrunk to a blur and his vision was locked on anything that could get him out. He knew Death Arms, he was one of the heroes he was studying for Brutus, so he was aware of his strength-enhancing quirk. He knew he could outrun him, but he can't outrun Eraserhead. So he had two options. Take out Eraserhead and risk Death Arms crushing him, or risk trying to slip past the big hero and take out the other somewhere more isolated. He went with the latter, charging forward and just dodging a punch. He knew Death Arms' attacks were slower and heavier, so he had a hard time redirecting his punches more. He laid a hit into the man's chest to push the air out of his lungs, and sure enough it came out in a groaning curse. The giant then ran around the hero, keeping out of his reach until another length of scarf wrapped around the giant's arm and swung it around just in time to get a kick in the skull by Eraserhead. Thankfully Izuku made sure the tech inside the skull was well protected so nothing in there broke, but the cloak did slip off with the force and the giant was now exposed. Shoyuta watched the cloak fall off and he could finally get a look at what he was fighting, and in all honesty it was chilling. All metal with jagged misshapen skin and clawed hands and feet that looked like they'd give tetanus just by touching them. The whole thing was a rusted beast with red teeth and no eyes, instead sockets with something black coming from them like tears. It was beyond off-putting and eerie, and that's when he noticed the metal pole on its back as well, in what seemed to be a weapon it couldn't really use right now with Izuku occupying one arm. Speaking of, the kid dangled from that one arm, legs and limbs and dangling like he was a cat held around its chest. There were a few gasps from the nearby crowds who were watching this go down with their phones out, and God, this was one of the reasons why he became an underground hero. People gawking instead of running, making things so much harder. The kid also seemed to hate it and was weeping terrified tears as they huddled even closer to the chest of the giant, not even bothering to look anywhere but his phone anymore. Brutus had shredded his grip on the arm, but that gave enough time for Death Arms to recover and deliver a hit to the back of the giant, metal crunching as the thing tripped forward, catching itself enough to not fall. It felt no pain of course, so it was able to spin around and deliver a rounding kick to the hero's head and send him stumbling a bit back. It took another opportunity to run, but once more Shoyuta grappled its leg and pulled hard enough this time to cause it to stumble and turn around. This time he was ready to watch his scarf get torn again, but instead it grabbed the cloth and pulled it hard, throwing Shoyuta towards the giant. He just barely managed to dodge a fist to his face before it swung again and grabbed his leg, batting him into Death Arms like a club, who fell over from the force of the crash. It, of course, cut the bindings again and ran, this time throwing the Erasure hero to the ground and rushing towards an alley, police sirens in the distance. But Shoyuta still had one chance, and though it meant stepping on Death Arms, he threw his capture weapon towards Midoriya, grabbing the boy and pulling him out of the clutches of the giant. He knew he might hurt the kid badly with this, but he can't let him escape. The boy let out a cry that was heartbreaking and the kid landed in his arms, holding him tightly and checking he was all right. "Kid, calm down. You're Dash." His voice died in his throat as a dark shadow loomed over him, the giant above him staring with empty eyes as it swung far too fast and fear widened his eyes. He was on the floor before he knew it, with a bleeding head and just consciousness long enough to watch the giant fend off Death Arms to get away, escaping into the dark alley. The next time Shoyuta woke up it was in the hospital with a bandage wrapped around his skull and a headache that was killing him. He blinked his eyes wearily as he got his bearings of the room and noticed his husband sitting at the other side of the room, quietly looking at his phone. "Did they get Midoriya?" he uttered out, and his husband shook a bit and rushed over to his side. "Sho!" Hisashi genuinely cried as he checked him over. He looked like he was weeping a bit, and he could understand. If he ever saw Hisashi get knocked out for a while, then he'd be. The thought died in his mind as he felt that his face was slightly more scruffy than before and his clothes had been changed. He wouldn't need this if he was just knocked out. He looked to his partner, who was seeming to understand what the unsaid question was, and answered it. "You've been out for a week," he answered, and the words hit like a truck. He's never been out for that long. Did he go into a coma? How hard was he punched? He definitely felt bad, but did that kid really hit him that hard? His mind was swirling as he went through what he last remembered. The fight and the discovery and the emotions. "Your head was split open, Sho. They said a bit more force and he would have cracked it completely," Hisashi explained. "He really did almost die. He seriously could have been killed and he wouldn't have been able to stop it in the slightest." The black-haired man was shivering a bit at that realization and the blonde immediately held his hand, stroking it gently. It's all right, Sho. You're fine, honey. They managed to fix most of it but it still needs to heal. Hisashi consoled whilst he ran the nurse's call button. Shoyuta called down a little with that. I had him Zashi. He was in my hands and… I know, he agreed. There's a video of the whole fight online. That's right, there were people recording the whole thing. That's arguably worse, not just for the fact that two heroes fought a kid and lost, but that kid was now probably being plastered on TV as a villain. Izuku might never live a normal life now. Before more conversation could be had, the nurse arrived to see Shoyuta awake and called for his doctor to come. Things were much more busy for a bit with a bunch of tests to check to see if everything was alright cognitively, all the while there were a dozen other things he needed to be caught up on. Once the medical staff made sure he was alright in the head, they said that apparently he would be visited soon by a few people. Hisashi explained that it would probably be Tsukachi and maybe Recovery Girl. He knew the healing hero from his time in UA and relaxed a bit knowing he was in good hands there. Using a lot more quirkless combat, he had more visits than most of her office for bruises and cuts needing to be healed so he could get back to training, much to her chagrin. It would be a while though and there was still so much more to talk about with Hisashi. Where's Shinso, being a good one? He should be at his foster home. I've been trying to get through the paperwork for becoming foster parents ourselves but it's a bit hard when one of them is in a coma, he chuckled. We should be able to get it once you've done your side of the work. At least there's that. He was scared of that kid getting left behind. Ah, that's right. He can't imagine what he's going through right now with everything that's happened in just a short amount of time. How is he? Holding. Hisashi said simply but implied a lot. Has he made any contact with Midoriya? He questioned. His husband kept his frown. No. Apparently he's been blocked. There really was no connection left between Shinso and Midoriya now. It seems the kid burned that bridge himself and probably doesn't trust him anymore because of them being there. He really wants to check with him and see how exactly he's holding up. The door to their room soon opened and in came a few people. Firstly there was the good detective Tsukachi, always in his beige overcoat, taking it off and rolling it over his arm. Next was Recovery Girl, though he had to look hard to see her given the angle of the bed and her height. The same could be said for the other person, someone he didn't want to see, least of all right now. Nedzu. The white rat with the intelligence quirk trotted along with them. It wasn't that Shoyuta disliked the guy, it was just that he feared him. Not in the panic kind of way but the, oh no what's going to happen, kind of way. He was his student for all of UA before he became the principal and though he wouldn't admit it he did get some part of his sadistic side from his time being mentored by him. If he was here there was only one reason, especially given how he came here on such short notice. He was interested in Midoriya. Despite the maliciousness that rat can emit, he was extremely insistent on giving people second chances and helping stop, children especially, from going down the path of evil. It likely had a lot to do with his own past and from being experimented on. He managed to put aside a reasonably justified hate for humans and instead grew to help them. Good evening Aizawa, Yamada. Tsukachi started. The two men greeted him whilst the healing hero grabbed his chart and started looking through it. Seems you got out unscathed according to the test. Surprising given how much damage was done. Was it really that bad? Shoyuta asked and the whole room turned to him in near disbelief at how calm he was asking that, or at least looked it. Bad? A bit more force and you wouldn't have had a head, she chided. Seriously, I know no one could have guessed how strong that boy's monster was but you should have at least not dropped your guard when you got him. I didn't know how else to get him to stop except maybe knocking the kid out but I didn't want to risk that. Shoyuta tried to explain. I know. I saw the footage. Poor boy looks like a glass sheet ready to shatter, she said. Speaking of, Tsukachi interjected, I need to ask you if you know anything more about Midoriya. I already know the situation with Hisashi and Shinso so I wanted to know if there was anything else I missed. Shoyuta nodded. I saw the giant at a fighting ring once. At that Tsukachi frowned a little so he made sure to clarify. It was at an underworld hotspot. No, I won't be telling you where it is. Why were you there? The detective asked, making the right choice by listening to his advice. Funnily enough I was looking for some information on Midoriya. I spotted a couple people in cloaks watching me, then I saw the big guy fight. He did something that reminded me of my fight with the behemoth and sure enough when I asked them about Midoriya they seemed to fit the bill for being puppets. Shoyuta summarized in deadpan. And you didn't stop them? It wasn't Midoriya, it was his puppets. Attacking them would have done nothing. I also didn't want to follow in case I was wrong, he clarified quickly. How well did they fight? Nedzu asked, finally speaking up. The question was a bit odd but he wasn't going to ask. Wasn't really a fight. Other guy couldn't even make it flinch. Thought the thing was going to kill him with how much it tossed him around. Nedzu didn't seem to like that answer. Well, no one in the room really liked it. Midoriya already seemed to be on the verge of doing something he can't take back, if not he's already done it. Arguably he might even kill accidentally with how lethal that giant was. I also learned the names of those things. Shoyuta continued. The big one's Brutus and the other, normal-sized one was called Zoe. It might have been Anna. Hisashi suggested, at which the detective nodded in agreement. Shoyuta asked what that was and the two explained that Shinso talked to Midoriya through a puppet called Anna, and after some descriptions involving height, it was believed that the two puppets were likely the same. Does Midoriya go to these fighting rings often? Questioned Tsukachi. No, according to a guy I asked, it was their first time. The detective made sure to get this all down in his notepad, asking a few more follow-up questions before saying he has nothing left to ask for now. What's happening now? Asked Shoyuta, turning to Nedzu. He already could tell what that rat was probably thinking behind those beady eyes of his. The detective answered instead. Unfortunately, in terms of finding Midoriya, not a lot. That kid is really good at hiding. We're currently looking around but haven't found much. But that's probably not what you want. Nedzu nodded. Yes. Unfortunately, due to this being more public than your attack, Aizawa, the HPSC has decided to designate the young Midoriya as being a threat that needs to be arrested. So he's a villain now? He asked, voice shaky. Not for the moment. I've pushed them back on that word, but the court of public opinion is harder to manage, the small principal said. Tsukachi spoke. We've had a conference to explain a bit of the context of the fight, but that's just led to people either being angry or confused at how a kid has managed to evade the police and heroes. Shoyuta didn't say anything else. He just felt numb. Not just him but Hisashi too. They both felt like they failed on a lot of fronts. Between the blonde losing Midoriya a year ago and him being beaten to near death, they can't both help but blame this on themselves. Not only was he right there, but he was arguably weaker due to having to have his metal protector keep him away. All he needed was a hole in that armor, some exposed fluid, and maybe the whole thing would have collapsed and Midoriya would be safe and not causing trouble. Now the kid probably had no trust in anyone and was going to be even more isolated. The room was quiet all around. There was not a lot anyone could say in such a difficult situation. All of it hinged on finding Midoriya, but no one had any idea how to accomplish that. It wasn't as if the kid was going to get any worse at hiding. No, things just felt stuck. That is, everyone except for Shuzenji and Nedzu. Well, are you just going to mope around? You need to get a head start on your rest so you can get back out there and find him, she chastised. She continued. That kid needs a home. A real one. And the only way he's going to get it is if there's someone to stop him. And the only one who can do that is you. The rat agreed. Your quirk, from what we've found, is probably the only thing that can reliably shut down those puppets, Aizawa. It'd make sense that you're the only choice to go after him. Of course you won't be alone. I'll try and push back the HPSC's decision on what Midoriya is for a while and start dusting off some laws about rehabilitation just in case. I'll even keep checking to see if I can trace him over the internet, seeing how he accessed the police database. As the two laid out what their next steps should be, Hisashi next to him began to smile. It seems we may be getting more than one kid, he whispered. You think we're adopting him? Shoyuta said back. Maybe, he said, looking at his husband. As long as you're all right with it? Shoyuta just sighed. You know, at this point he might as well. Midoriya needed help and they're right, he is going to go after him, so he might as well give the kid a good home too. He brought home before from off the street, so how hard could it be for a kid? I've already gotten one. What does two matter, he said, but despite his lack of enthusiasm, Hisashi could tell he wasn't really upset at the prospect. They'll give not just Shinso but Midoriya a place in their home. Whether it will work or not, doesn't matter. Shoyuta now had a goal, and maybe it was hastily made in retrospect, but one day he might look back on this moment and not feel an ounce of regret. Yes. This was a plan he could get behind. Hitoshi looked at his phone where he had sent at least half a dozen texts to Izuku just wanting a response, but there's been nothing. Just the constant note that he was blocked and that it was unlikely he was even reading his messages. That didn't stop him from having tried every day for the last week. Right now he was at his foster home, lying in bed late at night reading the news and anything related to Izuku. He got the update yesterday that Aizawa had woken up from his coma and Hitoshi was so grateful for it. He felt awful when he heard what happened from Hisashi when asked and couldn't help feeling like he could have done more. Not in protecting Aizawa but in helping Izuku. He knew there was something strange going on with him. He knew he lived alone, rarely ate, and a whole other red flags he should have looked into. But he didn't, and the reason was clear. He was scared of losing the only friend he had. He never wanted to push into learning more about his friend who clearly didn't want to be known further than his first name and voice. Especially after learning more and more about him passively, he knew if he pried there was a good chance he would leave and Hitoshi would be all alone. Left in a foster home that had parents who didn't love and back to school where none of the students liked him, cared about him and even heard him. He didn't want that. And now he's paying for it. He didn't know who Izuku was truly, or why he ran the second he saw the pro-heroes, but he knew from his perspective, he betrayed him. Even though Hitoshi didn't do anything wrong by just being around Hisashi and Aizawa, he knew that from him asking about Sunday at 2 and trying to meet him in person. He'd think it was a setup too. And it seemed he couldn't convince him to trust him again, no matter what he sent. No matter how hard he tried to explain how it was all a misunderstanding. Hisashi was also asking him for his phone because they could maybe trace Izuku's number, but he was afraid of not getting it back and losing any chance of speaking to him again. Yamada Hisashi, hey Shinso. Just checking in. To know how you're doing. Yamada Hisashi, Sho has been doing better and says hi BTW. Yamada Hisashi, Shinso? Shinsu Hitoshi, I'm fine. Thank you. Yamada Hisashi, great. Just wanted to let you know. As well, we're almost through the paperwork for foster care. Yamada Hisashi, that is if you still want it? That's right. He still had that to unpack. The fact that 2 pro-heroes want to take him in. The fact that anyone wants him at all was a lot. If he wasn't already emotionally drained, he might have smiled a little. Of course he still wants it. Even though he's only known Hisashi for a month and Aizawa for a day, he felt happier with them than any adult he's been cared by. The thing was, he was still unsure whether or not they were really going to like him once they'd been around him long enough. He's never had a long-term friendship with anyone but Izuku, and look how that ended up. How was he so sure he wasn't going to screw this up and hurt these 2 who wanted to foster him? It felt like something he didn't deserve, and he hadn't earned the right to just go off and have a happy life whilst his friend was probably scared and confused. It felt wrong and evil. But what would Izuku think? A small voice in his head whispered. He'd probably tell him to go. Aizawa and Hisashi seemed to be good people, and Izuku knew how much he wanted foster parents who cared for him. He knew Izuku cared for him, between the tutoring, the outings they've gone on, all that food he bought, and even sometimes clothes. And of course there's the teachers. He didn't need to do that. Didn't need to risk being exposed, even though that isn't a bad thing, which he knew was the last thing he wanted. He did all of that for Hitoshi, and maybe he wouldn't now, but he knew that if Izuku just understood that this was a misunderstanding, he'd probably tell him to do it. Shinsu Hitoshi, yeah. If it's not a problem. Yamada Hisashi, Shinso, it is not a problem. At all. We'd be happy to have you. Yamada Hisashi, me and Sho are still doing the paperwork, but hopefully it should be done soon. Let you know more when it happens. It seemed that was that. He was going to live with the Yamadas. The Aizawas? He knew the 2 were married, but they didn't seem to take the other's last name. Maybe it's to do with hero work, or they're attached to those names or something. Anyway, now he can focus on everything else. He still had summer and he didn't want to stop training. Not because he wanted a distraction, or maybe he did, but mostly because if he wanted to help Izuku, he needed to be strong. He knew they'd probably not let him help, but that wasn't going to stop him. This was something good. This was a plan he could do. New child villain defeats 2 heroes. Escapes, leaving the hero's competence in question. Last Sunday afternoon, a fight had broken out between the pro-hero Death Arms and another underground hero who will not be identified and referred to as Hero A. The fight occurred in the middle of the street between Block 5 and 4 in Muzutafu, where multiple bystanders recorded the heroes attacking a metal man carrying a small child. According to a police conference released the following Tuesday, the child involved had a puppeteering quirk that was controlling the metal man. He was also revealed during that conference to be one Midoriya Izuku, aged 7. According to Police Chief Tsuragami, the child had been declared missing over a year ago after an incident involving a hotel fire. Sure enough, our research had found that a burning of a hotel over a year ago was indeed related to the child, with the death of his mother, Midoriya Inko, with his father, Midoriya Hisashi, believed to be a prime suspect. From what our sources claim, no arrests were made as they failed to locate Midoriya Hisashi, and there are even speculations that he has relations with the Dragon's Roar, a large criminal gang that is based all over Tokyo. This has led to some speculation of the younger Midoriya being affiliated with the Roar, but was disproven in the same conference by Tsuragami when it was explained that the 7-year-old was believed to be acting alone. When questioned on the reasons for the chase and not simply attempting to talk to the child, it was responded with the revelation that Midoriya Izuku, using his quirk, is a prime suspect in the Fright Night incident over a month ago where several teachers from Aldera Elementary were stalked and traumatized by an unidentified monster. In the end, this behemoth wasn't caught, but there have been reports of an altercation between the monster and a pro-hero before their disappearance. This has led to many outcries over why the heroes have not captured Midoriya yet, with many saying the dangers of the child controlling such a dangerous creature. Not just that, but during the altercation on Sunday, the child had not only defeated, through their quirk, not just the pro-hero Death Arms but almost killed Hero A after they had pulled Midoriya from the Metal Man before being crushed by it. Reportedly, Hero A was put into critical condition by Midoriya and had fallen into a coma that he has yet to awaken from. Ultimately, there have been outcries over this child villain and how the heroes, despite it having been a year since his disappearance, had failed to locate and capture Midoriya before he became a threat, with many quirk analysts noting the dangerous power of his quirk should it be used for more evil. Izuku had barely moved in the last week, only getting up on occasion to go to the bathroom, drink and eat scarcely. He was holding on to the small plush Hitoshi one at the arcade of a yellow dog and barely did anything but stare at the wall and occasionally look at his phone to see Hitoshi trying to talk to him. He also knew that Anna was fired from her job because of him not ordering her to go in, but it's not as if he needed money right now. He didn't know what he wanted right now. He's already wept his heart out over all of it. Not only was Hitoshi with the man who chased him a year ago, but he was also with Eraserhead. If that wasn't him plotting behind his back, then what was it? What else could it be? He asked him over that day when those two would be around. Not only that, but he was attacked too. By both of those pro-heroes. When he lost his grip on Brutus, he panicked, and before he knew it, the hero was bleeding on the floor and there were screams all around. Now they were calling him a villain, and honestly, now they weren't wrong. He's definitely going to go to jail if he gets caught, and he doesn't know what to do. Not only did he have to worry about Hisashi, but now the pro-heroes too, and the stress was starting to freak him out. "What am I going to do?" he whispered. Not meant for anyone but maybe Anna, who was standing next to the bed. Brutus was at the door, blocking it in case someone broke in. There really was nothing. He felt lonelier than ever and the walls felt like they were crashing in. He just wanted to hide further and further, but every time he did he kept feeling lonelier and lonelier. It's only a matter of time. Now Hisashi knows I'm alive, and he stared at his phone and thought about many things. How the root of his problems was that he was always afraid and always hiding. It made him tired, alone, and from the looks of things, evil. He hated it. So maybe he should just stop. Turn himself in and put an end to this. Finally just stop and let the world take him. But the fears were too strong. He almost killed a pro-hero and it was disturbingly exhilarating. It disgusted Izuku a lot and it made him scared of what he was becoming. Maybe he is a villain, just like Hisashi. Maybe he could only be truly happy as one. He knows that he's being hypocritical with all he's done for Hitoshi, but this isn't about quirks, it's about actions. 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 Action. To do something. But has he really done anything that wasn't done in panic or defense? Maybe that was his problem. The whole time Izuku has been hiding away from Hisashi, that maybe. He beat pro-heroes not once but twice. Not one but two, and is still here to tell the tale outside of bars. He thought ages ago when he first started that maybe one day he could be strong enough to fight Hisashi and bring him to justice himself. Maybe now was the time. To take the fight to him before he took it from him. Beat him down before he could find him and stop him once and for all. Kill him and... No. Izuku said aloud, surprising himself. He wasn't going to kill Hisashi. He was sure. Killing was a line he knew he was dancing with, but he didn't want to cross it and become just like him. He wasn't that monster. But maybe he could be one anyway. He already had experience stalking. He had experience fighting. Maybe he could become a monster that could hunt down him and stop him finally. For himself and Mama. Izuku looked up at his computer. He remembered that guy, Jiren, was an information broker. Maybe if he paid him enough, he could find Hisashi. He stepped up and settled next to his computer, and with that both Anna and Brutus spurred to action, grabbing a pair of cloaks and heading out. Maybe he could learn a lot and do something crazy and be brave, not because he believed in someone else but because he believed in himself. Yes. This was a plan he could get behind. The streets were dead quiet around the old factory. It was the middle of the night and it rested in the lonelier parts of town, so of course there wasn't a sound. Despite that, though, the people inside the rotting building didn't allow their workers out for smoke breaks or even some fresh air. This was an expensive operation where Trigger was being produced by the batch load, and though the Dragon's Roar typically didn't care who found their operations, this one had a lot of money behind it. Which is maybe why there were so many criminals watching the streets and patrolling the place either by foot or camera. One of those guys, Saisatsu, was currently in the furthest room in the building in what was the foreman's office but was now his. He was here late to look through if the production quota was met and logged that information away to be sent back to the heads. He wanted to be up there someday, become one of those mysterious dragon heads and not have to lift a finger whilst an army of goons did all the work for him. Well, he was still doing that now, but at least up there he'd get a high-rise building and not some crummy factory. Honestly though, he has been on edge recently. Typically heroes would knock out about 2 operations of the Dragon's Roar in a fortnight, but this week alone there's been 2 and it's making the whole gang antsy. Communication has always been loose with the dragon, so there wasn't much that can be said about why these raids are happening more often this week. Maybe there's a snitch feeding the heroes information and will probably get sniffed out sooner or later. After all, the Dragon's Roar was structured in a way that made it harder for rats to exist without being caught. Hell, he didn't, and probably many other operations, know their places were being raided until it made the news. That's how little communication there was between the higher-ups and the grunts. Saisatsu in particular fell on either side. Whilst he was sure he was higher up because he's had more talks with the real heads over letters, emails, phone calls, whatever was the communication method that week, he was still out there in the thick of it. Naturally, he knew he was a bigger target as any information on those mysterious heads was better than none. So yeah, patrols doubled and that's meant pays doubled too to the large, balding man's hate. He knew good, loyal men had deeper pockets and he wasn't about to risk being forced to fight heroes alone just because he got stingy. Anyway, besides all of that there was one more thing he needed to do, and another reason for all of the security. There was a client coming who wanted to take a huge batch of trigger and they only wanted to visit at night. Made sense, most business dealings were done at night. What didn't was the fact they were apparently coming alone. Typically they'd have an entourage for these kinds of deals. This wasn't a representative either, it was the same guy who made the call. He took a look at a monitor to the side of the room showing footage of the place. He should be expecting them to arrive soon, so he straightened his suit, practiced his sleaziest smile and made sure the horn coming out of his face like a rhino's was polished. Right on the dot, a cloaked figure walked across the street from the factory and stepped inside the gates after they were unlocked by a guard. Saisatsu couldn't see who they were because of the cloak, but it seemed they were thin and average-sized. A part of him didn't like that, he preferred to know who he was looking at before the meeting started. He monitored the cameras and watched the figure carefully as they met with a guard who radioed to him that "She's here." That was a bit odd. He could have sworn the buyer was a man, but if they gave the right signal then maybe he misheard the buyer. The woman was escorted through the factory and straight to his office where she sat down on the chair across from him that the guard pulled out. Needed to keep things cordial when there could be hundreds of thousands of yen on the line here. "Hello," greeted Saisatsu in his deep, heavy voice, "it is a pleasure to meet you. The name is Saisatsu. And what might be yours?" The cloaked figure was silent for a moment and he was irked a little. Not by the silence but the fact she was still cloaked. He really didn't like doing business with someone he couldn't see. "Zoe," the figure whispered. The voice was quiet and nearly digital. It was probably a voice changer, he guessed, and it wasn't the first time a client came with one. Those were usually the ones he hated the most. "Well, Zoe, do you want me to take your cloak? It must be stuffy under there," he suggested. The figure just shook their head, and that was even worse than if they just said no. But he can keep his cool for a little bit. "Well, let's get to business then," the large man uttered. "I know you are here for our latest batch of trigger. Am I right in remembering you said you wanted all of it?" "Yes," she responded succinctly. "Wonderful," he clapped his hands together and rubbed them. "Now typically our batches come up to about 500 vials, is that enough for what you need it for? Is 500 your usual batch, or can you make more?" the figure uttered. Saisatsu let loose a wider smile. "Of course. And of course for that our rates are higher. How many did you have in mind?" 1,000. "Are these really Dragon's Roar quality?" she asked without missing a beat. "We can certainly push ourselves to do 1,000. Saisatsu stated. "As for the quality, I can assure you, every vial guarantees at least 25 to 30 minutes of pure power in your veins." "Can I confirm this?" Zoe questioned. "You should know you don't sample trigger." The woman seemed to go quiet at that but seemed to accept it. After a conversation about the price and some negotiations over how the stuff would be transported, he decided to find out more about his customer. He knows he shouldn't pry, but it's important to know who you're talking with. "Are you planning to resell this trigger yourself?" he asked. Zoe seemed to still. "No. It's planned to be used in an operation." "What kind?" "Infiltration," she simply said. "Awful lot of drags for an infiltration." "Where are you attacking?" "Tartarus," he said jokingly. But when the woman went silent he felt he might have hit right on the nail. He couldn't tell though, cloak and all, but he definitely felt he hit something. Before he could say more though, the power went out. What? Saisatsu said as he stood up. Zoe did the same. What happened? She asked. Might have been a power outage and he took out his radio. He called over the comms and it seemed everyone was alright, though there was one voice that came through he didn't recognize. And if Saisatsu is anything, he gets paranoid when it comes to things he doesn't know. Who is that on line 3? He ordered. The guy didn't say anything and all alarms were run at the factory. The intercom was down, so he settled with the radio, commanding all of his men to move towards the main factory floor that he can see through the office's window. He watched as all of his men gathered there, barring some, whilst Zoe asked if there was something wrong. Some heroes might be lurking around here, he grumbled. We'll be fine up here. Eventually the emergency power kicked in and the lights were on in a dim orange glow. The men all huddled together as the factory was now dead silent besides the hum of machines. Then came the sound of something distant, crushing, footsteps. Heavy footsteps that seemed to be omnipresent and no source other than everywhere, somewhere in the dark. A few of the 36 men started to sweat at that, as though they weren't sure where the footsteps were coming from. They were getting close. Thundering, now mechanical sounding steps growing louder. All of them were armed with either knives, fists or quirks as they kept together as the sound of walking got heavier and louder until it felt like they were right next to them. The echoing of the large factory didn't help, but suddenly those steps stopped. Where are they? One guy whispered. It was the only sound now before a loud crack in the ground as the basement opened up beneath them to a giant hulking metal man pulled itself from under. At least a couple of people had fallen in, lost underground as the rest spun around to fight. The metal man had hollowed eye sockets with black pouring like tears, like they were crying. A few of the men stumbled back at the mangled metal giant and watched as it took out a long metal pole and swung it wide, hitting at least 5 different people in the face with a loud crack and sending them hurtling away. Several of the thugs charged, stabbing into the thing, expecting the metal to pierce, but it didn't. One guy tried to jump back, but his head was grabbed by the metal thing and he was swung like a weapon against anyone else who didn't get out of its range. A loud clash of metal rang out as a man with barbs for hair slashed at the big guy before. With frightening speeds, he was hurled into a wall and crashed into a few boxes of ingredients. Another reached out to place their fingers on the back of the giant but was kicked painfully without it even looking, and he crashed into another thug. About a third of the guards were down and not getting back up as the rest circled the giant. One man, with light green hair, called out to everyone to get back and breathed out a toxic green gas that overwhelmed the giant. How's that? He screamed before through the smoke a fist slammed him to the ground with broken teeth. A whip made of lightning latched onto that fist and soon translucent hands latched onto its other, dropping the metal pole. The thugs shouted to attack, but in an audible click, gas started to spill out of the thing's eyes and mouth, filling the area with this dark green mist. As some who ran too close breathed it in, they suddenly felt gigglish and calm as their adrenaline nose dived before they could reach the giant. That gave it enough time to grab the lighting whip and pull its user over to be grabbed by the neck and used to bash off the hands restricting its other arm. They were then thrown to the user with that hand quirk, and the rest kept fighting as this giant just kept taking down man after man with seemingly no effort. Fing heroes. Saisatsu swore. Don't recognize him, so he must be underground. He'd been watching the entire fight and expecting to see more heroes but didn't. As for Zoe, he assumed she was watching with him, but when he turned around, he saw her messing with his desk and cabinets. What the hell are you? You're with them, he reasoned as he charged towards the woman. His horn was aimed towards her chest and seemed to pierce through it, but before Saisatsu could celebrate, he realized it was a lure and was now blinded by her cloak. His hand reached up to rip the thing off only to find Zoe gone from where he saw her. Where did you dash? A zap of electricity flowed through him, causing him to grit his teeth before he was forced to the ground, twitching at the shock. He was still conscious though, and looked up to see a disfigured woman who looked more like a puppet than a person. She had one eye that didn't move or blink, the other one hollowed like the giant's with more black paint drawn on it in the shape of tears. They had a long cattle prod that sparked in their hands and smoked a little from the flesh that it just seared. The creature delivered a kick to Saisatsu's face and collected her cloak, ignoring the hole in it for now, and continued to rummage through the cabinets. Meanwhile the metal giant was almost through with the thugs, having just used one as a shield against someone with an ice quirk. I can't let this happen, thought Saisatsu. I've worked too hard to be taken out now, I'll have to. Anna was thumbing through the documents, Izuku taking screenshots of every one to be looked at later. All the while he controlled Brutus, who only had a few people left to dispatch. He needed to hurry up soon. The fighting had been loud, and although it was a relatively deserted area, someone had started to call the police. He stopped them by redirecting their call to somewhere else, but it's only a matter of time. The doll was almost through the documents and the giant was almost through the people, even that guy with the horn mutation who he was warned about. It's why he made sure to not be conservative with the cattle prod. He didn't know what his quirk fully was and he wasn't going to gamble on it. But before Anna could get through the last documents, suddenly she was lifted by her leg and thrown through the window towards Brutus, who managed to catch her before she crashed to the ground. Back at the office, a hulking figure pulled itself from the shattered glass. With a gray hide and a much larger horn, his suit was shredded to reveal a man much larger than before. He must have used trigger. Izuku reasoned, seeing the small needle in the hulking man's hand. "I will destroy you punks," the man roared as he leapt down and charged towards the two dolls, concrete cracking with each thunderous step. Anna ran, looking to hide. She isn't built for fighting, at least not directly. Brutus on the other hand. Izuku recalled a hero, Great Quake, and ordered Brutus to get into a stance not unlike a sumo wrestler and prepared to meet the rhino. The man was on all fours, roaring and growling as the two giants clashed into each other. The sound of creaking metal was heard as Brutus was shoved back a few feet, still holding onto the shoulders of the man to stop him. The rhino let out another roar and swung his horn into the giant's head, but was stopped last second by Anna kicking the side of his face and hopping onto his back. She stabbed the cattle prod into the beast, this time where his spine would be, in the hopes of paralyzing him. They lurched and cried before bucking wildly, sending Anna off and crashing into a couple boxes. He'd also broken free from Brutus and drove the horn into the giant's chest, sending him hurling back a few feet as well. A hole was now present on the front of his body, exposing some muscle in the form of spinal liquid twisted like moss to hold the doll together. Brutus isn't strong enough to stop him on his own, but Anna's cattle prod isn't powerful enough to stop him quickly. Izuku thought as he started looking online for anything on rhinos and weaknesses. Unfortunately, it's either brute strength or a killing blow, but there was a mention about the underbelly. It'd make sense, he's moving on all fours instead of running. He's preserving his weaker underside, the boy reasoned. Saisatsu was still reeling from the shock, which gave Izuku enough time to order both Brutus and Anna to take out their recovery drinks. The spinal fluid couldn't regenerate once it's inside the doll and can only be redone if Izuku re-injected them, at least, not unless he did something interesting. Both of the dolls took out a plastic bottle filled with Izuku's spinal fluid and poured it into their empty eye sockets, absorbing the liquid into their bodies and replenishing what was lost from the crashes. Now, how do I get Anna to shock his underside? The boy thought as he looked around the room with Anna, whilst Brutus kept his eye on the rhino who was recovering. There, and she ran. Saisatsu turned to the doll as she ran in his direction and he was about to chase her down, but Brutus got to him first, ramming into the beast and knocking it down, but not enough to topple him over. Concrete crunched as the rhino held his ground and with one hand, grabbed the giant and lifted him up to skewer him on his horn. Brutus reacted fast though and slammed down with both hands onto his head, earning an explosive yell before a sudden gas released by the giant's eyes left the rhino blurry-eyed and teary. "Agur!" Saisatsu yelled. "I'll rip you apart for that." He dropped the giant, who immediately ran behind the rhino and slammed into the back of his knee, dropping him slightly as he gained more distance. The hulking man, tearing up a bit from the gas and having a hard time seeing, spins around to see a blurry image of the giant. The rhino slammed the ground with his fists and roared as he charged towards the blurry giant, with more force than he ever showed and almost shaking the building with every step. The police were definitely on their way now, and heroes too. Thankfully, the battle is almost over. Brutus got into the sumo stance again and took the force head-on, metal creaking heavily, but he didn't get pushed back. For this he needed to tank him fully. The hands definitely needed a touch-up again, but that was for later, as just like before, the rhino was held by the shoulders, who was on all fours as he tried to push forward to no avail. "I'll rip you both apart. I'll tear you to pieces," he yelled in the giant's face, and Izuku would be scared if he didn't see what Anna was doing. "You'll be dash." A powerful shock ran through his body's underside, electricity pouring through as Anna, in the hole that Brutus made during his entrance, poked her prod through to stop him from below. The rhino was bigger than Brutus, so he wouldn't fall into the hole provided he lure him right, and because of the tear gas in his face, watering his eyes, he didn't notice it either. The man seized as lightning flowed through him, fighting the urge to fall unconscious, but because of the shock, Brutus had enough room to let go of Saisatsu and deliver a final powerful slam to the rhino's face, cracking the horn and knocking the man out entirely. He collapsed, just as distant sirens ran out, forcing the two to leave early. Brutus hopped down the hole after Anna and the two rushed through the basement, out a door and into the darkness of night. Izuku watched through cameras whilst the police surrounded the building and rushed in, some underground heroes hopping in through the roof to see the mess he caused as he made sure that none of them saw the dolls leave. Once the coast was clear, they made it back home and rested whilst the boy pored over the documents. It had been several months since Izuku declared war on the Dragon's Roar. Of course they didn't know that at first, but definitely now they were aware someone was targeting them. He's knocked out 3 of their operations in 1 week, far faster than the heroes, but that tends to happen when you don't care about red tape. Before now though, he mostly looked to build up money either through fighting rings with Brutus or stealing stuff with Anna. Not stuff as in robbing banks, but mostly getting documents and data from companies he was commissioned to target. He needed the money to improve his stuff, getting a better computer, better cybersecurity, and of course improving Anna and Brutus. A lot of Brutus stuff was between getting him better and scarier armor and that gas emitter in his skull. So far, Izuku's jumped between using nitrous oxide and tear gas to attack with to make big group fights like that easier. The armor though was mostly just having an actual blowtorch to weld instead of a hammer. Anna was a lot more simpler. Besides getting a more flexible mannequin for her body to make her more lifelike, the cattle prod was also a thing he realized he needed after a job stealing information led to him beating a man with a fire extinguisher. The voice box was also good at getting her into places, just like tonight. Of course, all these upgrades were done by each other and not by Izuku. He's gotten weaker, especially with the fluid recovery drinks he's made. That and the fact his appetite was non-existent to the point he's had to set a reminder for him to eat or he'll die. Maybe he was becoming self-destructive, maybe he just doesn't like to eat. Who can say? A therapist? No. Nonsense, Izuku doesn't need one when beating people up was more therapeutic than anything. But that was at the back of his mind right now. Because for the moment, he had something else to deal with, that being these documents and the fact that he didn't get all of them. Indeed, the Dragon's communication network was confusing, on purpose of course, with different methods of talking and even different ways of delivering those messages. Thankfully, this guy, Saisatsu, kept good notes, so he was piggybacking off of them, but only to a point when he realized something in one image. There was a file that was only partially captured that mentioned something about a meetup with a head. Why was it partially captured? Because of the next picture that showed Anna being tossed through a window. I need to get that document. The police will have collected it by now, but it's only a matter of time before someone loses it. It wasn't that the police themselves would destroy the documents, but Izuku could tell that the Dragon's Roar didn't get this far without someone in the police force to cover their tracks. Not unlike Izuku unless you count the fights where he's been leaving hints of his presence. He wanted Hisashi to know he's coming. However, this of course had an annoying effect. Izuku looked at the cameras of the factory again and saw that countless guys were being led out, the rhino having to be moved in a metal vest and a stretcher. There were also a few news vans outside, probably due to the loud roaring, who were reporting on the scene. None of that bothered him. What did though was the man who just dropped in, hiding away from the media. Eraserhead. For some reason the man showed up to every site he was on. Sure, he was on his case, but so were other heroes, but he would always be there and the fastest too. Izuku didn't like it. He probably wanted to get his revenge on him for almost killing him. That's the only logical reasoning behind that. Not to mention he found out in some records that they had tested his erasure quirk on that water bottle he left in the hotel, and sure enough, as Izuku theorized, it caused the liquid to fail. He must really want to get back at me, the boy thought. An assumption he would come to be wrong about. Shoyuta was currently rushing over rooftops towards the more dead side of Muzutafu. He had gotten a call from Tsukachi that there had been another raid done by Midoriya. A cloak that looked like it belonged to the giant doll, Brutus, was discovered on site. He hopped down into the street, where there was a massive arrest of villains probably from in the factory, and quickly rushed past the perimeter of the scene to avoid the press. He wasn't camera shy, but rather being an underground hero meant he was naturally someone who didn't do well in the spotlight, either for personal or professional reasons. Once inside, the factory within was smashed up. Broken crates, machinery, and even what appeared to be a hole in the floor that led to the basement. The lights were off too, but they flickered on as he stepped in. He quickly noticed the detective he was searching for in an office overlooking the factory floor. "Detective," he greeted, hopping in through the shattered window. "Eraserhead," he greeted back. Shoyuta noticed that he was looking through some recordings on a monitor of what seemed to be some kind of fight. "Is that why you called?" "No, I've just been looking through this footage now. Thankfully the cameras ran on the backup generator," he explained. "The power was cut?" Shoyuta questioned. "Yeah. As you can see, we just got it back on," he said, motioning to the lights. "As for this footage, it's clearly Midoriya's puppets at work." He watched the footage too of what seemed to be both the big puppet, Brutus he recalled, beating up villain after villain without rest, seeming to release gas as well to disorientate them. Meanwhile, an office camera for this room showed the other doll, Anna, going through documents right behind the head villain's back. He then proceeded to watch as the main guy used trigger to boost his strength and fight the two puppets. them fighting back with impressive tactical thinking, playing to their strong suits as well. It was impressive, if he didn't get a bit shaky at the end watching the final punch by the giant into the man's nose. Is he dash? Yes, said Tsukachi. He's fine. A concussion definitely, but thankfully Midoriya held back enough. Shoyuta then proceeded to watch the puppets both leave through the hole they made seconds before a pro hero came in through the roof. Then heading out an emergency exit and vanishing beyond the camera's views into the night. We tried following on any other cameras but they all went down once they got outside. Tsukachi stated. We've also learned that someone tried calling us earlier on 119 but the call was interrupted. The pro hero nodded as he thought through how this has been the third attack on a Dragon's Roar operation this week. After Midoriya was exposed to the world, he hid and went silent for months. Even at the darkest theater he didn't show, or at least if he did, he made sure to avoid him. Shoyuta had tried to, with Nezu's help, track the phone number he used to talk with Hitoshi but nothing came of it, the number reaching a dead end. However, he has heard whispers of Midoriya. The Brutus puppet isn't subtle, and given how he was captured on film, anyone who'd see the giant would know that that beast was actually being puppeted by a child. So he knew the kid was still around, at least in Tokyo. He also knew he did infiltration and stealing from part of his findings. None of this however ever led to Shoyuta even seeing neither hide nor hair of Midoriya, or his puppets. That didn't mean he was going to stop. He needed to do this. For Hisashi, who's been eager to get that green bean home safe, and for sure, Hitoshi, who wants to see his friend safe and happy. But he won't lie and say he isn't frustrated, at least until this week when these attacks came in. It was clear the kid was leaving hints it was him, probably for the dragons or rather his father. That was something that scared Shoyuta. The kid was clearly going on a revenge hunt, and people who do that normally don't come back happy. Not to mention the fear that he might get hurt or worse, killed. Hopefully with his revenge tour he'll get sloppy and Nezu will finally be able to track him down through his camera, the ones in the puppets he means. Their plan was simple. Apprehend a puppet, take out its wireless camera and use it to trace back to Midoriya before the kid can cover his tracks. Now taking down those puppets was a different story. He definitely couldn't fight the giant on his own without getting creative, so his best option was the smaller one. As long as he could get that one alone, he'd be able to beat them. It's why he's been going to these scenes. Both the giant and the doll were fighting, and if Shoyuta could just join them in the middle of a fight, the giant might be distracted enough to give him a chance to snatch the other away. But it seemed tonight was a bust. They got away before he could get there, but at the very least he should check to see what they took. Do you know what they were looking for in the documents? Besides obviously Hisashi? More operations. But we couldn't find much as usual after raiding a dragon's operation. Tsukachi explained, then paused as he went to the desk. Except for this. What he showed him was a simple message in an envelope marked as being received last night. An invitation to a meeting that mentions a lot about the higher-ups. The address was clear and so was the timing. It seemed Saisatsu, the man who this was for, didn't burn it in time, the detective assumed. Did Midoriya see this? Shoyuta questioned, looking over the document. Part of it. On camera the puppet reading the documents was thrown out before they could fully see it. Midoriya might have enough though, he theorized. The pro hero set down the envelope and made a mental note of the meetup date. It was soon, and given how it mentioned needing to be burned, after reading the very bottom, Shoyuta was sure they wouldn't know they were coming. It also meant there was a chance, no, he was going to be there. The question was, did Midoriya have that information yet? Shoyuta looked through the footage again, going to the part where the puppet looked at the documents. The screen was grainy, but he could see that most of the document was covered by another, but it showed clearly what it was for. Everything except the date and place, which were at the bottom of the document. We could use this, uttered the pro hero. How? Asked Tsukachi. Midoriya didn't get the important parts of the document. If I spread the word underground that I'm willing to trade it, the kid will bite, he planned. The detective's eyebrows furrowed at that. Are you saying you want to leak documents confiscated by the police to the underground? Not leak. Just spread the word that I have something that Midoriya wants, he clarified. The kid is smart enough to know exactly what it is if he notices the document. Tsukachi seemed to think that through before seeming to accept it. As long as nothing actually gets out, that's fine. We need to keep this top secret. I know there's going to be a leak if we hold this information carelessly. I'll take it home then, the pro hero decided, taking the envelope and tucking it away in his scarf. The detective agreed. It was safer in the hands of a pro than in the police station. Whenever they've gotten intel like this in the past, it's always ended up misplaced and missing. The two went their separate ways, and Shoyuta went on to continue his patrol and Tsukachi to finish the factory. Hitoshi was up late again in the living room. watching TV whilst absent-mindedly petting Dot on his lap. He was nervous about tomorrow and what it would bring. Actually, it was already tomorrow, but that isn't what mattered. What did was he couldn't sleep and needed something to take his mind off everything. After being taken in by Shoyuta and Hisashi, he was pulled out of Aldera. That being for two reasons. One was of course the bullying he received, making things hard for him to just be a kid, but the other was the fact that, not just the school but the schools altogether were closed down for the year. Even though Izuku hasn't said anything to Hitoshi over the phone, he still has. He did release a massive bombshell of a file online showing footage recorded over 10 days of the goings-ons in all three of the schools. Between the bullying, the unfair treatment by the teachers and the rampant discrimination, the education board had fired most of the leadership and was restructuring the school to be better. It also didn't help that his new caretakers used their connections to hammer and further the damage and make sure the school's board was fired and had their teaching licenses revoked. All the while Hitoshi kept getting that bug in the back of his mind telling him that everyone was doing too much for the likes of him. But that still didn't answer the question on why he was so nervous. Well, the answer was simple: he was going to a new school tomorrow. A private one meant for the kids of heroes, which he is of too. He was afraid of going, both because he didn't have Izuku to help him but also because the private school, Sumai, was meant for rich kids and he was not at all exposed to that kind of culture. And it wasn't as if he could ask for anything different. He can't, he's scared too. He likes both Hisashi and Shoyuta and he doesn't want to burden them any more than he already has. He can't be greedy, no matter how much Hisashi says it's alright to call them his dads. It just feels too soon to tell he's really here to stay. Speaking of their relationship, he's had a hard time adjusting to the two of them. Not because they were difficult, the problem was they weren't. They were attentive, caring, friendly, and it was something Hitoshi was not used to. He wasn't used to waking up in a spacious room, smelling fresh pancakes meant for him. He liked it, but it felt like something was wrong with that. He knew he had self-esteem issues, but knowing that didn't mean they went away. Of course he's been to therapy with that, but it doesn't stop him from pushing people away out of habit. Suddenly, the back door opened. It was the middle of the night, so this should be a cause for concern if Hitoshi hadn't gotten used to seeing Shoyuta come in after patrol. The pro hero just looked at him and a small sigh left his mouth as he greeted him. Nervous about tomorrow? Yeah. Hitoshi answered with a yawn back. Shoyuta hummed at that response and took off his scarf. He then pulled out an envelope of some kind from it that he brought with him upstairs to his office. The purple-haired boy thought that was it until he came back in and went to the kitchen, the sound of the coffee maker turning on. He comes out 3 minutes later with 2 cups and hands one over to him. It was black coffee and he immediately took a sip, ignoring the burning that came from it being fresh, as the hero plopped down not next to him but on an armchair. The TV was still on in the background, going on about some news about a factory raid. The man sat there for a moment, drank a sip of coffee, before turning to Hitoshi and with a bland tone just asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" "Couldn't have asked me that before you handed me the coffee," the boy said. Shoyuta took another sip. Harder to say no. Of course it was, Hitoshi thought. Shoyuta was aware of his constant self-guilt, so forcing him to tell him what's on his mind by bribing him with coffee was an obvious move. "And also I was tired," he added, both of them knowing that being tired didn't mean they could sleep. "Well, thanks," Hitoshi answered, both of them taking sips of their drink. After a small beat went by, Shoyuta looked up to chat with him. "So want to talk about tomorrow or not?" Hitoshi was quiet for a moment before he decided to speak up. "I was nervous about school." Shoyuta hummed. "So am I." "You are?" Hitoshi was a bit surprised. Does Shoyuta think he won't be alright with the new school? Or was he nervous about Hitoshi causing trouble, or? "I'm talking about my new job, kid," he clarified, noticing Hitoshi's slight spiral. "Oh," Hitoshi sighed, a bit relieved. "Why are you nervous?" "I'm not a people person, in case you haven't noticed," he started. "I'm afraid of messing up the next generation of heroes. I have the training, yeah, but the experience is non-existent. I don't even know if I'm doing things right by you even." "I think you are, you've done a lot for me." Hitoshi tried to correct. "Thanks for the glowing review," he said simply. "What about you?" The boy took a longer sip of coffee, thinking of what to say. "I'm scared of things being the same in Sumai, just without Izuku this time to help." "I'd say you're doing fine with learning, but that's probably not what's bothering you," he guessed correctly. "I don't know if they'll get scared of my quirk or not." Hitoshi worried. Shoyuta sat there for a moment, watching the TV. It was the newscast of the factory. They'd already found out it wasn't the heroes who did the raid and are speculating. A press conference is probably going to have to be released on that, given the frequency of these raids on dragons going up. He knows things would look bad if they said Midoriya did this. Nedzu was already keeping back the HPSC from declaring him a villain, even though this would technically be vigilante work. They could just chalk it up to villains fighting villains for territory. He's getting distracted. Hitoshi asked him a question and he needed to answer it. He switched off the TV so he wouldn't get distracted again. Kid, I hate to say this, but someone somewhere will be scared of you. It's only logical, he finally answered. But it's never about a popularity contest. Do you want to be a hero? Hitoshi nodded. Want to be an underground hero? He asked. Another nod came from the boy. I don't really see myself dealing well with cameras and autographs, even though Hisashi makes it look easy on the radio. Yeah, that cockatoo loves chirping away all day, he joked in a slightly amused tone. But seriously, you probably don't need me to tell you that you need a bunch of friends to be happy. Even one can mean everything. He knew he was drawing a parallel there with Midoriya, but he didn't want to say anything and let the kid come to his own conclusion. That's what some of the teacher training he got from Nedzu said. Hitoshi took in the advice. Shoyuta was right, there wasn't a lot he could do to make people like him. There's always going to be someone who's scared, or angry, or mean about his quirk. It's logical as he put it. But what happens if that's everyone? What if everyone is all those things and no one will give him a chance? Hitoshi, do you really think me, Zashi and Midoriya are the only ones in the world who don't see your quirk as villainous? Shoyuta argued, seeing his inner turmoil. And no, he stuttered, startled at being so easily seen through. Then find yourself a friend. At least one. Sumai isn't like Aldera. Never been myself, but I have a friend whose brother goes there and he says things are good there. Shoyuta argued softly. Hitoshi nodded and accepted that challenge. If not for himself but to keep that promise to Shoyuta. He wanted to find a friend. He wasn't going to give up on Izuku though, far from it. However, seeing as his mind is there. Have you found anything new on Izuku? He asked, knowing he can't say much if there really is something. Yeah. Just tonight, he turned on the TV where the report was still on. That was him. Izuku attacked a factory? What was he doing there? Looking for anything to lead him to his father. Shoyuta explained. Hitoshi already knew about Izuku's situation. Hisashi had killed his mom and tried to kidnap him for his quirk, at least that's what he assumed. After he was taken in, Hisashi and Shoyuta explained everything to him so he didn't feel like his feelings weren't being considered. Is he trying to kill him? He asked, because of course that's a valid assumption. Maybe. I can't tell, he answered. Is it to do with that envelope you put in your office? He questioned whilst studying the man's reaction. Shoyuta never showed much emotion besides utter deadpan, a smile whenever he was doing something with Hisashi or even him, or when he was focused on some work. The man just wasn't emotive, but when he was asked that question he got the ever so slight twinge of what could only be surprise. You're not to touch it, he ordered. Or anything in my office for that matter. Not even the door? Hitoshi sassed a little. Especially my door, he warned, a bit less serious now. Okay, the boy relented. Thanks for the chat, I'm feeling better now. He said that more for Shoyuta than him. He wanted him to know he really did make him feel more at ease and hoped he knew he really was doing a good job with him. Especially despite the fact both he and Hisashi have so much more important stuff going on in their life, soon to be even more after tomorrow. Shoyuta didn't have his scarf so he couldn't hide the clear smile he had at that. Alright kid, go to bed. Zashi would kill me if he knew I was keeping you awake. Okay, good night. Hitoshi said as he carried Dot to bed. Night. Oh, and Hitoshi, the boy turned, I was thinking we'd start training again soon. He gave a tired nod at that, sleep actually starting to fill him despite the caffeine in his veins as he went off to bed, resting his eyes to the hope that tomorrow would be a dream and not a nightmare. Brutus and Anna walked into the darkest theater under the orders that Izuku gave them. Passing by the now familiar bouncer, he stepped inside the underground hotspot to find eyes looking over the two cloaked things as they made their way in. It was during the middle of the day. A time Izuku knew would mean he was less likely to run into Eraserhead and anyone for that matter, as the place was quite empty. That didn't stop the attention he got that followed them through the theater lobby. They all knew who he was and that these seemingly human-looking cloaked figures were actually just dolls. It was probably as weird for them as it was for him. Knowing that the person who almost beat and choked a man near to death was actually being controlled by a 7-year-old. He certainly had some people hound him on it. Criminals who think Izuku was easy and just a dumb kid only to find him completely terrified of getting close to anyone ever. It certainly left a few with broken bones and being kicked out for either acting too chummy, intimidating or chatty. Right now though he needed to find Jiren. He didn't like the man, he reminded him of Hisashi, but he supplied him with a lot of stuff. The gas emitters, the cattle prod and of course the information on Dragon's Roar operations. However, that last one was given free, which made him think it was a trap until he was obviously proven wrong. The man was already there, waiting as if he expected him to show up, and immediately launched into his businessman persona. Dollmaker. Great to see you, he called out. Izuku has never heard that name be used for him before. Normally it would just be the names of the giant and the doll. Dollmaker? Brutus asked. That's what they're calling you now, the man stated with a partial grin. Especially after what you did a couple days ago. Here, let's go somewhere more private. The three made their way to a private room frequently meant for meetings and sat down. The soft red padded couches and styrofoam-covered walls made it so that no noise could get out, making it perfect for meetings that involve private information. Jiren had gotten himself some rum and poured himself a glass. He took a short sip as he turned to the dolls. Now, I have a few things to tell you, but first, to answer your question. Yes, they're calling you that now. Better than pretending these two, motioning to the puppets, are alive. A part of Izuku took offense to that. These puppets are currently his most trusted companions, even if they technically can't think for themselves. But he won't fight an argument he knows he can't win. Why, Dollmaker? Well, Puppet Master was thrown around, but that name already has some associations with a villain over at Osaka, he explained. So they went with the next best thing. Anna spoke this time. And who are they? People here at the theater, some other spots, and, probably what you'd like to know, the dragons, he said with a smile, knowing Izuku would like that. And he did. It meant that there was a good chance Hisashi knew he was coming, which he wanted. He wanted the man to hide in fear just like he had to, he still has to. He knows he's likely a higher-up, so it's not as if he'll run away from everything he built, so there was no chance of him disappearing yet. Is that all? Brutus questioned. Oh no, not at all. Someone sent a message. To you, Jiren uttered. A message? Is it a request for his services? Or something from the dragons, like a threat? Who is it from? A hero, a pro-hero. Eraserhead, he answered. Izuku shifted slightly in his chair at that. He knew Eraserhead was searching for him. After all, he shows up to every site he appears at, probably to catch him. It's why he's avoiding going to the theater, or anywhere that isn't planned, at night. But he won't deny that he was curious. What is it? Anna demanded softly. Jiren seemed to take out a piece of paper from his coat pocket and slide it over to the giant. He takes it gingerly, picking it between his large fingers and unfurling the page. Midoriya. I have information on a dragon's meeting. You probably know what. If you want it, meet up where you used to go hang out with your friend. Eraserhead. He wants to meet me? Izuku thought. Probably to kill him. The park was practically dead at night with no one coming by. But joke's on him, Izuku's sending the puppets there. Wait, why is he going? He could sneak into the police station and just snatch the information himself. Sure, it would be hard to, but the perfect way in and out could make it easy. But this was easy, and what's more important is that he doesn't know how long he has until the meeting starts. It could be tomorrow, the day after, or possibly even right now. It might be worth the risk to meet, but it would have to be on his terms like always. Tell him, I will meet with him, 3 at night. Brutus answered and crushed the letter, handing it to Anna to burn later before they got back to the warehouse. He didn't want the paper in case it was touched by a quirk that lets the user find it. Sure thing, replied Jiren. Both puppets stood up and went to leave, Jiren letting them. He had nothing left to tell them for now, so he had no reason to stop them, even if it was a bit rude to just walk out. The dolls collected a canister of tear gas from a vendor they frequented before leaving. Brutus had used a lot, and it would be a good idea to stock up if he was meeting with Eraserhead. Blinding the hero would be invaluable given his quirk, and being able to work around that was integral. A meeting with a pro hero. If I wasn't so scared of him, I'd be excited right now. There's so many things I want to know about his quirk. Izuku thought to himself as the two dolls vanished into the daylight. Hitoshi was nervous as he was driven up to Sumai Elementary School. He was being taken early by Hisashi because he also had his own first day as a teacher to do at UA. You wouldn't think that given how seemingly chatty he was on the ride over, not that he minded. He wanted the distraction, and his foster father was happy to provide it. Excited for today, Hitoshi? Asked Hisashi. Not at all, was what he wanted to say, but held it. He's more nervous now than he was last year when he went to Aldera on their first day. The reason was because, A, this school has many kids who have heroes for parents, and he was a guy with a villainous quirk going in. B, he was afraid of messing up, not for himself but for Hisashi and Shoyuta. He didn't want to disappoint them with how much they've given him. He also didn't want to be moved to a new home if he screwed up. He still didn't know whether or not he was here to stay. For all he knew, the honeymoon PRD might be over, and it was any day now he was going to be asked to pack up and leave. I'm scared everyone will be afraid of my quirk, he admitted, trusting Hisashi enough to not be upset. Do you remember what show told you last night? Hisashi said without a beat. The boy looked to his foster father next to him in the car. You heard that? Oh, no. He told me this morning. Hisashi said, turning away from the road for a moment before panicking when he realized he was still driving. Hitoshi looked ahead at the road as well. I know he said there'll always be people who treat me badly, but that doesn't mean I'll always know how to handle it. You don't have to, Toshi, the blonde said, the nickname throwing the boy off for a moment. You're 7, a kid. You don't need to be fixing your own problems yet. If anyone bothers you, tell the teachers. If the teachers bother you, tell us and we'll shut it down. A part of Hitoshi didn't want to believe him. It felt too good to be true. That there is an adult who would stand up for him. But have they steered him wrong yet? But again, for the boy the problem was never finding their kindness, it was the fear of abusing it and being punished for it. They finally arrived at the building and Hisashi made sure to walk him up to the gates. It was still early in the morning so there were barely any other kids there. That didn't stop the looks though, not at Hitoshi but at present Mike, who was in his full get-up for work. The pair stood at the gate, not to wait but to talk more before Hisashi had to go to his own new job. Hey lil listener, so are you alright to be here on your own? I can wait a bit if you need some hyping up, he asked, tone light and encouraging. No, I'm alright, he replied, hiding the subtle shakiness in his voice. Hisashi didn't seem to believe him but didn't push it. Instead, he surprised Hitoshi. A warm pair of arms circled around him gently, giving plenty of room to wiggle out if needed. It was the first time he's had a hug since he was smaller, and while he would have maybe froze, pushed away or panicked instead all of his worries vanished for a moment. You'll be alright. We're only a phone call away. He almost cried at how reassuring that sentence made him feel. He was already anxious, he didn't want to be embarrassed too. Okay, was all he said. The blonde pulled away and looked at his face, a wide smile on his face as he stood up from where he knelt down to hug him. Wish me luck on my own first day? Hitoshi nodded. Good luck. Another wide smile on his face came as he waved the boy off, heading back to his car to drive to UA. With that the boy went inside the school with his anxiety climbing up much slower than before as he looked for his homeroom. It took a little while to find out where he was but he finally found his spot sitting towards the back of the room. He thanked whatever God he pleased that day for that and sat down, him being the only one there so far. One part of him wanted to put his head down and rest for a bit but he didn't want to leave a bad impression so he just slumped back a little as a couple kids entered the room. One was a blue-haired boy with square glasses who took a seat towards the front, meanwhile the other one, a black-haired girl with a ponytail sat near the back as well but on the opposite side of the room from him. It was only the three of them there for the next minute, just quiet to each other. With only 30 minutes left until homeroom would begin Hitoshi was getting a bit bored. He didn't want to go over and chat because he has the energy of a light bulb when it comes to social interactions and for all he knew the other two might be the same. So he decided to take out his phone. He wasn't sure if it was allowed out at school but it's his first day so no one can fault him. He went online and started to look for some cat pictures to at and temper his fear when the glasses boy noticed and rushed up towards him. Excuse me. You are not allowed to have phones out at school. They are a distraction to the class, he alerted, hands motioning in a chop towards Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy didn't know how to respond to that except how he always did automatically when someone confronted him. With biting snark and sass. Sorry but class hasn't started yet, has it? We've still got half an hour left. The other boy seemed to actually listen to that and think for a moment before bowing a little. Apologies. You are correct. But please remember to turn off your phone once class starts. Sure. Hitoshi affirmed, surprised that actually convinced him. The girl seemed to be listening into their chat but hasn't said anything, mostly keeping to herself all the way up to class beginning. He did notice though that she had the face of someone who always wanted to say something but was unsure whether to say it. Like him sometimes when he wants to join in on a conversation. The class filled in about 10 minutes before the bell and everyone went quiet when the teacher came in. That was a massive difference from Aldra right off the bat. It normally took 5 minutes for everyone to shut up even if the teacher told them to. Their teacher was a calm-looking woman with a hair wrap on her head which looked like a bouquet of flowers. Hello class, it's wonderful to see you all again after the break. Though it does seem that we have a new face joining us this year. She looked directly to Hitoshi and immediately he could feel many eyes turn to him. His mouth almost opened and said something smart, dumb really, but he kept it shut. After all, why say it now when you know the teacher is going to call you up to the front of your class? And just as he predicted, the flower lady motioned to the space next to her. Would you mind coming up here? The boy complied despite every part of him filling with dread. He stood at the front of the class where the teacher once more motioned at him to introduce himself. Thankfully she never mentioned saying his quirk, so he just chose his name. My name is Shinso Hitoshi, he stated. He didn't want to say anything else, so he waited for the teacher to maybe force him to reveal his quirk, but she didn't. Just dismissed him and he went back to his seat, the weight of that introduction lightening a little. She must have not seen what his quirk was, otherwise she would have revealed it. There's still the rest of the day, he thought, getting back into his seat. The homeroom teacher, who introduced herself as Miss Nataba, took the roll call. This gave him the chance to learn the blue-haired kid's name being Ida Tenya and the girl being Yayorozu Momo. Once the roll call was done, Miss Nataba gave the class the chance to talk with each other so they could catch up and, tragically, to give everyone a chance to introduce themselves to him. Indeed, once the words were said and the teacher went to prepare for the lessons for today, a few kids came over. One was an black-haired boy with a white streak and eyes that were dark and beady as he made his way to his desk. "Hey, Shinso," he greeted, making sure he got the name right. He nodded once to confirm. "Great. Nice to meet you, my name's Deshane," he said. "I know this might be rude, but I'd just like to know, what's your quirk?" Hitoshi was afraid of getting asked directly, so he just deflected. "Sure, just tell me all of yours." "Oh, sorry. Mine's called Ostrich. I can run super fast and can even extend my legs slightly to run faster," Deshane said, hiking his pant leg up to show the extension. Soon all of the other kids who'd come over to say hi all introduced and showed off their quirks. Hitoshi never really cared for quirks or their logic behind them. He knew Izuku did, though he was more focused on the movements that are done. Maybe he would have loved to see all of these. He was a bit lost in thought that he didn't realize that almost the entire class was surrounding him now, and he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed, especially when everyone was done and it was only him who needed to show his quirk. "Alright Shinso. Let's see yours." He stuttered slightly, unsure how he could maybe dodge the question. After everyone listened in further, well, almost everyone, as Hitoshi was saved by Ida, telling everyone to give him space and not crowd him. Of course he said it more like he was chastising and not just being respectful, but that seemed to be just how he is. Everyone did politely give him space and he was thankful for it, but it didn't stop the question though. And as Hitoshi looked around the room, he noticed that girl, Yayorozu, hadn't shown her quirk, so he pointed at her. "I haven't seen her quirk yet," he stated, knowing how stubborn he's probably appearing. The girl seemed to jump a bit at being talked about and just composed herself for a moment before putting on a cordial and polite tone that reminded Hitoshi that he was in a private school. "My quirk is called creation. I can use the lipids in my body to create any object provided I know its molecular structure," she explained perfectly like it was rehearsed, which it probably was. Just as she was finished with her explanation, Hitoshi knew he couldn't avoid it anymore, and there was still a couple minutes left of homeroom. As everyone turned once more to look at him, he just decided to rip it off. It wasn't as if one class would make a difference. He explained his quirk and instantly he can see the shifts in facial expressions throughout the room. A mix of confusion, alarm, and curiosity. It certainly wasn't unfamiliar. It tends to be that way at first before it comes to either fear, aggression, or just downright avoidance. Deshane in particular took a small step back once he heard it. "So that's my quirk," he finished. Before anyone could properly digest it though, the bell rang and the next class was starting to begin, everyone having to go back to their seats. It's at that time Hitoshi thanked being at the back of the classroom, because he knew if he was any near the front, the eyes he'd feel would be suffocating. That didn't stop people though. Occasional glances back and whispers he sure were about him. All par for the course with him. What did surprise the boy though was the glances that were made, not towards him but a certain two students instead, courtesy of Ida and Yayorozu. Hitoshi didn't know what this guy's deal with classroom etiquette was or why that girl is getting so much attention, but anything to get the rest of the class to leave him alone. By lunch, he was left to himself. He had a packed lunch, so he didn't need to wait in line, so he just found a table a bit away and sat down. He knew everyone would probably be unsure on how to talk to him at this stage, so he accepted eating alone. "Oh, I didn't realize someone else ate here," a voice said, and Hitoshi looked up to see Yayorozu. "Oh, sorry, I can move," he apologized, having been in a situation like this before. The girl just sat down at the table. "No, it's okay. I'm just not used to other people sitting here." "Why's that?" he wondered. "Well, it's just, people tend to only come to me when it's to do with my parents," she stated. Hitoshi got a bit curious. "Why, are they heroes?" There seemed to be a bit of a look of surprise on her face. "No, they own a chain of hospitals that specializes in hero care," she said a little cautiously. "Oh, I see." Hitoshi took in. He went to eat his food, leaving the girl to look at him even more shocked. At first he thought it was because of his quirk or something like that, but what she asked instead was about herself. "You aren't going to ask more?" she questioned. Hitoshi looked up from his food, a bit confused. Do you want me to? She raised her hands in front of her and waved them. No, no. Just, never mind. The two ate in silence. It wasn't awkward or anything. Actually, it reminded the boy of the times he ate with Izuku. Anna wouldn't speak, so they'd just sit in companionable silence whilst they just enjoyed each other being there. This was like that. Once he was done with his food, he distracted himself with his phone, continuing off what he was looking at during the morning. Yaoyorozu muttered. Hitoshi looked up to see her and she seemed a bit alarmed that he heard her. He watched, wondering what she had to say, seeing she had the same face this morning where she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. What were you looking at? She asked. Just some cat pictures, he answered. Oh, she exclaimed. I've always wanted a cat. But my mother's allergic, so we can't have one in our house. Hitoshi smiled a little. My house has 2 cats. One's black and white and the other's ginger. I love ginger cats. They're quite nice looking, she said excitedly. Hitoshi showed her some pictures he took of them and the two chatted more about this mutual interest they seemed to have. The boy was so wrapped up in conversation that he forgot to realize that he was in conversation, only stopping to notice when he was asked if the two could exchange their numbers. Yaoyorozu didn't have a phone of her own. In fact, Hitoshi had the only one in the class thanks to Izuku, but she still gave him her house phone should she ever want to call. The boy was happy at that as the two heard the bell and hurried back to class for their final lessons for the day. After a few more where the teacher actually helped him solve a math problem he was struggling to understand, the day was done and he headed outside only to be stopped by Ida. Hello Shinso, he said emphatically, arms waving. I just wanted to say that I hope our class has made a good impression on you. I ask that if there are any problems to please inform me. I'd be happy to help. Oh, thanks. Hitoshi said a bit confused. I didn't realize that you were the class rep. I'm not, he corrected. There are no class representatives in Sumai until middle school, but I wanted to make sure that we foster an environment of learning for our class. The way he talked was far too serious for Hitoshi. He almost wanted to laugh at how genuine and determined the boy was. He's never had anyone his age, besides Izuku, tell him they could go to them, let alone so honestly. Ah well, thanks again. I'll let you know if there's any problems in that area, he uttered, changing shoes to his outdoor ones and leaving. Ida nodded, turning to grab his own shoes to leave but not before Hitoshi already did. He found Hisashi fast and headed back to the car with him. Hey there, Toshi, so how's your first day at Sumai? He asked, cheerily. It went better than I thought it would, he admitted. It really did. He wasn't sure if Yaoyorozu was technically a friend, but the fact she gave him her home phone number was pretty hard to deny. She didn't even bat an eye when it came to his quirk. It might be because she's too trusting maybe, but was he going to argue with that? No. And that other boy, Ida. He looked like the kind of kid who would hound Hitoshi every chance he could back at Aldera for being villainous, just existing, but that wasn't the case at all. He even let him know he could come to him for help. The purple-haired kid wasn't 100% sure it was genuine, but the boy spoke with so much conviction that he couldn't say outright he wasn't being truthful. And yeah, for the rest of the class things seemed obvious they were going to avoid him, but from what he learned from Izuku is that you don't need a lot of friends to be happy. Just one or two can mean everything. See? Told you there was nothing to worry about, he chirped. Maybe not yet, but certainly a better start than before. That's why we hope to raise the best and the brightest during our tenure here at UA. Shoyuta finished his speech in the teacher's lounge. Please treat us well. Hisashi followed with, both of them giving a short bow in respect to the other faculty in the room. It was their first day teaching at UA and they were at different levels of preparation. For the blonde, he was taking all of this like a fish to water, whereas the dark-haired man is finding the whole thing foreign and alien. He has all of his lesson plans ready, sure, but all plans go awry the second they're enacted. So when he left the staff room to go to his own homeroom, a climbing sense of anxiety pushed through him. Thankfully his husband was walking the same way. What if I mess up? Shoyuta stated like it was inevitable. How'd you mess up? Hisashi eased. A few scenarios ran through his mind. He knew he had high standards when it came to heroism. He's seen many kids, both in his own time at UA and earlier, act like villains more than they ever hoped to be heroes. He's afraid that with this power as the one who can give the red or green flag to a student's future, their entire future, he'd use it poorly. He can't keep thinking about himself and judging his younger self. Would he be seen as a villain from his own standards? Sure, he knew why he beat up punk kids who picked on the weaker ones, but Shoyuta wouldn't know that if they were separate people. What if there's some in that classroom just like him? Misunderstood and needing someone in their corner like Nedzu was to him. You'll do great. I know you will. His blonde gave him a reassuring hand tap, mindful of the fact they were in the school hallways. Have a good first day. And Shoyuta was left on his own, standing in front of the huge doors marked with the 1A mark. He was already so tired. Let's rip the band-aid off, he thought, and opened the door with a loud slam, mostly by accident. He forgot how loose they were. But it worked in shutting the loud class up immediately as he made his way up to the podium at the front. There was still some chatter, but it quieted quickly when another few students hushed them. He liked those students. Good morning. I will be your homeroom and heroics teacher, Aizawa, he started off with, usual monotone accompanying it. I hope that we can get you all to a level, over the next 3 years, where you can call yourselves real pro heroes. Now then, he continued. Take a look in your desks. Get changed and follow me. He left the room immediately. He wasn't confident about his lesson, not that he didn't have one ready. He had an earlier talk with Nedzu about him and his class skipping orientation to do a test on his students' athletic ability. The rat only giggled with glee and accepted it, stating that it was his plan and UA was a very flexible school when it came to schedules. Shoyuta stood outside in a field where he had waited too long for his students to get out of the changing rooms. The fastest few were 10 minutes and the latest were 30. They're only putting on clothes, how can it take that long? Even Hizashi with all of his hero gear and that stupid cockatoo hair could be done in 7 minutes tops. Speaking of him, he had to make a note to not wear his wedding ring in front of the students. He was asked by some of the early ones and knew he had to make sure to hide that in the future. He doesn't want to be bothered by it because he knew there would be pointless gossip around it. He had a series of tests planned based off of the same ones he did with Hitoshi. All with the exception that they can use their quirks. Each test was meant to target a different strength, that way he could test their own athletic ability, their creativity with their quirk and the strength of their quirk and see it all in action. However, instead of taking it seriously, some kids were expressing excitement and there was a fear that they might not give him what he wanted, and that was an honest effort. He can't work with results that were done half-heartedly. So he decided to do 2 things. Light a fire under their buttes and test just how strong his authority was. He'll tell the rat later, and if he has a problem with it he can learn how to be better then. So you're expecting this to be easy, huh? He asked rhetorically. Well, guess what? Whoever ends up in the bottom rank is expelled. There was a stretch of silence as the meaning of what he said settled into the teens. The panic that ensued in the student body once it did was almost delightful to hear. He always had a sadistic side, and it seemed that part of him will be fed today. The whole test Shoyuta was constantly on the verge of faceplanting on the dirt. Both because he was tired but also from what he was seeing. There were several students who could pass these exercises with their quirks and were just not doing it. Probably from inexperience, but still, it's their quirk, they should know better. He was going to have a lot to do later. By the end of the test, he watched as one of the last place student had a freak out, and at first Shoyuta was afraid he pushed things too far, but he kept his cool and revealed the logical ruse. The way that same student reinflated was almost comical and definitely relieving. The effect of the whole ordeal seemed to work as, unlike before where students chatted quietly over him, they were now at full attention. I'll have to do this more often, he thought. Especially because the actual results he got from that test were far from good for students hoping to be heroes. Hizashi felt proud of the little purple fluff. Thankfully everything seemed to go well in Sumai for his first day, and he had the small smile to prove it. He was worried that Hitoshi might not talk with anyone and just stay away from the other students, but he's glad to see that he's made some progress. Of course it's too soon to truly tell how things will go, but Hizashi has always been an optimist. Then there's Shuta's own first day. Which perfectly contrasts Hitoshi's, as he had the opposite of a good day, from Shuta's perspective. The two had only chatted during lunch and before class, but it seemed he was a bit frustrated over something that Hizashi would rather question when they're back home. Sure enough, the door opens and Shoyuta is in after with an angry twitch in his eye that he's sure Hitoshi is misinterpreting. Hey Sho! Hizashi called cheerily as he came in and threw his capture scarf over a hat rack. The man immediately began to vent. I seriously can't believe this, Zashi. What's wrong? Bad first day, he asked. Clearly. It's logical when 2 of my students are clearly not going into this intending to be heroes, he groaned. Hizashi was a bit confused by that. What do you mean? They're too relaxed, they clearly aren't as invested as they should be, and they don't even have a training regimen. Shoyuta listed. Shoyuta made his way through the house towards him, when he saw that Hitoshi was also in the kitchen and momentarily snapped out of his listing. Oh, hey kid. How was your day? It was all right, he answered. Not as bad as yours it seems. Hizashi gave him some yogurt as a snack before the 3 of them went to the living room to rest, all the while the black-haired man continued to rant about some of the problems he's going to have to iron out of his students. Hitoshi seemed to be gazing in utter awe, all the while Hizashi couldn't help but see all of the nervousness he saw in his husband last night had melted away. Hitoshi, Shoyuta eventually turned to the boy. Why yeah, he replied. We're starting your training properly this weekend. No excuses. I'm not letting you go into UA looking like they did, he commanded with slightly more passion than he normally puts into anything. The boy seemed to smile a little at that. Of course unaware of just how brutal Shuta's own training can be. Hisashi wanted to say something about not pushing the 7-year-old too much, but he trusted his husband not to go too hard, mostly. And so their first day came out as a success. Hisashi's own homeroom and day was as with everything for the blonde, like a fish to water. He's always been the type to have a knack for talking, and although he knows not many of his students are that passionate about learning English, he's going to do his best to teach them the language, ready to go plus ultra and beyond. Shoyuta truly had an awful first day. He expected himself to fail but not his students. Hisashi kept insisting they're just kids who need to be trained, and he agrees with that to a point. In reality about 2/3 of the class have had some kind of training regimen before entering UA. The rest had prepared for the practical test besides 2 who got in only studying the written exam and winging the practical. By God, he was going to change that. Of course he can't make them train themselves in their own free time, but what he can do is make some ruses. He knows that Nedzu, after he told the rat about his test ruse, would love it if he threatened his class with expulsion if they didn't get at least a pass on their end of semester heroics. He wouldn't even be wrong. A kid was removed from class when he won the sports festival his first year to make room for him. Speaking of, he needed to keep an eye on the rest of the classes. He knows those with mental type quirks or quirks not suited for combat are going to be missed by the entrance exam. Yes, his first day was terrible because now he had so much to do. He had to whip these students into shape, start training Hitoshi, continue doing his hero work and find Izuku. All with about 4 hours of sleep. Maybe I could bring a sleeping bag in and sleep in the teacher's lounge, he thought to himself as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Right now he was on his way to the park, the same park where he saw Izuku face to face for the first time. He got his message from an info broker and needed to get there fast. He just hoped this wasn't going to end with anyone getting hurt. Once he arrived at the designated time, he saw a large figure standing in a field. Shoyuta landed at the edge and proceeded to walk towards them, the cloaked figure turning to watch him. It was them undoubtedly. The giant. He didn't like this meeting spot. Not the park but this field. Away from the trees and hence any places he could pull himself to using his capture weapon. It seemed this was their intention, and he has to say he's slightly impressed the kid thought of that. Or maybe he didn't and it was just a coincidence. He has to say, it was a bit frightening walking up to the giant, knowing full well that it put him in a coma for a week and almost crushed his skull. How it held back 2 heroes and beat down multiple villains in its time. Of course that didn't mean he was focusing on him. He knew there was another, the doll, who wasn't there at all. They were weaker, yes, but far from harmless. They were a wild card with cattle prods and whatever other things that were probably hidden under that cloak during the factory fight. He kept a respectable distance from the puppet as he seemed to study him and his surroundings, the giant's glass eye tucked away in its skull, no doubt analyzing everything for any potential setups. You came alone? The giant asked in that cold robotic voice. Like you said, kid, the pro-hero replied, making sure Izuku knows he's talking to him and not the puppet. I knew you'd rather speak alone. The puppet said nothing more and just vacantly stared at him. It's at times like these that Shoyuta can't help but be slightly creeped out by the hollow eyes of this thing. If he didn't know a kid was controlling this thing, he'd think it was a metallic monster straight from his worst dreams. Look, started Shoyuta, I know what you want. It's that letter about that meeting happening soon. There was no response by the giant. And you want it because you want to find your Hisashi, he corrected, knowing that the kid was definitely not looking for a friendly reunion. It didn't go missed though, the puppet shifted slightly, showing that Izuku's discomfort bled through into the doll. We can handle it, Midoriya. You don't have to fight this on your own, he tried to convince. Shoyuta let his voice go a bit more gentler than he was used to. If you're scared of Hisashi, you don't have to. Turn yourself in and I promise I'll protect you, personally, myself. The giant had not moved and Shoyuta thought maybe none of that got through until the robotic voice sounded again. I am better on my own. I don't trust you. Now where is the envelope? Shoyuta felt himself deflate a little, but it wasn't unexpected. He knew Midoriya wasn't going to let himself get caught. Not when he has no guarantees he won't just be locked away, at least from his perspective. Look, there's a program that Principal Nedzu of UA dash. Where is the envelope? The puppet interjected, louder this time. He didn't want to hear it. Shoyuta could see how determined Midoriya was even through this unfeeling giant. Well, if it's going to be like that, then he'll have to go with plan B. Look kid, I'm not going to give it to you. But I can tell you the date and a place we can meet up to go after the dragons ourselves, he explained. The idea there was to open up more opportunities for him to try and track the kid's location using the camera connection. If he could just get that and find out where it's being broadcasted to, they could get a better idea of where he was. You don't have it on you, Midoriya pointed out. Yes, I don't, but I dash. Once more the puppet interrupted him. You'll set an ambush. The police already know what's happening. Me and Tsukachi know what is happening, he stated. I'm sure, seeing you have access to the police database, you could find out whether I'm lying or not. The giant went silent at that, and it seemed at first he got through to him, but then it spoke. I don't trust you. Give me a chance. Just one, kid. Shoyuta said, partially begging. Midoriya was silent for almost 10 seconds, probably deep in thought about everything he said and promised. He thought to say more to convince him, but he knew he can't prod too much. The kid has to come to the conclusion that he needs help on his own. That's the best case scenario. We will talk at a later date, the giant finally uttered. That's better than nothing. What day? We've only got until after the Dragon's meeting, on May 18th, 7 at night, at the Coruscant Hotel in Hosu City, the machine recited. What? Stuttered Shoyuta before he felt his phone begin to vibrate, and suddenly everything hit him at once. The other doll was still missing. He just admitted he or Tsukachi had the envelope and Shoyuta wasn't in his house. The giant unleashed a gas from its body before the hero could react, immediately causing Shoyuta to tear up. He was almost sure he was about to get punched or hit, but instead he watched, blurry with teary eyes, the giant running away. He couldn't race after him without risking crashing into a tree, if he can even reach one. No, he was too disorientated from the tear gas, forced to let the giant run away again, and Midoriya along with it. The information he already needed got from him, and presumably the phone call still ringing was Hisashi telling him they'd just been robbed. Damn it. This problem child. Shoyuta yelled in his head as he took out a water bottle and began rinsing his eyes desperately. He knew the kid had tear gas, but it was still shocking to see it. Well, try and see it. Once he recovered, he took out his phone, which was still ringing, to see 2 missed calls from Hisashi. He picked it up to a panicked husband on the other side. Izuku knew there was a chance Eraserhead had the envelope. The fact it wasn't in the police files, even though it was important, meant it was being kept secret. He knew, from Eraserhead's message, that he at least saw it, so there was a chance he had it in his home too. He figured out where he lived thanks to a previous case file where he kept a witness in his home for a couple days. It was a bit of effort, but he had the address. He knew being an underground hero he was likely a loner, and because he was also young he was probably not married or had kids. Better to be prepared though, so he wanted to make sure he really did have the envelope first in the meeting, and then once it's been confirmed, to go in and take it. Easy. Well, mostly. He's never worked with 2 dolls at such a long distance apart before. He's gotten better at working Anna and Brutus separately, but using them in 2 different environments was a bit beyond his limits right now. But a trial by fire is what his whole life has been. He positioned Anna outside the house, waiting up on the roof to strike. Brutus did the talking, but honestly he wasn't expecting much from the pro-hero. He was proven wrong though. He said a lot of things that annoyed Izuku, like how he can't do this on his own. He can, he shall, he will. It's the only way to guarantee he can be free. Well, mostly. He still had the heroes, but that's future Izuku's problem. It always was. He also didn't believe the hero when he said he'd keep him safe. Izuku almost killed him. How could he trust him to keep his word when he has all the right to hurt him? It didn't make sense, so it had to be a lie. Just like how Hitoshi lied. He said he'd protect him, but when Eraserhead slipped and called Hisashi his dad, he squeezed his small hands into fists. He was not his father. They were related but not interested, at least Izuku wasn't. Well, that's a lie. He was interested, but not in the way a typical father and son would be. He wants to hurt Hisashi. Badly. The hero tried to convince him more, saying something about a program, but Izuku didn't care. He wanted to know if he had the envelope, and sure enough he didn't, and that only him and the detective Tsukachi knew its existence. That was all he needed. Tsukachi wouldn't have it. It was too valuable to be placed in the hands of a detective. A pro-hero would have been infinitely safer, so he commanded Anna to go in and get it. The doll hopped down the building and grasped for a window. Inside was his office, luckily enough, and tried to open the window from the outside. When he failed, he decided to just smash it open and climb in, figuring it was unlikely anyone was home. Anna tore through the office, looking for the envelope, and found it quickly, showing it to her camera and Izuku taking its picture. She then tucked it away in her cloak to stop the hero from having it. There's always a chance he could use it still. Meanwhile, the giant made it known that he had it, taunting him for all of that nonsense he said, and ran to escape, focusing fully on getting the other doll out. But then Anna turned to an opening door and saw a blonde man staring at him, phone in hand and a purple. Hitoshi? Izuku uttered weakly. Immediately the blonde man, the same one from the park, charged up and struck the doll in her confused state. He then got her arm and twisted it behind her back, but unfortunately for him, Anna was, well, a puppet and easily twisted her body to grapple him instead. She pinned the man to the ground and Izuku was almost tempted to tase him before she got another look at Hitoshi, and the doll only then realized its hood fell off in the struggle. "Izuku," he uttered, fearfully, and it broke his heart a little. He didn't know he was here, he never checked up on him, he just thought he was still with his foster parents. Are these guys, Eraserhead, and this man, his new foster parents? Once more Izuku was too stunned to think, and that gave the blonde enough time to break free and kick the doll back. He needed to leave, now. He had to go. The doll crashed through the window and rushed out of the house, crashing down into the street below, but due to the light body, not much damage was done. He ran through the neighborhood, escaping into the night, 1,000 thoughts running through his head. Hitoshi was still staring at the shattered window where he watched Anna disappear through. Hisashi was getting back up, and looked out, making sure she was gone before he called Shoyuta again. The office was a mess, but throughout it all he noticed one thing. It was an envelope that fell out of the doll's cloak when it got tackled by Hisashi. She seemed to want it, so that meant Izuku wanted it, and so Hitoshi drifted over to take a look whilst his foster father kept talking through the phone. He picked up the page. It had a date related to the dragon's roar. The name sounded familiar, but what drew his eyes was the date, time, and place labeled. For some reason that information burned into him, and he immediately went for his phone to take a picture of it. It was the same envelope he remembered Shoyuta had when he came in last night. The night he went after Izuku. He didn't know what that date or place held, but he didn't want to lose a chance at maybe learning more about Izuku and how he could maybe help. Hisashi finished with his call and turned to him, guiding him out of the office and to the living room after checking up on the boy. Eventually Shoyuta came back but didn't explain what happened and just went to bed, his eyes redder than usual. Both of them did, but not before convincing Hitoshi to go to bed too, which the boy was fine with. After all, he had a bit of research to do and he didn't feel like sleeping anymore. He had a long night ahead of him. Hitoshi went to school exhausted the next morning. Hisashi never asked, probably assuming that he was tired from training yesterday, but that was only half the truth. The other half is that he looked more into the dragon's roar. He knew he remembered the name, it was who Izuku's father was believed to be with. Did that mean that maybe Izuku was trying to find him? To do what, hurt him? He can't let that happen. Even if Izuku is strong, he can't let his friend do anything that could get him in danger or trouble. Just looking at these guys online on different hero forums told him they were very bad people. And Izuku was running towards them at full speed. Not just that, but he didn't know if his friend was going to do more than that. It might not just be a beat up and then handing him over to the police. According to what Shoyuta told him when he asked about Izuku when they took him in, his mom was killed by the man. There's a decent chance he's planning to return the favor. And that would be definitely crossing the line from being a vigilante who fights crime, to a villain who maims and kills. He needed to find Izuku. It's not that he trusted Shoyuta, Hisashi, or the police to find him, but he doesn't want to sit by and just let things happen. It had been a week since the raid and there's only just over a month until the meeting. Thankfully, Shoyuta made sure to follow through on the training. Unfortunately, he was a very strict but fair teacher and rendered him more tired with aching muscles. A lot, but that's not important. What is that he has to get stronger for Izuku, to be the friend he needed to be. Besides that focus, Hitoshi has been finding school to be alright. The teachers definitely aren't ignoring him, not in the negative way though. That didn't mean the students were the same. They didn't bother with him and only talked if they had to for group work, except two. Yaoyorozu and Ida. Yaoyorozu always sat with him at lunch at their corner table and chatted about all kinds of things. Hitoshi learned that she liked tea, and although he couldn't relate to that specifically, he was coming to really like coffee, to Hisashi's continued torment. She never seemed to be bothered by his quirk or ever even brought it up. He wasn't sure why, but he's happy with that, though he should really ask. For all he knew, she just didn't know, and he didn't want it to seem like he was lying to her. Ida was a different horse. He wasn't friendly in the friend kind of sense, but it was clear he didn't seem to care explicitly about his quirk. He always made sure that Hitoshi was involved, even when the other kids clearly weren't excited by that. He really liked that in him, and whilst he can't say they're in good standing with each other like Yaoyorozu, he can say that the other boy clearly didn't care about his quirk. At lunch it was him and Yaoyorozu at the table as usual, but right now she didn't seem interested in talking, or rather she seemed deep in her own thoughts about something. Hitoshi was afraid she might be thinking about not coming to the table anymore because of his quirk, but she didn't seem to think that. "Shinso," she started, "what do you want to do when you grow up?" The question was a bit of a surprise, but that didn't mean he was going to answer it. He knew what he wanted to be, even if it might sound ridiculous with his quirk. I'm going to be a hero, he said simply, but clearly with a bit of determination. Yaoyorozu seemed a bit surprised by that answer, and Hitoshi could guess why. A guy with a villain's quirk becoming a hero was surprising, even if he himself has been told he can still be a hero with it. I was thinking the same, she uttered, looking a little sheepish. Now it was his turn to be surprised. He somewhat expected that maybe she had the same goal, but the way she sounded, it seemed it was something she couldn't or maybe wasn't allowed to do. Why are you asking? He questioned, coming off a bit crass. She picked at her food a little as she spoke. I haven't told my mother and father about what I want to be. I don't know if they'll let me. Why's that? He asked. Well, she started, we have our family business and I'm their only child. I don't know if they plan to have me take over for them, but it seems possible. So she doesn't know if she can follow her dream or not, the boy thought. Yaoyorozu stopped picking at her food and just ate a piece of bread, swallowing it down quickly. Hitoshi could relate to her not knowing if he could fulfill his dream or not. Even now he is unsure, because even though there are a lot of people saying you could, it doesn't mean you can. I don't know if I can be a hero too, he admitted. The girl looked up at him and seemed to want to say something, but he just continued. He continued to say his piece. Everyone important to me says I can, but that doesn't mean the world will allow it. My quirk is one that's dangerous and meant for a villain's life. Other kids have told me that and even hurt me for it. Yaoyorozu seemed to grow worried as he mentioned that last part, but Hitoshi kept going. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop. I'm going to become a hero anyway, not because someone says I can or can't, but because I know I'll be a good one, he finished, giving a smile that spoke of his own confidence. He was going to be a hero no matter what, even if he'll be booed and hurt because of it. The black-haired girl just watched him declare his ambition, and seemed swept away with his determination. She smiled smallly. You're right, Shinso, I don't have to listen to anyone. But I'm still afraid of what my parents would think of that. Just tell them and work from there, he instructed. If they don't like it, then how are they going to stop you? And if they do like it, then yippee, he assured, the last word said in a sarcastic cheer, fist raised. Yaoyorozu chuckled a little at that. Okay, I'll tell them. Thank you. She looked down at her food again, unsure if what she wanted to say next was okay. Shinso, can I call you Hitoshi? It's fine if you don't. She looked a bit unsure when asking that, afraid she was being too forward. But the boy was all the more ecstatic that someone was asking to be his friend in an indirect way. Sure, he replied back, hiding some of his excitement. Her face lit up, immediately smiling with this sparkle in her eyes that weren't there before. Wonderful, she said, pressing the tips of her fingers together. Please call me Momo. The two chatted the rest of their break away, talking about heroes in general. Momo didn't seem to know a lot besides some of the mainstream ones like All Might and Endeavor, so Hitoshi made sure to tell her about the underground ones too, especially Eraserhead. By the way, Hitoshi, Momo started. I saw you being dropped off by someone who looked a lot like Present Mike. Getting what she's asking, he answered, oh, yeah. He's my foster dad. One of them anyway. There wasn't a problem with saying that. I was a school where children of heroes and high-brow business people go. Mostly for the sake of privacy, for their kid to not be harassed by the media who would look to ask them questions about their home life. Still, he knows it's not good to talk about that, but if Hisashi went to school in his hero attire, that's his fault, not Hitoshi's. What he was more afraid of was mentioning being fostered and how that might make his new friend look at him less. It wasn't that he was, it's just he's had kids in the past bully him on that front when they weren't going for his quirk. Instead though, what he got was another sparkle in the black-haired girl's eyes as she smiled. That sounds wonderful. He seems so friendly on the radio, she exclaimed. Yeah, he's very nice, he said, rubbing the back of his neck habitually. She seemed to want to ask something else, but she stopped herself, clearly realizing that her question might be an invasive one. Hitoshi could hazard a guess as to what and just answered it for her. If you're curious, my parents gave me up after my quirk manifested, he stated. Momo seemed to look a bit sorry, and whilst it was better than being insulted or angry with, pity is still not a good feeling. So he made sure to clarify that he's alright and doesn't need it. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Hisashi and his partner are very nice and they're even helping me train to be a hero, he assured, making sure she got it and that he was not someone who should be looked down on. She seemed to accept that part, but there was something else on her mind. She took a drink from a juice box and spoke it. Does that mean you'll be staying with them temporarily, or, sorry if I'm wrong, she stopped herself. That question was certainly one he's been facing for a while. The longest he had ever been with a family was for a couple months. Right now it had been that, but it didn't seem they had gotten tired of him yet. Does that mean he doesn't want to stay with them? Hell no. They were the best so far by a mile, even better than his actual birth parents from before his quirk, or at least from what he could remember. He definitely wished he could stay with him, for them to be his actual parents, but he can't be pushy or needy. He's fine with the distance he has because anymore, and he may lose it all by being clingy. And then he'd have to move school again, just when he found, what he hoped, was a new friend. "I hope not," was what he answered with, and it wasn't a lie. "Well," started Momo, "I can't say much, but it seems that your father quite likes you. After all, if he didn't, he wouldn't have sent you here." Sumai Elementary was a private school, yes, along with its accompanying middle school. That meant that Hisashi and Shoyuta paid money for him to be here. It was an investment now, so maybe that meant he had until the end of the year before they considered him a bother or not. Or maybe that in of itself proved they care enough about him to stick around. But that idea of being closer, calling them father like Momo said or dad, it felt too soon for him. He didn't want to be heartbroken if it all turned out wrong. The half year they were together was easy because he kept himself hidden away in his room. And yes, they gave him space there and it helped, but now he had to come out and be, well, a kid. Their kid. Maybe he should test things. Shoyuta was going to be picking Hitoshi up today. He didn't normally because of schoolwork, but he had to finish up early after a training exercise due to an accident. Thankfully no one was injured, but he had to give out a detention to a student, the same one who's been bugging him since the start of the year. His quirk was too destructive. It released methane gas and he did it without much care for his classmates or surroundings. Despite how many warnings and detentions he's had to give the kid so far, he hasn't seen him try to improve or have the care to. Frankly, Shoyuta didn't want him in his class, but he's sticking it out and giving him a couple more weeks to clean up his act and hope that today's accident will make him listen. It's all that thinking that's made Shoyuta realize how much he's taking to being a teacher. He doesn't know if he's good or not or just strict, but according to Ken he's doing well. But that's only half of his worries when it comes to children. He's worried about Hitoshi. Ever since the attack at their home last week, he hasn't asked anything about Midoriya. Normally he'd question him when he got back from a patrol if he saw him. He'd answer truthfully, but recently he hasn't seen him that often. Not just that, but he's always been afraid that he isn't doing the kid justice. He knew he had a hard life with the bullying he got over his quirk, his foster parents not being that great and his actual parents being dickheads for giving him up over nothing, so he wanted to show him the entire world isn't against him. That was how he felt when he was his age. It took Hisashi, Namuri and Oboro to get him out of that mindset, and he's always been thankful for it. Hisashi by marrying the noisy cockatoo and Namuri by tolerating her teasing, especially recently when his husband finally blabbed about Hitoshi. Now she wants to meet him and he wasn't able to say no because that loud blonde already accepted it on his behalf. Now they have a dinner in 2 weeks and even Tensei has been joined in to top it off. Going to have to wear something that isn't just my hero clothes too, he bemoaned mentally. But back to his kid. He can't believe he just had that thought. He knew he liked him, but he didn't know if it was too soon. He wasn't sure if they were going to adopt him or not. Actually no, Hisashi did. Just like everything, he dived in face first over his emotions instead of acting logical like him. It's just, Hitoshi didn't seem to want to get close to them. He can understand that, but it's been over half a year and he seemed to like Hisashi more than him. Maybe that's why he's going to pick him up. Maybe he wants that connection his husband has even a little bit because it's what he would have wanted when he was younger. Shoyuta was never close to his father. Tends to happen when he was barely around, so he hoped to be different, if not just enough that he can say he's trying to be better. Call that being lazy, but he really didn't know what he was doing and didn't want to risk messing the kid up. He parked outside of Sumai and got out to wait by the gate. It didn't take long though for some parents to look at him weirdly due to his, well, let's just say someone called the school security to see about a homeless man waiting outside the school gates. After explaining away that misunderstanding, he saw Hitoshi leave the school and was almost a bit shocked when he spotted him. He looked to be walking with a friend as well, a girl with a black ponytail. A part of that made him feel relieved because it seemed they were getting along well. They waved goodbye to each other and Shoyuta greeted him as the two went to his car to drive off. So how was school? He asked after a bit. Hitoshi seemed to be thinking about something when asked that and snapped out of it when he spoke. It was good, yeah. We were learning about English. How was that? He followed up with. It's a bit hard, he answered. Hisashi teaches English at UA, if you're having any problems he'd be happy to help, he advised. He seemed happy at that, or at least that's what he got from a glimpse. He wasn't like Hisashi and looked at the person he was talking to instead of keeping his eyes on the road. Shoyuta wanted to ask more, maybe about his friend, but he didn't know how to go about it. God, he was really bad at this. So who was your friend there? The purple-haired boy seemed to light up a little at that. Oh, that was Momo. We just became friends today. She also wants to be a hero. Great. She seemed nice, he commented. By the way, mine and Hisashi's friend said they want to meet you, along with another friend. You don't have to, so don't worry about it, he made sure to add at the end. The kid seemed to think through that for a while before he eventually gave a nod, showing he was fine with that. You're not just saying that, are you? Shoyuta questioned. No, I'm fine with it really, he stated. Right. It'll be in 2 weeks on Friday. It was quiet once more in the car, but it felt like there was still more to say. The problem was Shoyuta wasn't sure what more to ask. He could talk about the training to do or why he hasn't talked about Midoriya recently. Thankfully, it seemed Hitoshi had something to say himself. How long are you going to keep me? He asked suddenly. What does that mean? Shoyuta questioned, surprised, almost steering off-road. Maybe a part of him already knew what because he parked outside of his apartment instead of the parking lot to turn and face him properly. Hitoshi looked like he wasn't sure how to explain it and he was almost tempted to just answer for him, but he didn't want to make it sound like he wasn't being listened to. He just kept an impassive face but interested face. Normally my foster parents would not do this much for me, or keep me around for so long, he answered sheepishly, not looking at him. He was probably afraid of being judged for it, which is illogical and absurd. Tragically though, what he thought was logical or not didn't matter. This kid has been abandoned for the pointless reason that his quirk is seen more often on villains. And yeah, that's a statistic that can't be flexed, but he's sure half of those guys come to be because the world crammed them into that box. Like how someone with a healing quirk absolutely has to be a doctor, or a quirk like Cementos had to do construction. Whilst yes, they were both good for their own thing, they didn't have to be stuck on that route. Just because you have the talent, doesn't mean you have to let the talent become your life. We're not going to give you up, kid. Unless you do something really bad, which I'm guessing you won't because you want to be a hero, he said. Hitoshi made a face like he understood, but Shoyuta knew better. You don't believe me, he stated. The boy looked up at him. No, I do. But, the black-haired man raised an eyebrow. But I don't know what you get out of me being here. Sure you get the checks for fostering, but? That alarmed Shoyuta. You seriously think we're keeping you for money? No, he answered unsure. The man let out a sigh. Look Hitoshi, we're not doing this for the reasons you probably think we are. We're doing this because we care about you. Not because of money, not because of Midoriya, and especially not because we feel sorry for you. He continued. I know it might be hard to get, but we care. I know Hisashi wants to take things further and adopt you. The boy looked surprised by that, his mouth gaping a little. And I can't help but admit you remind me of me a lot, he finished, letting the words sink in for a moment. Don't tell Hisashi that though, he'll be screaming, I told you so, all day. Hitoshi still looked shocked at the adoption stuff before looking a bit wary again. So you really don't mind me? Or my quirk? Kid, the cockatoo's been thinking of a birthday present for you since you didn't want anything at Christmas. And I've been looking at training gear for you all week. We don't mind you at all, he assured him. Hitoshi seemed to space out a little, a small wetness appearing at the corner of his eye before he took off his seatbelt and started to pull himself out of the car. Shoyuta thought he might have done things a little wrong or that the kid needed time to process this, but then he went and said something that hit him right in the heart. Thanks, Dad, he stuttered a little and rushed out of the car with his bag. Heading up to the apartment, where Hisashi was already back home. Shoyuta just sat there in the car, staring at the space his kid was. His mind blanked, and not because of Hitoshi's quirk. I guess things were going better than I thought. Izuku was sitting in his room watching Anna get to work on stitching together something. He needed to make a new doll for the meeting soon, but also for someone else that has been on his mind. Hitoshi. He really didn't expect him to be there at Eraserhead's home. He knew he interacted with him and Yamada, but he never knew they had taken him into foster. Ever since then he had been reading files online to do with the boy and finding out exactly what he's been doing for the last half year. After what happened half a year ago, Izuku didn't want to look at anything to do with Hitoshi. He knew he was being texted by him but didn't read the messages, instead needing to remove the SIM card to stop anyone from tracking the phone. He still had it though, he couldn't bring himself to throw it out. Maybe because he hopes one day to talk to him when he feels comfortable again, or maybe he just didn't want to lose that connection. Either way, things were complicated on how he felt with Hitoshi. On one hand, he was still Izuku's friend, but on the other, he never informed him that he was talking to heroes. He knows that he couldn't have known he was running from them, but at the same time he still felt it was far too convenient that both of the people who looked for him were there at the exact moment he went out into the open again. He was likely just confused and scared, which Izuku always was, but there was a mix of betrayal amongst all of those feelings. Hitoshi said he'd protect him and he didn't feel safe that day. But seeing him in Eraserhead's home piqued his interest. He also needed to monitor the meeting place, Coruscant Hotel in Hosu. Of course he could send Anna for both, but she could only do so much without risking being found, even with a disguise. That's why he's having her stitch up something. He remembered vaguely his mama being good at making clothes and sewing, but he couldn't remember much of it. Thankfully the internet was always at his fingertips. It's taken a couple days of practice and ruined clothes, but right now his goal was to make a plushie. A cat plushie. He tried to make a bird, but he couldn't work out how to do the wings. Birds needed to be light and the spinal fluid was not. He also needed to factor in the camera, batteries and all of that, and decided it would be easier to have a cat, something more simple, be his animal. He made it a black one so that the more woven appearance of the doll will be hidden, making it harder to recognize as something that could be spying on them. He already watched a lot of cat videos, with Hitoshi, and knew the movements he would need to mimic to make the creature convincing. He tried to watch more, but every time he did, his mind kept going back to the boy and wondering what he would think of it, and it made him sad. He got sad a lot lately. That feeling of loneliness creeping into him like a quiet poison, depression following, but he wouldn't know that. Or rather, he doesn't want to confront that. That's a problem for future Izuku, it always was. Once the cat was complete, Izuku tested the waters on how well it could hold up. He had it take a tour around the neighborhood, and boy was it hard getting used to another doll. He felt he was already pushing it with Anna, Brutus, and even the satellite dish he used for his internet, but yeah. He doesn't think he can use this thing whilst also working with Anna and Brutus. In all likelihood, at least until maybe he's older, it's either the cat or the humanoid dolls. Speaking of the cat, he decided a nice name would be Charlie. It followed the English naming scheme he was going for and even followed the nice little pattern he had with the other dolls. Anna being A, Brutus being B, and Charlie being C. Charlie did well moving around the neighborhood, at least until it rained, where he had to wait a few hours for it to pass enough for the doll to rush home. The cat wasn't looking good. Apparently running around in a dirty alley without shoes was a problem when you're mostly made of wool. So Izuku bought some cat boots online, the address said a few blocks from here, and got Charlie some nice black boots. They were a lot better at keeping him clean, and after another tour around the neighborhood, everything was great. Unless it was raining, at which he needed to hide. Guess that kind of lines up with the doll being a cat though, so things work out. Charlie's first mission was to go out and find Hitoshi. He knew he was going to Sumi Elementary, so after an hour of jumping trains and avoiding being petted by strangers, he made it to the school, only to find out it was a Sunday. Shoyuta felt like shit. Simple as that. His eyes still stun a bit from having tear gas in them, courtesy of Midoriya, or his problem child, as he now calls him in his mind. Not just that, but he had a meeting today with Tsukachi and a few other heroes about the planned raid on the Dragons meeting that will be coming soon. Of course it wasn't the meeting that was the problem, but rather who was showing up. The pro hero wandered his way to a conference room where the first of 2 meetings on the raid will be held. One today to brief all heroes on the situation, and another closer to the date to lay out the plan for the actual takedown. He was the last to arrive because he had lessons to do, and as soon as he entered he immediately felt his head ache. It was Endeavor. The flaming pro hero was sitting at the table, his burning beard blazing away as he watched him enter the room, a clear look of disdain coming from the man, but not because they knew each other. Shoulda's heard about the pro's lack of restraint when it came to holding back from incinerating every brick, steel beam and glass window that was in his peripheral when fighting. He's never had to worry about collateral damage, so he can't exactly argue to him how to do his job, but he can say that for a hero he seemed to have a hard time bringing the villains in safely. He had the highest number of hospitalized villains on record then. Any other hero but with a good PR team, who would stop him? As for the Burning Man's dirty look at him, he can hazard a guess it's to do with him being underground. Endeavor was a proud man, so a hero who hid their fame, efforts, and even their tactics and quirk was seen as being lesser. Shoyuta would love to fight him, only to erase his quirk and show him who's really lesser. Besides him there were a few other heroes in the room. Only one he's met personally, but the others he's certainly heard of. Backdraft was there, probably due to the multiple fire quirks both the villains and heroes will be using. Crimson Riot too, which he was much better with. He knew the man had a strong sense of chivalry, so hopefully he'll be able to balance out the walking fire hazard. There was also a kid he recognized from UA. A third year whose hero name was Burnin. With fiery green hair and a toothy smile, the hero in training, probably Endeavor's from where she's sitting, was here as well. Finally there was the one hero he recognized, Ingenium, or Tensei Ida. He was a friend of Hisashi's back in high school who soon became his friend against his will when he kept being chummy around him despite his constant attempts to enjoy lunch alone. Right now though he was thankful he was here because it meant there was someone there who could do all the idle chatter for him and he can focus more on the task at hand. He took a seat next to Tensei and thankfully not much was said before Tsukachi came in to start the meeting. "Thank you for all making it," he started. "I am Detective Tsukachi and I'm the lead investigator into the Dragon's Roar case." "Wonderful to meet you, Detective," Tensei exclaimed. Backdraft and Crimson Riot both gave their own greetings and everyone turned to Endeavor and Burnin. The green-haired girl greeted, "Hello, I'm Burnin. It's my first ever raid, so please teach me well on how to do this right." Endeavor made no introduction, the pretentious BSTRD assuming everyone knew who he was already. Thankfully no one pushed that and just got on with it, Tsukachi explaining the location. The noted business conference that happened to align with the invitation date and some of the possible targets. "Obviously not everyone there will be working for the Dragons," the detective explained. "From what we have gathered, the meeting will happen during the evening dinner, the conference merely acting as a cover to root out anyone who might be looking into them." Crimson Riot spoke up. "Do we know who some of these people will be?" "No," responded Tsukachi. "Besides one possible target, we have no way of knowing who in the meeting will be dragons or not, except by their tattoo of course." "Who is the one identified target?" Endeavor spoke, his voice deep and intimidating on its own. The detective, who had been using a slideshow this whole time to show some pictures of the venue, flicked it over to a picture of Midoriya Hisashi. "We believe this man, Midoriya Hisashi, is one of the dragons and possibly a higher-up one too. Why has he not been arrested?" Crimson Riot inquired. "That's because he had gone underground after his identity was discovered. We also know that that name was fabricated, so he likely goes by something else now. All that we know for certain is that his quirk is called Dragon's Breath." Tsukachi summarized. "Fitting," commented Backdraft. "So," started Burnin, "we just need to watch for this Midoriya guy and follow him to the meeting place? We don't know if he'll be there." "Just a guess," Tsukachi stated. "There's another problem," Shoyuta noted whilst looking at the detective, who nodded back. "Yes. Besides the dragons there'll be another character at the hotel that night," he explained. The slideshow changed once more, showing an image taken from when the giant and him fought. It showed Midoriya clearly in the puppet's arm whilst bashing away Death Arms. He never got a proper look at some of the photos taken that day, but this reminded him once more just how tiny the kid was, especially next to the hulking metal that shielded him. He's always feared all activity from Midoriya would stop because the kid starved or got sick and died. Hitoshi himself said that he admitted to not eating a lot. This is Midoriya Izuku, the son of Hisashi. If some of you are familiar with this image, it was taken in early August last year when Eraserhead and Death Arms attempted to. He seemed a bit stumped at the exact wording to say. Rescue Midoriya. "I remember that fight," Backdraft said. "His father killed his mother, right?" Tsukachi nodded. "Yes. We haven't been able to locate the young Midoriya due to him interacting with the world solely through his quirk, Puppeteer." A new slide showed the giant and Midoriya from a different angle where they were fleeing, the two heroes from before chasing after them. Shoyuta still regretted letting him get away. He will get Midoriya back safe and make sure he doesn't hurt himself or anyone else before it's too late. The detective continued to speak more about Midoriya. "We know that he will likely be sending this puppet, named Brutus, to the party to find Hisashi and presumably kill him." "Will the kid himself be there?" Tensei asked, raising his hand first before speaking. "No," answered Shoyuta for him. "Midoriya is a complete recluse. The incident there was the last time anyone has seen him in person. Any other interaction has been through his puppets." "You sound like you know a lot about him," Crimson Riot commented. "I've been following Midoriya's case since he first was reported missing 2 years ago. I've been trying to find him ever since," Shoyuta clarified. "A child that young, a villain?" Backdraft wondered. "No, he's just scared. He thinks in danger because of Hisashi and believes the heroes will arrest him because of what he did to a bunch of teachers last year," he summarized. "I seem to recall it better now." Backdraft followed. "He was responsible for Fright Night, was it?" More discussion was had about Midoriya Izuku and his motives and reasons for being there and what his quirk was capable of. Burnin, being a bit naive, asked whether or not the puppet will really be dangerous if it's just made out of metal. "The puppets made through his quirk are stronger than the average human," Shoyuta clarified. "Yes," agreed Tsukachi, "we also believe a puppet called Anna will be making an appearance as well." The slide changed again to show a video taken from the warehouse showing the two puppets in action, dancing around the giant. Triggered up Rhino and other footage of the giant taking down villains left, right and center with ruthless efficiency. "As you can see, both puppets are dangerous, but especially the giant one," Tsukachi stated. Backdraft looked at Shoyuta and made a comment about what he remembered. "I believe you were almost killed by that thing too, seeing as how you fought it." Shoyuta only gave a curt nod to that before moving on to something much more important. It's important that if you encounter a puppet to not engage on your own. My quirk can stop them from working if the fluids inside them are exposed. We need them in one piece to find any electronics that can be used to trace back to where Midoriya is hiding. That last comment was made with a side glance to Endeavor. He knew that the man was a walking overkill and needed to make sure it was clear that he was referring to him. The flaming hero just scoffed. Why should I care about a kid and his toys? The erasure hero didn't want to acknowledge that backhanded sentence that implied he was almost killed by a toy. A part of him wants to see what the guy would look like fighting the giant like he had. Actually, now that he's had that thought, odds are the puppet would melt from the Hellfire Quirk. Detective Tsukachi spoke up before things got more tense. We need to find Midoriya. We believe he is in bad condition but is scared of showing himself in public. Endeavor continued to hold his chin up but said nothing more, seeing that there is nothing more important to be said. The meeting moved on from that, looking into what the location of the meeting specifics were, the ideal method of attack. This mostly discussed having Shoyuta and Burnin be inside the meeting place due to them both being less known, Shoyuta being underground and Burnin being a student. Everyone else would wait outside once the dragon members have been identified and move in to arrest with the aid of the police. They still needed to do some monitoring though to make sure that the meeting was still on, so that was it for that day. Endeavor left immediately, Burnin rushing after. The rest of the heroes left too after saying goodbye except for Tensei who wanted to have a chat with him. So that Midoriya kid. What are you planning to do when he appears? He asked. I'm going to take down his puppets and get their cameras. Simple as that, he answered. Shoyuta now knew that Midoriya was someone who couldn't be convinced easily. The kid had zero trust in anyone but himself, and the only way he could get him out of that was to show him through actions that he meant no harm. Of course, to do that, he'd need to drag him out of hiding. There's also making sure that Midoriya never reaches Hisashi, if he does appear. He doesn't know what he'll do but he can assume it won't be pretty. Not only will the kid become a villain but he'll likely be too far gone. Seeing death from a young age was a lot, but actually killing? That kind of child never grows up well. By the way, for the dinner, is it alright if I bring Tenya along? The engine hero asked. Sure. Shoyuta says succinctly. Already got Hisashi, Namuri and you in a room together, what's one more headache, he sarcastically thought. Today was a very difficult day for Hitoshi. Due to a problem with the cafeteria, he and Momo have been forced outside to have their lunch. Whilst his friend didn't seem to mind the change of scenery much, the sun was far too bright and he'd rather be inside with the wonderful AC giving the comfort no one else in this world can. Thankfully, Momo knew a small place in the shade under a tree they could sit near. It was under the cover of foliage, quiet enough and away from most of the other kids that they could watch videos on his phone without worrying about being interrupted. His friendship with the black-haired girl had gotten on quite well. He still hasn't asked about what she thought of his brainwashing quirk, but seeing as how when he said it out again when he talked about his past, she seemed to not care somehow. Then again, she seemed a bit sheltered from some of the things she had said. It was still a surprise. When he was told he was going to a private school, he expected snobbish elites, and while yes, Momo was an elite, she was definitely not snobbish. Even though every now and then she makes an accidental brag when she mentions her butler making her lunch or talking about how she's going on holiday to Greece in the summer, saying it's her first time flying in a commercial plane, in first class. He knows they were accidental and the girl was just ever so slightly unfamiliar with the world due to her upbringing, but, whilst it was a bit jarring at first, it slowly became a bit funny. It's hard to get mad at her when she's so excited. Which was a lot different from how she was in class. One moment she was this bright and bouncy girl with a regal smile on her face, the next she was this cold, determined-looking young lady who looked like she would only talk to you if she was forced to. Right now though, he wanted to ask the girl a question. Momo, how much do you know about Ida? Why do you ask? The girl questioned, looking up at him from some homework she was doing. My foster parents are planning to have dinner with a few people. They're friends with Ida's brother and they're bringing him along, he explained. She closed her book to be mannerful and answered him. I do not know much about what his personal likes and dislikes are, but I know he admires his brother a lot and also wants to become a hero. Hitoshi could see that. He certainly had a stick up his butt when it comes to even a small violation of school rules, so of course a guy like him wanted to be a hero. Doubly so because of his brother. Momo continued. I also know he doesn't actually talk to a lot with people when they aren't misbehaving. I think it's because he doesn't really have a filter when it comes to voicing anything he doesn't like or approve of. Those weird robotic movements of his are probably another thing that weirds out people. Hitoshi thought. The boy knew he couldn't talk much. His quirk made him weird. Of course not in the same category as Ida, but he can get him not having a lot of friends that aren't also like him. He's not saying he'd want to be his friend because of that. Momo was enough for him to not feel completely alone at school. But with this dinner party coming up, he'd rather be somewhat prepared for the 3 new faces he's going to be talking to. God, he really should have said no to Shoyuta. Maybe he could just say hello for a few minutes and then sneak back to his room and stay there the rest of the dinner. Hitoshi, Momo uttered, a little low. The purple-haired kid rose an eyebrow and noticed she wasn't looking at him but past him. The boy turned and there he saw something that startled him a little but kept calm. It was a cat. A black one with one eye. He couldn't tell if the other was scarred or not, but the small black shadow had a singular piercing green eye that looked almost unreal. It was small but looked like an adult. Hitoshi was of course familiar with cats, Dot and Pepper living in his home, and maybe because of that he felt something was off with this cat. He heard and saw a few sparkles come from Momo's wrist as she created a small cat toy that she held towards the animal. It was a few feet away, hiding in the shade too, and watching them intently. If the fact it hadn't blinked wasn't unnoticed. It didn't seem to care about the toy and merely stared at Hitoshi and then to Momo before turning tail and running, vanishing over a wall fence. That's unfortunate. Momo glumly said, retracting the cat toy. Yeah. Hitoshi agreed, still looking at where the cat went. I've never petted a cat before, so I was hoping today would be the day, she stated. Cats get scared if you stare them down. He was probably looking at our food, he guessed, looking down at his bento box. How do you know the cat was male? She asked, a little curious. He didn't know why. Just a feeling. Hitoshi was getting quite nervous the closer it got to the time for the dinner. He was a mix of excited and weary at meeting new people because according to Hizashi they were all heroes, bar Ida Tenya. But that was only the first thing in the forefront of his mind. The second was what he found about that invitation, the one he caught a glimpse of when Izuku broke into the house. The place on it was a hotel where a business conference was going to be, but Hitoshi was smart enough to guess that it might be some kind of cover. He needed to be there to see Izuku. He knows it'll be through his dolls, but even just one chat or conversation was all he needed to maybe convince that at the very least he was his friend. He didn't know how he was going to do that, getting to the hotel he means, but he had a few ideas on how to sneak out. Shuda's going to be training him on stealth between now and the meeting, which is fantastic because he can use that to get out. He knows he'll never be able to slip past him because of his constant vigilance, but Hizashi was a different story. Without his hearing aids, it was much easier to sneak up on him if the yelps he makes when surprised by Pepper was any hint. He also needed to be ready for whatever was going to happen there. He knew Izuku was going in for a fight. He had to. This was the Dragon's Roar, and from what he gathered he was waging a war with them. Not just that, but there was a chance that his dad was going to be there, or maybe definitely. He still didn't know what he was going to do with him. He never thought Izuku could be violent or mean. After all, when he saw him and heard his voice he seemed like an angel, but then again, that little angel of a friend was taking down factories of villains with ease. There were a lot of unknowns, but that didn't matter right now. Hey, Toshi! Hizashi called, can you help me with this sauce? The boy headed on into the kitchen where his father was cooking. He hadn't said words like Dad or Papa again since he did to Shoyuta a while back, and he didn't seem to hate it. He tried to say it again, but every time he did he got a twinge that he was still crossing a line. Even when he saw on Shuda's face he didn't mind. That's why he has an objective during this dinner. Be more ready to call him his dad's. First though he needed to understand something. After chopping onions for the better part of 5 minutes next to the whistling blonde, Hitoshi spoke up. Should I call you both Dad? Immediately the whistling stopped, and Hitoshi regretted it a little just as fast. Hizashi had locked up in thought, before continuing with the sauce on his end and answering his question. You can call us whatever you want, Toshi, he uttered. Seemingly unfazed now by what was asked. Of course inside Hizashi was screaming in delight inside at his kid finally opening up to them being their parents. He didn't want to scare him though, so he kept it relaxed. Okay Papa, he muttered, and the blonde stopped again as he fought back the cheer in his voice as it would probably shatter the windows. After the food was made, a nice western dish called a pasta bake, they set it in the oven to cook as Hizashi went to see if Shoyuta was awake yet. Sure enough, the man was still in bed, sleeping off the last week of teaching during the day and pro-heroing at night. Hizashi gently nudged the other hero awake, and after a small fight to actually wake up and not another 5 more minutes, Shoyuta got ready. And by ready it was throwing on a loose plain black shirt and a pair of jeans. Of course his capture scarf was on like every outfit he wore that wasn't formal. The blonde was brushing his hair for him when a ringing at the door heralded their first guest, Hizashi springing up to go get it with energy both insomniacs were always befuddled by, and opened the door. Namiri greeted Hizashi. Thanks for making it. Thanks for the invitation, the dark purple-haired woman cheered back, taking a step in to hug whilst carrying what seemed to be a Tupperware filled with her own food to offer. I brought some pork curry for the dinner. Sounds delicious. Come on in. We're making a pasta bake. Hisashi clamored back, letting the woman in before closing the door behind her. The woman, Namuri, had her hair tied up in a ponytail and had a pair of thin-rimmed glasses on. The way she strutted around the room was filled with confidence and frankly that scared Hitoshi a little as she caught sight of him watching from the kitchen. Hey there kid. Nice to finally meet you after how much Hisashi talks about you, she said, the purple-haired boy a bit shocked by what he said. Hopefully they were all good things, he tried to say confidently back but his slight shake gave away he was feeling intimidated by how loud she was being. He's only just gotten used to Hisashi's extroversion not too long ago, so having to deal with another one, especially one who seemed a lot more careless in how others see her, was going to take some adjustment. Thankfully, she got the hint. And lowered her voice a bit more and adopted a more nurturing tone in her voice. Yeah, the only problem is he won't stop gushing about every little thing you do, she answered, much more tame. Hisashi just squawked at that and mused, how could I not? Toshi's such a good kid, how can I not be proud? Alright, now that was more surprising. He expected him to maybe say she was blowing things out of proportion or exaggerating, but does Hisashi seriously talk about him a lot? He's never had that before with any of his foster parents previously. They normally deny him being there to anyone except caseworkers. Both him and Shoyuta have shown him nothing but support, and honestly a part of it was tiring. Not because he didn't like it, he loved it, but the problem was he was never sure if the penny would drop and all of a sudden he was on to another home. But maybe, just maybe they really do like him. Maybe this dinner will give him a lot more on that. The purple-haired woman smirked at Hisashi's response, but something seemed to hit her and she turned back to Hitoshi. Sorry, I should have introduced myself first. I'm Kayama Namuri, but you can call me Auntie Namuri if you'd like. Sure Namuri. I'm Shinso Hitoshi, he responded, not feeling comfortable calling a stranger that when he's barely getting used to the idea of calling Shoyuta and Hisashi his parents. She didn't seem to mind though and immediately went on to talk about something else. By the way Shinso, Hisashi told me you want to be a hero one day? Yeah, he answered, a little bit of excitement in his eyes. Great to hear. Your quirk is a powerful one and will definitely make you a great hero, she cheered, and the slight fear Hitoshi had about her thoughts on his quirk were gone. The blonde got excited too and agreed with her. Totally. Toshi's going to be a great hero when he grows up. Can you both calm down? Shoyuta ordered as he came into the living room from his office. I might kick you both out if you continue to scream. Shoyuta. Namuri called, at which the man groaned. How have you and Hisashi not adopted this little mini-you yet? He almost looks just like you. We look nothing alike, the man rebutted. I beg to differ, he has your eye bags, she mused, a wider smirk growing on her face. The man just let out a sigh, opting to go to a sofa and crash on it, hopping onto him and lying there. Meanwhile, Tayoshi was freaking out slightly inside at all of this. The mention of adoption setting things off in his mind. Would he like to be adopted? Yes he would. It meant he wouldn't have to worry about being sent away. Especially from Hisashi and Shoyuta. Both have been the best foster parents he's had, PRD. But would they really do that? Adopt him? The black-haired man never answered Namuri's question, so did he not want to adopt him? He scanned Hisashi's face and he didn't seem to have been put off by that idea, so maybe at least he wanted him. Before he could finish the rest of his thoughts or ask questions, the door rang again and behind it was a tall young man with short blue hair. He had exhaust pipes sticking out of his elbows and next to him was clearly Tenya Ida. Great of you to make it Tensei. Hisashi shouted and Hitoshi was sure he heard Shoyuta whine into the sofa pillow. Great to be here Hisashi, the now third extrovert in this apartment replied back. He entered in with some food too and handed it off to Namuri after greeting her, taking it to the dining table whilst both of the Ida brothers took off their shoes to enter. The young Ida looked at Hitoshi and his expression was that of being very unsure. Maybe the brainwasher might see that as fear, but he's hoping the other boy would prove him wrong. Hey there, you must be Shinso, right? The older Ida asked him. He had gotten down a little to be on his level. Yeah. Hitoshi answered, slightly more relaxed after meeting Namuri. Cool, he motioned the smaller Ida over and stood up as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Tenya, this is the kid I was talking about. The glasses boy, Tenya he'd call him now for sake of avoiding confusion, did a short bow. Hello Shinso, I had no idea that you were the friend's son my big brother was talking about. The bow he made was very stiff, not helping with the robot rumors he's heard some kids chat about when he was looking for stuff on Ida. I didn't realize. I was told you were coming. Hitoshi responded. Oh, are you in the same class? Tensei asked. Yes. Shinso has been a very calm student. Whilst I can't say anything for his grades yet, he has shown himself to be very mannered, the boy recited. What makes him think I'm well-mannered? Is it because I'm quiet? I can see that. Hitoshi thought. We don't really talk to each other in class, the purple-haired kid said. I normally keep to myself. Tensei's expression of being gleeful didn't fade at all. Well, maybe you two can learn a bit about each other during this dinner, huh? Hitoshi wasn't really sure. Their personalities don't really mesh at all. Momo was quiet and liked talking about cats, 2 of the 3 things he loved most, the third being coffee he's not allowed. Tenya seemed to be the opposite. Not on the cat part but on the quiet. Maybe that's just his first impressions talking. Now that introductions were out of the way, the 6 of them set up around the dinner table. The 3 dishes everyone brought were set out and they all tucked in, mostly staying quiet with only little chats between the adults until the food was done. That was wonderful, Hizashi. Tensei started. I loved the sauce. Why do you think only he did it? Shoyuta stated. The blonde chuckled a little. Maybe because your entire culinary expertise is in jelly pouches and making coffee? What else do you need in life, he argued. A balanced diet? A proper sleep schedule? A hairbrush. Hizashi listed off. All illogical, he simply rebuttal. The married couple continued to argue good-naturedly over Shuta's lifestyle choices when Namuri turned to Hitoshi and asked him a question. So Shinso, do you want to learn how we met Shoyuta? There was a slight mischievous gleam in her eye as she said that, and the 2 arguing immediately stopped, Shoyuta especially. Namuri no. It was during the sports festival at UA, she began to recite, dramatically waving her hands through the air. She earned an immediate quirked glare from the man, and although there was a slight shiver through the purple-haired woman, she pressed on. Me, Tensei and Hizashi were already in the hero's course when a kid from Gen Ed blazed through the festival to first place. Namuri, stop it. Shoyuta warned. When we were all in our locker rooms in the stadium, it was Hizashi who got to the final when this guy walked in and stared him down, she continued, jabbing a thumb at Shoyuta. When we asked what he was doing, he said, with a straight face. Shoyuta looked ready to jump out at her but was locked down by Hizashi, gripping his arm under the table, smiling menacingly. Namuri recited the next line in an impersonation of the black-haired man. Just because you're pretty, doesn't mean I won't go easy on you. Tensei was letting out a little laugh at that, but Namuri wasn't finished. And then before anyone could say anything he turned red and ran out. No explanation. Bizarrest thing that happened that day. No reason why he did that. He didn't even bad talk me before my fight. The blue-haired man continued it from there. From then on, he won the sports festival, transferred to our class, and every time we chatted, we'd always use that to break Shoyuta out of his steel wall of stoicism. And I hate all 3 of you for it. Shoyuta added, now just resigned to his fate, because if one story has been told, sure enough there will be others. What came out were many stories about their time in UA and other instances of something ridiculous happening to do with Shoyuta, including but not limited to him breaking a leg because he slipped from a lamppost he was dared to climb, the many times he got trapped in his own capture weapon during training, and that one incident where he destroyed an expensive piece of equipment because he fell asleep on it, earning detention for a week. That and other stories reminded Hitoshi that heroes aren't invincible and that his foster dad, albeit seemed to always be confident in everything he does, isn't. It makes him feel just a bit more closer to him. Hizashi too, when Tensei told a story of a time he accidentally ruined an ice sculpture competition during an internship by using his quirk during it. Tensei even showed some pictures of when they were younger. A clean-shaven Shoyuta with barely any eye bags was something he'd never thought he'd see. Hizashi looked the same, besides the shorter hair, which was funny, but what he noticed was that in most photos there was a guy with cloud-like baby blue hair. He almost wanted to ask who that was, but just assumed that if they weren't talking about him or him not being here there was probably a reason. That thought quickly went away when he saw Shoyuta in a pencil costume for a party. His head being where the eraser should be. Is that where he got his name? Hitoshi asked, slightly amused. Namuri smirked. No, he had it before then. He got the actual name from us. I didn't care about a hero name. I already knew I was going underground, the man clarified. So you like it? Hizashi questioned, a face like he knew the answer already. No. Once the food was done, the adults decided to talk in the living room, leaving Hitoshi and Tenya to themselves. The 2 of them, with Tensei's insistence, headed to his room to presumably chat. Hitoshi's room was upstairs and to the left. It was a big room. Certainly big enough to have 2 beds, but that wasn't what was in there. On Hizashi's insistence, the walls were painted his favorite color, purple. Call it obvious from his hair, but he liked it anyway. Besides that, it was very plain in terms of furniture. There was a dresser, a desk, a shelf, and the bed itself. The two decided to sit on the two different seats that were there, Ida on the desk chair and Hitoshi on his bed. It was quiet for a short while, both probably unsure what to talk about with each other before Tenya decided to speak first, being a lot more social than him. "Shinso, do you want to be a hero when you grow up?" he asked. Yeah. I want to be an underground one like Shoyuta," he answered. There was a bit of excitement in his eyes as he agreed. "I do too. I want to be just like my older brother. I'm sorry, but I don't think I recognize him. What hero is he again?" Hitoshi questioned. "That's understandable, his costume hides his face." "He's Ingenium," he replied, the name of the hero filled with pride as he spoke it. Hitoshi didn't know a lot of heroes, at least compared to Izuku. He didn't really have the internet and he couldn't watch TV when he was with his previous fosters. Now though he had a lot more access to the outside world, and one of those heroes he's seen in the news was Ingenium. The reveal gave him a slight bit of a shock at first. He knew he was a well-known hero due to him always prioritizing the rescue over attacking villains like some other heroes do. So he was slightly awestruck at first. Hisashi was a famous hero too, but he had more celebrity fame than hero fame due to how his quirk was best used in big fights than alleyway crimes. "Do you have his quirk too?" he wondered. "Not on my arms but on my legs," the blue-haired boy stated, motioning to the small pipes on the back of his leg. Tenya always seemed to wear shorts, probably for these exhausts, but Hitoshi has never really noticed them due to them being small. According to the glasses boy, they'll get much bigger as he gets older. Right now though he had a hard time controlling them, or rather controlling himself during movement. "I hope to become a hero one day, despite what everyone has said about me." Hitoshi hoped, Tenya's eyes easing a little. "My brother told me that it is never the quirk that makes you but how you use it. I think you will become a very admirable hero in the future, Shinso," the boy promised. Thanks," Hitoshi said, the words hitting him hard but keeping a deadpan facade like his foster dad does. "By the way, if I may ask Shinso," Tenya started. "Why is it that you call your father by his first name?" "Well, I'm still getting used to being here," he said. He only just realized after, by Tenya's face, that he doesn't know that he's being fostered by Shoyuta and Hisashi. Seeing that he was quick to clarify. "I'm being fostered. My parents gave me up after I manifested my quirk. I was moved around a lot too. Shoyuta and Hisashi are the first two adults who've actually wanted me to stay with them." "That's sad to hear," Tenya said, then panicked a little. "The fostering, not your foster parents taking you in." "Don't pity me, things are better now," Hitoshi stated, still smiling anyway at the sympathy. "Do they plan on adopting you?" the glasses boy asked. I don't know. Well, I can't understand people much, but I can see that they like you," Tenya assumed, and how much he hoped for it to be true. "Thanks, Ida," he said with a slight smile. The two kept up the chatting. It wasn't major talk though, things did pick up a lot when they discussed what their training is. Tenya was still working a lot on controlling his movement when his engines were active. Apparently it was as easy as having them on as he ran. He also needed to consider what direction his legs were pointing. According to the boy, the first time he used his quirk fully, he crashed into a tree. Maybe that was why he had stilted movements. He must have practiced a lot keeping his body rigid so that his engines don't point in opposite directions and he's forced to do a painful split. Doesn't explain the arm gestures though. The only thing he noticed though during the conversation was how most of what Tenya talked about was his quirk, whilst he had no plan to train his. He hasn't used his quirk again since forever. The last time he had used it was all the way back during the first time it manifested. What would be the reason he would even practice it though? It is never the quirk that makes you but how you use it. Tenya's earlier words echoed in his mind. He could have used it with Izuku. He even asked him a question, his name, when he first saw him in person. He could have taken control and maybe he'd be here right now and not out there. Maybe it would be a good idea to try out his quirk and train it, if only to control it. The problem was he had no idea how to ask that or how they even do that. But maybe that wasn't the problem. Maybe it's him wanting to trust Shoyuta and Hisashi. He does, he really wants to stay with them. He should ask. Find out once and for all if he is staying. "So what are your plans for him?" questioned Tensei, sitting across from the married couple on the sofa. Tensei was resting on the armchair whilst Namuri had one of the dining room chairs be her seat. They had been talking about things that happened recently at first before the topic obviously jumped to Hitoshi and what their future was. "Well, I know I want to keep him," Hisashi stated. "He's wanted to since he first learned everything about him. Yeah, maybe he's a bit too young to be having kids, but he wasn't going to use that as an excuse to leave a child in the foster system like he almost was. But he didn't know what Shoyuta wanted. He'd hoped that over these last few months he's seen what he's seen in Hitoshi and, Well, it certainly seemed he had if that look in his eye that only he recognized as him being happy came through. I don't want to do it unless the kid wants to first, Shoyuta said. Shoyuta had gotten more used to the idea of being a father. He was still scared of messing things up and there was a lot of apprehension, but he felt hopeful. Hisashi was really right about him liking him. The kid was determined and passionate even when it didn't show on his face. He wanted to teach him everything he knows and will come to know as he becomes more of a veteran hero. It was just that fear of messing him up that's holding back. Maybe that's why he wants Hitoshi to come to him first and ask for it and not him. He wanted to know that the kid really wanted to be there with them and that he was doing something right. Hisashi always assured him when he had these doubts, but they were still there. Tensei looked at the man and his face went into thought for a moment before talking. You know, he might not come out with it. I've seen kids rather let themselves suffer instead of burdening anyone because they're afraid of the consequences. I know, started Shoyuta, and Hitoshi is certainly one of them. He asked what he wanted to call us. Hisashi said, referring to before Namuri arrived. He did, asked Namuri. Yeah, asked if he should call both of us Dad? I said he could call us whatever he wanted. Hisashi recalled. See? Namuri exclaimed. He does want more. So what's holding the two of you back? Hisashi looked immediately to Shoyuta, knowing fully the answer lies with him. The erasure hero just sighed for a moment before voicing his worries. I'm just afraid of messing him up. His quirk has much worse rap than mine and I know he's going to get sheet on it probably his whole life. It won't always be, but it'll happen. The three of you know I didn't exactly channel those frustrations healthily. He referred to middle school, where he was suspended for getting into fights often. Because of which he couldn't enter UA's hero course right off the bat and had to make a deal with Nedzu to win the sports festival to be let in. That's why I know the two of you can do better. Tensei said. I don't know. There's so much that can go wrong with raising a kid. Not just that, but me and Zashi both lead busy lives. I'm afraid of him being neglected like my dad did to me. Shoyuta, Namuri said firmly. The fact you are even asking this question is proof you do know what you're doing. It doesn't stop it from being possible, he replied. Finally said Hisashi, I know it's going to be much, but I know we can do this. It may be a bit hard at first, but I'm sure we can work through it. I know you'll be an amazing dad because you're an amazing hero, friend and husband, the last part with a slight blush. Fine. Let's ask him, he said. As the dinner party ended, both the Idas and Namuri left after saying goodbye. The three members of the household just sat in the living room, thinking things about themselves and their situation. Hitoshi looked across from the armchair to Shoyuta and Shoyuta was looking back towards him. There was a moment of quiet, Hisashi looking between the two. Nothing had to be said that they were going to talk about something big. Shoyuta, Hitoshi uttered. Hitoshi, Shoyuta said. Do you want to stay here? Am I staying here? Both insomniacs shut up, their questions and tones making it clear what their answers are to each of their own questions. They stared at each other, stunned by them having the same thoughts before the laughter of their blonde friend broke their shocked states. You really are meant to be father and son, he laughed. He kept going before calming down to let them continue their conversation. You really want to adopt me? Hitoshi asked sheepishly. Only if you want a kid. Shoyuta answered. And not because you have T2, he questioned, voice getting a bit strangled. Because we want to. We want to make you our kid, Hitoshi. Shoyuta stated. The purple-haired boy broke down. In restrained tears as Hisashi rushed to hug him, motioning Shoyuta over too as the two embraced Hitoshi who cried into both of their shoulders. He never thought it was possible. That there really would be someone who'd want him. He didn't think he could do it. But the kid said he wanted to, and how could he not try? He always knew it was meant to be. Now he was going to be the best he could be. And with that, the family of three was realized. Izuku was scribbling away in a notebook he had gotten, which was filled with all the different heroes, fighting styles and information he had on villains, mostly the dragons. There was very little known about any big players, but there was a lot in terms of the little guys. It's good to know and research just in case he'd ever stumble into them at the party. The hero information was also important. He knew there was definitely going to be a raid on the hotel, and he'd managed to find out, after probing the police database, that there were going to be some big names there. Ingenium, Backdraft, Eraserhead, obviously, Crimson Riot, and arguably the most important one, Endeavor. Izuku is not confident against Endeavor. He was prepared for Heat obviously, he was going up against Hisashi, but Heat on his level was too much. If he wanted to stand a chance at, not fighting but avoiding him, he needed something important. He needed intel. Maybe because it's been noticed, but a lot of files, especially on the dragons, have been more and more restricted. Obviously they're defending against moles, but he's also noticed that there hasn't been anything digital uploaded. Everything else for other new cases were fine, so it can't be a new system, so they had to be doing this for him. Probably. The only reason he knew of the meeting was because he had been watching out for it, using the cameras to see who went in and out of the conference rooms. He knew Eraserhead and Tsukachi were involved with this, so all he had to do was wait for them to rally with a bunch of heroes, and that was all it took to find out who were going to be at the raid. Of course he didn't know what was happening in them, but he could guess it was about how to raid the hotel. So he needed that information. Knowing where every hero and officer was stationed would be invaluable, as well as any extra intel on the dragons he might not have. The best way to get it is to either break into the police station and plant a bug, impossible, or break into another pro hero's home and raid their office. He can't do Eraserhead again, obviously. Backdraft is primarily a rescue hero, so he won't have those details he needed, and instead will be more about where he specifically needed to be. Ingenium's agency is built like a fortress, and according to what he's found, practically everything for their cases was there. Crimson Riot's home address was something he couldn't get a hold of, so that left him with only one option. Endeavor's home was well known. Unlike All Might above him or even Best Jeanist below him, Endeavor was extremely well known, at least in terms of information. His name, age, home address, all of that was public and free to look at. It's his defenses around his home and the stupidity of breaking into the number 2's house being the reason why no one has tried to even get in, at least to his knowledge. That's going to change today because, using Charlie, he's going to break into a pro hero's home. Again. Done with his notebook, marking out an entry point in the house he found earlier through scouting, he slapped a little pouch onto the woolly black cat. It had a few things: bugs, spy cameras, and of course a small explosive meant to destroy him and the camera in case he gets caught. "You are going to do great," Izuku sang in his mind as he squished the cheeks of the plush. So far the cat had been useful, getting into places the other two dolls couldn't. Sumai Elementary School, for example. He'd seen Hitoshi there for the first time, sitting next to a girl called Yayorozu that he spent all night looking up to for some reason he can't explain. He was happy the boy was making friends, and though there was a part that didn't like him, he still betrayed him, he was glad he had started to move on from Izuku. After all, it wasn't as if they could be friends again, not after all of that and what was going on in both of their lives. That didn't mean he wasn't any better, watching how he was being forgotten and replaced. Sending Charlie on his way, the Greenette piloted the little guy all the way to the Todoroki's residence. He knew by the time he arrived, the hero should be out working. The problem was that he wasn't the only one who lived in that house. Izuku knew there was a daughter and two sons aged 14, 11, and 7 respectively. From what he could tell, they never left the house besides the daughter, who left for maybe 2 hours maximum before returning home with groceries, and that was at least once a week. This was going to be difficult even without the pro hero there, so there's a decent chance he'll have to say goodbye to Charlie. Then again, if there's a chance, he might be able to fight off a couple people using the cat. Despite it being made that way, the black feline was still a doll and could easily stand upright and swing its paws like fists if needed. Of course those fists are made of wool, but he had the rubber cat boots on, so they'll pack a little punch. Charlie made his way to the house, hopping trains to get to where he needed to go. Being a cat meant he was rarely bothered because no one wanted a scratch, but that didn't stop some people from reaching out to try and pet his plush. Normally in those instances he just has the cat run away, and if that doesn't work, punching them lightly with the rubber boots normally startled them enough to give him a chance to run. It was honestly funny seeing the reactions when the cat they've been looking to pet befriend suddenly spins around and punches their shin. After a few stops, Charlie arrived outside of the Todoroki household, and it was always impressive to see. There weren't many traditional Japanese homes like this in Tokyo. Most of them tended to be destroyed either through villain attacks or just degradation over time, leading to them being unmaintainable compared to more modern buildings. Izuku himself never really thought about them. He was more into the Gothic architecture of France or Old London, but that's probably because he's had more opportunity seeing them due to most dolls and puppets drawing inspiration from there. Either way, it was a sight. Using a route he scouted out a few days earlier, Charlie hopped onto a fire hydrant outside for leverage before getting over the walls of the estate. After, with the shadow of the house helping him hide better during the day, the cat rushed to a window he noticed was open quite often. It seemed to be the kitchen, but there was no one inside, so the feline jumped in and began to search around the household. There were some noises elsewhere, the sound of a TV he thinks, which meant there were likely people there, so the cat made their way upstairs. He didn't know if the office was upstairs, but odds are it was. Moving across the sparkling clean wooden floor, Charlie began to carefully open sliding panel doors to peek in and hopefully find anything that could be an office. After a few checks and almost being caught by a boy with white hair, He had found what he hoped would be the office. Sneaking inside and closing the door, the cat ran around checking cabinets and pages and taking pictures of everything. It's good to have information in general and not just about what he wanted to do. After all, if it's safe enough, he could sell it to Jiren for some easy money. Going through most of them, he had found what he had been looking for. An almost finished plan for the raid on the hotel. It seemed that Eraserhead and a hero in training called Burnin were going to be the advance party and attend the conference as guests to search for all of the potential targets. It was an interesting plan. Admittedly, Izuku's was to have Anna and Brutus watch outside the hotel along with the traffic cameras to spot Hisashi, but maybe if he had Anna dress up, she could get in and find him faster. The other heroes would be on standby with the police in the hotel in rooms they have already booked ahead of time under fake names. Of course, there were also reinforcements outside that he needed to be mindful of. Mindful of for the sake of getting Anna and Brutus out of there once the fighting is done. He didn't want to lose the dolls as he had become very attached to both of them, especially Anna being his first proper one. Eraserhead certainly made things hard, which was why he might need to ask for some help, at least with getting away. Izuku didn't know how to drive a car, so hiring someone to stand by who could would be great. Then he saw his name pop up in the file and he became very curious to see what they had on him. Sure enough, it had a lot. Hisashi, Mama, himself. All of his movements before he disappeared and the dangers his dolls can pose. There was one alarming detail though. A note made by both the lead detective, Tsukachi Naomasa, and Aizawa Shoyuta, who he knew was Eraserhead. It said to disable the dolls instead of destroying them in order to look through and possibly find something to trace his location with. Izuku didn't know if he could really do that, but then again, there were a lot of quirks in this world. He still didn't know though why the heroes, or rather Eraserhead specifically, wanted the boy to turn himself in. Obviously because he's committing crimes, but it's not as if he can't handle himself. Maybe he's a bit thin and weak, but his quirk has that handled. With all the information he needed, Charlie walked over to the door to leave after making sure the office was how he left it. Opening it up, the cat walked out, Izuku's mind still sitting on the possible ways he could destroy any way to trace his location through quirks. He'd have to look up if there was any such person and how to counter it. For now though, he just needed to get out. Izuku froze as he stared through the camera to see a bicolor-haired boy with heterochromia staring down at him. Directly into the camera with an expression of complete muted shock. It was at that moment as well that Izuku remembered that Charlie was still standing upright like a human. Shudo wasn't having a good day right now. He was expecting his father to be out all day, but he was supposedly going to come back early in order to train him some more due to the man getting an injury that will leave him out of commission for the night. He did not like his father. In fact, a major part of him despised the man. And a part of that hate comes not from his harsh training methods, restricting him indoors and making it so that he could never really develop any social skills, though all of that didn't help. The other was how his mother was treated and what he had done to her. He's gotten used to his reflection and can only just barely look at himself long enough to not recoil at the burn across the left side of his face. For a while, he thought about covering it up, but when his father agreed, he immediately decided not to. Of course this upset his father, but realistically what could he do? Shudo was going to leave this house eventually. He was going to go out in the world and live the dream moved upon him before he was even born. The demon can't always hang around him, making sure he doesn't reveal his scarred face. Not to mention, his father despised those who hid behind masks, seeing them as not being fully committed to heroism. Of course, this was always despite the fact that many quirks work better with air filters or shades in case it's something to do with light. Then again, barely anyone was on his radar besides the ones that either are under his rule or above him, that being only All Might. He's just arrived. Barking out a roar in his name as the boy rushed downstairs to greet his father at the door. Shudo, he began, voice deep and authoritative, have you completed your daily training? Yes, father, he replied instantly. Good. We will continue before dinner, but first. He handed the boy a folder. It was probably a case file that he'll need to pass up to his office. The flaming hero walked past him. Take that upstairs and set it on my desk. Then immediately go to the training hall. Yes, father. And so Shudo went upstairs, of course moving as slow as he could. It's a childish thing, but anything to even delay the viscous training he's going to be receiving is a welcome one. He passed by Natsuo, who just gave him a mournful look. His brother also despised their father, seeing him as the reason their family was broken. They rarely talk though, if ever. Not just him but Fuyumi too, mostly because Shudo barely has any free time to himself, perhaps on purpose. It always felt like his father tolerated Natsuo being here. Sure, Fuyumi also was one of his failures, but she was always supportive. Maybe because she was scared, or maybe because she has hope that he'll change. Either way, unlike his brother, he wasn't on good terms with her. Not good doesn't mean bad though. She helps him after he gets hurt, or pushed beyond his limits, but that just makes her faith in father seem all the more frustrating. Shudo turned down some hallways towards the home office of Endeavor, his mind still dreading the thought of training and wondering. He's been inside a few times, so he wasn't expecting anything when he came across a mind-bogglingly sight standing outside of the office door. A black cat on its hind legs, walking around like a human. It had a singular green eye that looked almost like a marble in this light. Its other eye, or maybe where one should be, was black and almost glossy. What was also quite weird was that the cat seemed to wear boots, had a pouch, and had just clearly opened the door to the office in a way a cat shouldn't be able to. The two of them just stared at each other. One at the surprise of someone being there and the other at the fact there is a cat inside his house. What? Shudo eventually sputtered out. The feline didn't blink and just got down on all fours like a normal cat, meowed in a weirdly robotic way and just turned around and ran. Shudo thought to chase, but Shudo, his father yelled from somewhere in the house. Charlie ran for an exit, but the thing about houses like this is that due to the architecture, the windows were all too small for the yarn cat to push through. All of the upstairs windows were either wooden barred or completely covered with paper. He needed to go back downstairs and get out the way he came in. Problem was the fact that the kid his age back there was, well back there, and the shout he just heard reverberated throughout the house was definitely Endeavor's. He didn't know where he was, but he wasn't about to find out. The cat peeked around corners, making sure it wasn't followed, but there was no one there. Did he just ignore me? Or is he getting someone's help? Izuku thought. Doesn't matter. This was a chance as the stairs were clear and he could make a run for the kitchen. Sprinting down, Charlie managed to get back to the kitchen only to be shocked that there was now a girl in there making dinner, the window closed as well. Great, now what? He needed to find a new way out, but that was going to be hard. On the bright side though, the girl didn't seem alarmed, so there's a good chance the boy hasn't said anything, for some reason. Izuku commanded the cat to continue to stalk through the household, hoping to find an open window or door, when he entered a large, mostly empty room. He was about to ponder what it was for before a different door opened and in came what was clearly the pro-hero out of costume along with the bicolored boy. Quick thinking had the plush crawl up a wooden beam and hang from the roof, watching down from the dark as the man and boy continued talking to each other. Well, actually it was more a one-sided conversation. Shudo, the pro-hero said, it is time we moved on to more extreme forms of training. He was carrying out what seemed to be a bucket load of logs and chopped wood. The man continued. As a part of our quirk, we must be careful of the things we create that can be caused by what we burn. He set the bucket down and Izuku started to dread where this might be going. For today, we'll start with smoke. Next week we'll do steam. You'll be experiencing both of them so that you won't be perturbed by either. He ignited the logs and wood, smoke immediately coming out, and after a few minutes, the room became uncomfortably dark with the stuff. Thankfully, being not alive, Charlie didn't need to worry about breathing, but he did have a problem with soot getting on the camera. He could see enough though. Enough to see the boy, Todoroki Shudo, begins to hack and cough at the dark fumes. Endeavor seemed completely fine, but he seemed to be holding his breath, something he probably expected his child to do and surely wasn't expecting him to just be alright with smoke, right? Izuku thought that maybe this was a joke. That this man wasn't about to give his son black lungs for the sake of getting stronger, but, well, he wasn't helping him. Even when the boy fell down and began coughing violently, the hero didn't flinch. No, it seemed he was sneering. Like he was disappointed. Honestly, he should have known he wouldn't help. Hisashi was cruel too. Maybe not in this way, but cruelty was like ice cream. All kinds of flavors, but in the end it was always cold. What was he planning to do with steam? Was he going to try and burn him? Is that how he got that scar? The more he watched, the more he became terrified of the pro-hero and sympathetic to the boy. It was also a morbid curiosity that made it so he forgot to even look for an exit. Just gazed down, hoping that maybe this was all a joke. 10 minutes went by and the smaller Todoroki was on the floor, barely able to stay up when he threw up on the wood. It was a common thing with smoke inhalation from what Izuku knew. He researched it for Hisashi just in case. And at that moment he was tempted to just jump down and attack the pro-hero, as fruitless as that would be. Then he remembered he had something he could do. Take pictures. And so he did. It was hard because of the smoke and the angle, but he got some good images and clips of what was going on. He had to stop halfway through when the dark room, filled with billowing smoke and the glow of orange fire from both the bucket and the hero, started to make Izuku shake a little, remembering what happened long ago. It should be enough, but right now he needed to it was getting too much to watch. Endeavor smothered the fire, scoffing at his now nearly unconscious son. He went to a nearby window and opened it, the smoke leaving and a way out made, but that wasn't on the puppeteer's mind. He was scared for the boy. He wasn't moving much. The pro hero then left his son, and maybe it was to get help, but he didn't come back. Instead it was the girl from earlier rushing in with a first aid kit to help the boy. "Shoulda," she uttered, like this was a normal occurrence. "Why can't he ever go easier on you?" And that was all the confirmation he needed to start thinking about how he was going to want to take down this pro hero. A few days after the infiltration, Izuku began to organize the images he had gotten from the training session into a single folder. He didn't trust the police to do their job, so he had to send it to someone who would actually take his words seriously. The first name on his mind then was of course Eraserhead, but doing that might end up with him possibly trying to convince him again to reveal where he was, and he didn't want to deal with that. So what other hero could he reach out to who could maybe help? Someone who would definitely feel sympathy. Someone who knew what it was like to be unheard. There was only one pro hero capable enough who could maybe fit that bill. Typing away in his office, Nezu was preparing for the incoming final exam for the first semester of UA's school year. More often than not it involved robots, and although he would rather prefer something more, the machines were certainly enough for the first years. Of course the years up would have different final exams. Second years would go through a week-long simulation of a real city with faux villains hired and faux civilians. It was a fun thing to watch from behind the screen, and it was always exciting to see the many ways and approaches both the student heroes and the hired villains would do to win. With a sip of tea, he marked down the final touches for the robot's attack, making sure to keep in mind all of the first-year students' weaknesses and strengths when he got an interesting email. It came from an unknown email, and at first he thought if there was a problem with his spam filter when he noticed this was intentionally aimed at him. After a quick check for anything nefarious, he looked through it. It was a file with images, pictures, and a report about Endeavor and how he treated his son. Honestly, it was quite awful to witness. He thought at first it might have been doctored, but then there would be no reason to go through all this effort. The email also had a message. "Please look into this. I know you can sympathize. Dollmaker." This was certainly more interesting than preparing exams. It had been a few days since Izuku had sent that email to the hero Nezu. He knew of the person's origins from researching him when he noticed that he was on his case. An animal with a quirk who was experimented on and had to fight not just for his freedom but his respect and rights. He thought that maybe, because of this origin, he wouldn't simply sit idly by while someone was being put through such brutal training methods. Mirroring the experiments he's no doubt had gone through. That and him being an educator would both probably hit him in similar ways. He hasn't noticed any activity though. Outside the Todoroki residence, Izuku hasn't seen anything that could be a stakeout. Did he still not trust his information? Endeavor had many enemies, but surely with what he's been given, the man's reputation and the fact his kids are rarely seen should be enough to at least look into. He just hoped that Nezu wasn't friends with him. Right now though he had something else to think about. The conference was coming up soon and he needed to get the right things to take down Hisashi. He already knew he had to get lots of fireproofing, maybe some extinguishers and of course restraints to hold him. He still wasn't sure what exactly he was going to do once he got to the man. If he was going to turn him in or hurt him. Izuku does want to hurt him. Badly. Not kill him. No, he needed to be punished with not just pain but a loss of his freedom and time, at least that is what he tries to tell himself. But how he will hurt him or rather fight him was a different story. He doesn't know how he fights, how he moves, how he works with his quirk. Does he use a gun? His fists? Or does he solely rely on his quirk to get things done? Either way, he had something planned, and that was why he was at the theater in hopes of acquiring it. "I have to say, Dollmaker, I rarely have to make an order this big," Jiren commented, looking through a list of things Izuku needed. "Can it be done?" Anna questioned. "Course, no issue there," he said with a partial toothed smile. "Just curious what you're using this all for." "You have enough information," Brutus said with a mechanical growl. Izuku had used some of the files he had captured from the Endeavor household to make most of these purchases. He of course made sure the information wasn't too compromising and was mostly on cold cases that the hero worked on. "Okay," the human in the room replied, hands up feeling the warning through the doll. "Can't blame me for being a little curious is all. We'll also need transport for all of this on the day it happens," Anna ordered. The man set aside the note. "Where should we pick you up?" "Hosu City, near the Kobayashi shopping complex," the doll stated. "And where are you going?" he followed up with. Brutus' lens flared a little. "That will be revealed on the day off." Once more the information broker got into a defensive stance. "Again, just a little curious is all." With those arrangements made, Izuku had his puppets depart the private room they were in to leave for home when he stumbled upon a sight that immediately troubled him. Eraserhead stood in the theater and was staring straight at the two as they quickly made their exit. He was hoping he didn't notice them, but his sudden change in walk made it clear he was going to talk. Midoriya, he said to the dolls, focusing on Anna. No, the giant simply said, and was about to continue to push past him when the hero simply laid a hand on the cold shoulder of the Titan. I want to talk, he said like it meant anything to him. No, Brutus said again. I want to talk about all that's happened, the hero stated. Just one chat, and if there's anything you don't like, I won't stop you from leaving. The puppets were still for a moment, their manipulator frozen in thought as he contemplated hearing him out for whatever insane reason. He didn't have to humor this, he had too much to do and little time before the conference started. I'll tell you how Hitoshi's doing, he simply said. Anna turned her head to face him, a near 270 degrees. You will have 10 minutes. And we're not doing this here. A spark of relief seemed to wash over the hero. Great. I know a good place. Izuku didn't like this. He didn't like how this feels almost intentional with what he's doing. It was daylight, naturally, as he always went out during the day to avoid Eraserhead, but right now his dolls were walking alongside him, both in cloaks that were probably drawing a lot of attention. Brutus especially considering his size. Of course, though, that wasn't what was filling him with dread. The most. When the hero said he'd take him somewhere, he was expecting the police station, but no, where he went felt a lot more personal. The bell rang for the cat cafe as they all came in through the door. Brutus had to duck a little to avoid scratching his head on the door frame. It was the same cat cafe he went to with Hitoshi the first time they both went to one, and the place looked the same as it did before. The three sat down at a table and were immediately swarmed. Cats and kittens running to greet the new people here. One cat in particular snuggled up to Anna, sitting in her lap and rubbing itself against the tummy of the dummy. Why here? Anna asked, keeping neutral for now. Hitoshi said you went here before, he admitted, and if that didn't make Izuku feel a bit more angry, then he didn't know what the tension in his knuckles were. This was the place where he was told by Hitoshi that he would protect him. That the worst-case scenario wouldn't happen if he revealed himself to him. It was also the place he steeled himself to go out and finally see him properly. Are you going to try and convince me like he did back then, in this same spot? The doll guessed. It's what I hope to, he confirmed. Anna would scoff if she wasn't made of wood. You won't succeed. I know, he replied. Izuku was a bit surprised by that answer. Then why bother? Why are we here? Because trust doesn't happen in one conversation, he answered. What do you want? The doll demanded. Black coffee and a licorice cake. I know they sell both here, he stated, purposefully ignoring what was actually asked of him. There was a pause as the two stared at each other to see if the other one was serious before it was broken by Brutus getting up and going over to the cafe counter. Eventually the giant came back, after spooking the cafe owner a little, with a cup and two cakes held in its giant hands. One was pitch black with a dollop of cream on top that the pro-hero prompt removes with a fork, not liking anything that might be messy to eat. The other was strawberry and vanilla, intended for Izuku. What? He wasn't going to let this trip be a waste. The second cake was already packed to go, but because of the plastic window it had, the hero could see inside what it was. You like cake? He asked after taking a sip of his cup. Izuku thought to just not answer, but then again it wasn't anything lost by saying this. Yes. It's one of my favorites. Katsudon as well, but I rarely eat either. What do you eat often? The hero asked without missing a beat. Cereal and bread, the doll answered, cringing at how bad that sounds. He knew he didn't eat much, but that didn't mean he enjoyed it. The boy just didn't get hungry. Eraserhead seemed to not like that, as expected. Let me remove a word from that last question. Do you eat often? Why does that matter? The doll said defensively. Because it's illogical for a kid your age to be that small and thin, the hero answered back. Anna shifted a little, Izuku's discomfort bleeding through. You don't know what I look like now. You're right, it's probably worse, he said, and well. Izuku didn't like looking in the mirror. Sometimes when his screen goes black and he spots his reflection for a moment, he almost gets scared with how he looked. He knew he wasn't healthy, but it wasn't as if he needed to care about appearances. Sure, he was thinner than a kid his age should be, and yeah, he was shorter, but that's just genetics. Mama was always shorter than most women, he's probably inherited that from her, better that than something from Hisashi. I'm fine, he said simply. Have you ever gotten sick? The hero chased. No, Brutus replied accidentally. He has gotten sick a couple times, but it wasn't serious, really just a cold. Anna easily got some medicine, and sure, it was scary for a while, but he was fine, really. He's fine. Unfortunately, the pro-hero didn't seem to believe him but didn't say anything else, getting the warning tone that the giant had meant he was getting close to just leaving. What dash? How about enough of your questions? Brutus spoke again, mechanical voice cold and gravelly. I deserve some of my own. The pro-hero stopped, not because he was intimidated but because he knew any more push and he'd lose Izuku. He made a start on the licorice cake, taking a fork and pushing into it, then pulling down his scarf to take a bite before chasing it with a sip of coffee. How is he? Anna asked. The pro-hero seemed to get who he was asking about and answered. He's doing well. School is treating him nicely and we've just recently decided all together to adopt him. Izuku already knew the first part so he wasn't surprised. He seemed to be doing all right, especially with that girl he seemed to talk with every lunch whenever Charlie popped around to spy on him. He still felt weird about that but he'd push it aside for now. It was the second thing though that sent him almost falling out of his seat. You adopted? Both Anna and Izuku uttered, the latter in a complete stressed whisper. A small smile came across the pro-hero's face, hidden away by his scarf. Yes. The paperwork was done. We just need it notarized and that should be it. Monday is probably when it's happening. He didn't understand, why did this guy, what was happening? Hitoshi was being adopted? He means, sure good for him, but why did this guy do it? He wasn't on good terms with the purple-haired boy. He still felt betrayal at everything he told him here that day being a lie. That didn't mean he wasn't happy to hear this news though, that and, well maybe annoyed. In his head this confirmed he was working with the heroes to arrest him. That had to be it. Wait, why was he even worrying about this? He didn't care about Hitoshi, not anymore. Then why do you keep checking up on him? Why are you even here? You came to know more about him, his thoughts realized. The cat in Anna's lap mewed and it took him away from those thoughts to focus on it. The doll reactively petted the feline, scratching the head and stroking the back to distract himself further. We've also started training him to be a hero, like he wanted. Eraserhead added. That made the doll's attention turn back to him and not for good reasons. Right now the word, training, isn't a good one in his dictionary after what he saw in the Todoroki's estate. Is he fine with that? Brutus questioned, hostility leaking through. Yes, he wants to get stronger. He wants to be a hero. But his training is only limited to making him fit for now. I don't want to push him. He's 7, just like you kid, the man uttered, the last line laced with concern though you couldn't tell it from the deadpan tone. You aren't hurting him, the doll asked straight up, hoping the words might shock him into revealing something. But instead he seemed to be prepared somehow and just said calmly. No kid. I wouldn't dream of it. He couldn't tell if he was lying or not but he didn't have time to think about how to question him further when the man turned his thoughts back around against him. You care a lot about him, don't you? The hero pointed out and once more Izuku's mind is fighting against itself. Hitoshi lied to him but maybe he didn't know. He certainly looked surprised when he saw him. No, that can't be. The blonde man was there, Eraserhead were there, both at the exact same place at the exact same time. It's impossible, the chances are incredibly low. Maybe it was a coincidence. It can't be. You're smarter than this Izuku. Hitoshi deceived him or at the very least failed him. There was no other way to see this situation. All this time thinking though made him forget that he hasn't replied to Eraserhead's question, just sitting there staring at the man who gave a knowing hum back. Anna quickly looked down at the cat in his lap once more, petting it to regain some focus. It was a calico with gorgeous eyes looking up as the feline wiggled on its back on the doll's lap. You know, we have cats at home, the pro-hero said. You can see them yourself. No, Brutus replied immediately. Your loss. But hey, maybe it'd be good if you could pet this one with your own hands at least. He then began with. The words reminded Izuku exactly what Hitoshi said and again, anger began to well up in him. It really felt like an annoying attempt to convince him to turn himself in and be put into the foster system or worse, locked away for being a villain. He wasn't stupid. Your desperation is obvious. Anna stated. Because I'd rather not have a 7-year-old spend another second alone with worse eating habits and sleep schedule than me, he replied. As if I won't be arrested, the doll pointed out. You will. I can't stop that but I can stop where they might send you. We can make a case that you're still just a kid and that sending you to jail or prison will just make things worse for you, he said, almost as if he had been waiting for this to come up. You really think I'd believe you? Anna uttered, Izuku's contempt coming through a little. No. As I said, trust takes more than one conversation, he replied back, a hint of conviction in his tone that almost fooled him. And how exactly will you earn my trust? The doll asked, Izuku genuinely curious. By helping you catch Hisashi, he responded. Anna's head twitched a little. You don't think I can do it on my own? I think it's more logical working together instead of against, the hero reasoned. That made sense. Having Eraserhead on his side instead of fighting him could remove many of the obstacles in his way. His quirk could take out anything unexpected that came the dragons tried so he could focus solely on Hisashi. Even if he did betray him, he still had a contingency plan in place to bail his dolls out. And how exactly can that be done? Anna demanded. The hero finished his cake and was only left with his coffee. By giving you an invitation to the conference. Probably more logical than breaking in. He slid over a paper with the details for the invitation on it. Apparently everything he needed to get in was there, not just for Anna but Brutus too. It'd certainly be easier than sneaking in amongst the staff like he originally planned. Maybe he could use this to his advantage after all. How do I know you won't betray once all is said and done? Anna pointed out, expecting an attempt to lie and say he wouldn't. Can't promise you I won't try to. I know I can't lie to you, he confessed, earning a smile on the boy's face for seeing how right he was. I hope then that the offer will be worth the risk. The risk being Anna or Brutus being captured by the heroes and taken apart, their camera connections being traced by a fast enough hacker or Quirk, finding the boy's location and being arrested. Big risks. But then again, he was confident in the plan he had before this conversation. It was going to be the same either way with the heroes. The only difference is that they won't backstab him until after Hisashi was hurt, meaning he could use them. He wasn't sure how, yet, but cannon fodder is always useful when fighting in a room full of goons. So he'll take this chance, only because the prospects were good enough even if he was betrayed in the end. He could get away as long as the fighting remained in the hotel. I'll follow you on this, but one mistake and never again, the doll warned. Never would even dream about it, kid, the hero said back. It looked like that was the conversation, but there seemed to be more to be talked about by him. One more question though. Why should we continue this? Anna questioned, looking to leave now. Because you asked more about me than I did you, he argued back. Fine, the doll accepted. The hero took one final drink. What are you planning on doing after you defeat Hisashi? It was a genuine question he didn't know how to immediately answer or debate. Theoretically, he'd just stay like this forever, hiding away from the world without a care. He had food, water, shelter, everything he could ever need within his or his doll's grasp. What more could the outside world offer him? A hero license? He was doing fine as a vigilante. Friends? Who needed them when he had dolls? Family? He had none left. So really, what was there this hero had that could convince him to go out into the world again? He wasn't weak, he could handle himself and no one could tell him otherwise. Sure, like the hero said, he was weakening and he couldn't really move much anymore because his muscles had gotten so small that he couldn't stand. And okay, he's constantly terrified of being sick, or rather just terrified in general, but he was fine. Fine. He needed no one. He didn't need anyone. He had his dolls and that was all he needed. There's nothing the world can offer me, my dolls can't get themselves. Anna said resolutely. Eraserhead made a face. One Izuku couldn't read well, but it seemed to be disappointment. Maybe he was finally being convinced that there's nothing he could say that can get him to turn himself in. Nothing at all. He was going to die in this warehouse as long as he was able to stay here, and he was fine with that. I think there's something the dolls can't get that only you can, the hero stated. What? Both Brutus and Anna said, Izuku's emotions running a little high. The hero got up and was about to leave when he said one word that almost shook everything in Izuku's heart. A life. He left and the two dolls were left frozen there, their puppeteer also frozen, not entirely getting what he meant until some meowing pulled his attention away. The cat on his lap, the calico, he remembered from when he first came here. It was the same one that placed its paw on Anna's nose. Back then it was a kitten that could barely walk. Now it was old enough to be a cat and could jump up whole bookshelves. How much time has he let pass? How much of it is he wasting hiding? And no, I'm fine, he tried to assure himself. He wasn't. Tomorrow was the day. Hitoshi was going to be heading to the hotel to hopefully find Izuku there. He didn't have much of a plan beyond that, but he did know he had the training now, at least he thinks that. He knew he would find Izuku there, probably through a doll, and attempt to re-establish a connection with him. He already knew what he wanted to say. It was clear what he needed to say. The problem was being able to have the doll around enough to hear it all. But again, that was tomorrow, and today he had more training to do, not with Dad this time but Papa. He was still getting used to saying that. It's not that he hated it, he loved it, but every time he said it or even thought about it, he felt like he was about to wake up to it all being a dream. Hopefully over time he can allow himself to say it often and freely without feeling a little red in the face. Papa was going to have him train his quirk. It was his first time doing something like this, ever. Before then it was all physical with Shoyuta, learning how to run properly and efficiency, timing your breathing in rhythm and building up good stamina. Of course he also learned a lot of fighting moves. The majority of it was mostly how to defend yourself and get away, as opposed to being more aggressive like a hero should be, but apparently it's an important part of the basics. He's certainly gotten good at it, even Dad's agreed he's gotten a knack for it. He's hoping to one day use his capture scarf, because who wouldn't? But according to him, he won't be even touching one until he's 10. You need a strong upper body, shoulders and core to wield it, and neither was something Hitoshi had at the moment but was certainly working on. But anyway, back to his quirk. His papa was taking him somewhere and hadn't said where yet, only saying that he wanted it to be a surprise when they got there. They weren't driving long, only 20 minutes or so before they got to where they were going. And what a place it was. Hitoshi didn't understand many things about the world. He still didn't know how plants get energy from the sun or why the water at the beach gets closer when the moon is out, but he did know this. The place he was arriving at through the teacher's entrance was none other than UA. The H-shaped building with enough glass windows to cover an entire village dawned over the boy, and he couldn't believe that he was seriously there. "Papa?" he asked, voice a bit shaky from excitement. "Yeah, Toshi," he replied, a smile growing on his face. Hitoshi kept gazing in awe until the car stopped. "Why are we here?" "Well, I couldn't exactly invite a student into my home, so why not bring you to them?" he answered as if it was obvious. A student, the boy thought. They both got out of the car and Hitoshi had to practically be dragged the whole way into the school because he couldn't stop staring at the main building. They weren't going there unfortunately, and instead were heading towards a building that was on the grounds. Everything was big, even the doorways, and Hitoshi never felt smaller than he did then. He's always been taller than most kids his age, but here he felt like an ant walking through the halls of giants. He was going to be here one day, he hoped. No, rather he will. He will get here and become one of those giants. His place here will be earned despite what he's been told, and he will get it. Everyone he cares about thinks he can, so why can't he? As they walked through the grounds, he was sure he spotted a hero off across the way. A short man with yellow machinery around him carrying a toolbox and throwing up panels to inspect them. He didn't know what his name was, but just seeing that reminded him that this was an epicenter for heroes even more. At the building, the father and son made their way in to find it was a gym. A well-equipped one with a pool, exercise equipment, and indoor running track. Hell, there was even a room clearly meant for dancing with the giant wall mirror and all. The whole time Papa kept giving him glances. Not bad ones, but every time he did he just looked happier and happier, and that's when Hitoshi realized he hadn't stopped smiling since he came in. Who could blame him? He was walking through his dream school. They reached their destination. A fighting room with mats that were typically seen in schools meant for martial arts. It wasn't as themed as a real dojo probably was, prioritizing function over appearance, though that didn't mean it hadn't looked good. Everything was clean and incredibly well done. His thoughts were stopped though when there was a student in the room who seemed to be waiting for them. Idly on their phone that they put away the second they fully enter the room. Her face was perfectly symmetrical, with parted bangs. Her eyes were normal, but her pupils were so huge that Hitoshi thought she had none until she looked over and he could see the whites in the corners of her eyes. Her hair was long and brown in a bob, meanwhile the eyes were pitch black. Lime reptile scales seemed to curl around her neck subtly. "Hello, Mr. Yamada," she greeted with a slight bow. "Thanks for making it, Hibura," Papa called. His hero persona on and active. She looked at Hitoshi, and those eyes now being trained on him made him feel uneasy. It reminded him of when he first saw Anna and how her face made every part of him want to run away. Maybe it's because of that experience that he didn't run away right now. "Is he the one you mentioned?" she questioned, looking back up at Papa. "Yep," confirmed Papa. "Hibura, this is Yamazawa Hitoshi. Toshi, this is Hibura Taikimi." He almost forgot that his name was recently changed to Yamazawa. It's only been a week. After all, since the actual documentation was done, and he could now legally call himself that. When they asked for a last name, he had a choice between Aizawa or Yamada, but in the end he wanted both, and after a back and forth bout of shyness, it was done. At the very least it'll make things easier for Papa. He's sure if he came as either Yamada or Aizawa, things would be a bit complicated. Unfortunately, it seemed those eyes weren't just wide but perceptive. "Yamazawa?" As in, the girl openly said, her mind thinking. Before she could finish her sentence, Papa stopped her. "Don't think too much about Hibura. I'd also like to ask if you could keep Toshi here and his sessions a secret." Hibura seemed to get the hint and simply nodded. She then turned back to Hitoshi and stared down at him, a slight bit intimidating considering she was quite tall. "Do you have a mind control quirk as well, Yamazawa?" she asked, her eyes empty of anything. "Why yeah," he answered, still shaken by the look. "Wait, you have one too?" "Correct," she answered, a slight hiss to her voice. "My quirk is called Enthrall. As long as I can see someone's whole body, I can control them. If any part of them, even a finger, loses sight though, then my quirk doesn't work." Now the eyes made sense. They were a part of her quirk. It certainly made sense given what he felt when she looked at him. Like every part of his body was only moving because she allowed it. My quirk is called brainwashing. If someone answers me, I can take control of them, he explained, a bit less scared now that he understood what was happening. This girl was just like him. A quirk that was always active but is chosen to not work by the user. Theoretically, he could make every response he gets assume control, but he doesn't, just as every person in Hibura's sight isn't controlled because she willed it. As usual, they never give us mercy, the girl hissed. Brainwashing, as a name for a quirk, is setting you up for failure. Yeah, it is. Hitoshi said. Well. Papa cheered with a clap. Introductions are now out of the way, so let's get right into the training. Hibura, are you fine with me hanging around for a bit? I need to dip out for a moment at 10 for a meeting. That is fine. I think this will be interesting, the girl uttered, clearly hissing on the last word. Papa gave a thumbs up and a smile before stepping off to the side where he stayed standing. He didn't seem to be leaving right now, but rather wanted to make sure everything was all right with his kid before he could leave him alone. It's not that he didn't trust his student, but being a dad now made him more alert to anyone who might be alone with his kid. Yamazawa, the girl started. I imagine you wish to train your quirk? Yeah, he affirmed. She took a step over to a more clearer area, the boy following. How much experience have you had with it? The next few minutes were spent with Hitoshi going over every time he had used his quirk, which was a grand 2 times. The first being when he had manifested it at 4 years old, when his birth mother had denied him ice cream. He remembered how he had control over her and made her buy the food for him before he released his control. The second was not too long after, when he tested it at a quirk counselor who, the second it was used, immediately told him to stop and not use it again for the rest of the session. It only took another 10 minutes to go by before he was slapped with the name and a terrified couple of parents. Beyond then he hadn't used it. Honestly, he wasn't sure how well he'd do. He can still feel the control he could have over other people, but he was never tempted enough to do it, but by God was he tempted. Every time he'd have those thoughts though, he'd freak out. It seems you have gone through a lot. Hibura commented. Yeah, he replied, scratching the back of his head. My quirk had a lot of problems too, she started. Not only are my eyes unsettling, my quirk still works through 7 centimeters of clothing, meaning that sunglasses do nothing. I've had teachers blndfld me just so I couldn't use my quirk. I had to learn Braille. The muzzleback then came to his mind. It was never fully put on by the kids who grabbed him, but he can feel the itchiness and tightness of it. He could never imagine being blinded constantly. The idea was daunting. I learned JSL. Though that was mostly for a friend, he elaborated. A friend, she wondered, tilting her head a little. I think. Hitoshi said, unsure. Papa, still being there, knew exactly what friend he was referring to, but he seemed surprised. Not at the mention of Izuku, but the fact that he knew JSL, well, somewhat. He still had much to learn, though he was still learning it himself. According to an article he read online, some heroes learn it to communicate without making noise during stealth missions. He elaborated a bit further. We aren't talking right now, but I've wanted to see him again. I see. Hibura said. Are you scared of your quirk? It was a simple question, but it was one that had a complicated answer. A part of him can't hate his quirk because he knows how important it is to him. It's a power that can help a lot of people, and it's something that can help him be a hero. That other part though was always telling him what would happen if he made a mistake. He's always avoided using his quirk because he was afraid that if he did use it, that fact could be used against him. The idea that he exerted power over someone, even if they did deserve it or needed it to happen because they were a danger to him or others, didn't matter if everyone was horrified by it. So in a way, he was scared of his power. He wouldn't hesitate to use it, but like a gun or a knife, he'd only want to use it as a last resort. I'm scared how other people will see me, he stated, the fear coming through in a tremble in his voice. Hibura closed her eyes at that response. Yes, that is a big fear for those of us with villainous quirks, but that should not stop us when it matters. Her eyes sprung open, and this time he felt a sudden freeze come over him. The next words meant to be instructions. Ask me a question. Then use your quirk, she requested. Every part of him locked up, and what came over him was a veil over his brain. It felt like having a weighted blanket shoved over you, your breath compressed and your focus entirely on the sensation. He can't control his mouth as he speaks. What is your favorite color? He asked. Doesn't matter. She failed to finish her sentence as her mind gets pushed out and Hitoshi's comes into play. Hibura's eyes shrink, and with it, the boy is freed from her control. Looking up at the student he's just mind-controlled, he felt very confused why she had done that. He couldn't hold her focus for long, as unlike what he could remember in the past, there was a mind fighting back against him. It took only 5 seconds, 25 less than what he thought, before she broke free. Did you feel that? She questioned. Nursing his head, he responded. Yeah, you fought back. That's what happens when two mind control quirks collide. The stronger one wins, she explained. But even then, if someone has a strong enough will they can break free from yours. We're going to fix that because it doesn't matter if we train you in anything else if they can break free. Why didn't you ask me to ask a question, he questioned. Because you need to be able to break free on your own. Also I need training, she explained, stepping a bit away from him. It's rare to find another mind control quirk willing to train with you. Immediately then she ordered him once more to use his quirk and the two began what would be to any bystander a very weird staring contest. Hisashi watched the two battle each other in the mind or whatever went on when two quirks of that kind collided. He knew that Hibura was a calm and authoritative student and knew that she would be a great hero. He can't stay for long though, so with a goodbye he left the two to their training whilst he went off to that meeting he had. It was meant to be with Nezu and supposedly he needed him due to his understanding of humans. Hisashi spends a lot of time around people, be it his radio show, being a limelight hero or a very sociable person in general, and he knew this was probably going to do with telling Nezu no to whatever insanity he was planning. Shoyuta always had a better relationship with the rat due to the attention the principal gave him, but that didn't mean Hisashi didn't know the rat at all or doesn't frequently have to tell him that humans get bored easily, especially if you give them a 3-hour speech for orientation. The doors to the office opened themselves the second he got there. Assuming Nezu was watching through the cameras, the blonde entered to find the rat on his computer, half-focused on his entrance. Yamada, thank you for arriving on time. I hope everything is going well with young Yamazawa's training, he asked as if he wasn't watching them the whole time. Still, he's cordial. Yeah, the purple fluff is in safe hands with Hibura. That's wonderful to hear. Now on to the matters of this meeting, he began. You can't introduce flamethrowers into the sports festival. Hisashi said before the rat could continue. Ho, ho, ho. Of course not whilst you're around. But no, the sports festival isn't why you're here, he stated, turning the monitor to face him. On it was an email sent from an unknown address, attributed to the doll maker. It had a few files on it that were already opened on other tabs and seemed to be directly addressed to Nezu. A few days ago, I received this email from an unknown address. After I cleared it for anything malicious, I found files pertaining to the Todoroki family, he explained. Hisashi took off his shades and put on his glasses as he read the file more carefully. Todoroki? As in Endeavor? The rat nodded. There is a recording showing some rather barbaric training methods the hero has employed for training his 8-year-old son. The video indeed played something awful. Even with the context of him training to handle smoke better, there are much safer ways to do this that doesn't involve nearly suffocating your kid. It was nerve-wracking watching it, even more when the man only stopped when the boy was on the floor spilling his lunch. Is this for real? Hisashi asked. That is still something I am looking into. This is the number 2 hero. This could have easily been doctored and sent to incriminate him. We also don't know if this is a one-time thing or not. Nezu stated, turning the monitor back over. That didn't look like a one-time thing, the blonde pointed out. Indeed, but with matters like this a very delicate hand must be played, the rat reasoned. Hisashi thought over the email again. Who's doll maker? That is also unknown. But after some digging, I have a theory, one that might interest you, the principal explained. Go on, he insisted. Midoriya Izuku, he answered. That name gave him a slight shock. He certainly didn't expect to hear it, but with the mention of dolls now, it made some sense. Some being a keyword. There was no reason for the kid to be at the Todoroki's residence, nor would he do something as risky as listen in on one of their training sessions. Despite that though, he had a question. Have you told Sho about this? No. I'd rather have confirmation first before anything. Nezu said, and it made sense. They couldn't just make assumptions and possibly give Shoyuta a false lead to follow when he should be chasing Midoriya. It's better to make sure they confirm it really was the kid before bringing this to his attention. But then Hisashi wasn't sure if that was better or worse. Firstly, by knowing this he would have to not mention this possible lead to his husband, and that made him a bit upset. He didn't like hiding secrets, even if it was by omission. Secondly, he couldn't see much of a way they could make such a confirmation. It wasn't as if they could ask Midoriya himself, that'd be impossible. The only way would be to know who took the recording, but given the angle, it could be anything. So what do we do with this? The man asked. If this footage happens to be true, not a lot. Nezu said sadly. This was taken in the private residence of a hero. Even if we get this in a courtroom, it can be easily explained away as being manipulated. What exactly would be solid evidence? Hisashi asked. Either the young Todoroki himself or his sister seen helping him confirming the validity of the video, he responded. That's a very tall order. Nothing much is known about Endeavor's private life. It is public knowledge he has children, 3 of them if he remembered right, but none of them were public themselves. From what he gets from being on the radio from gossip, the children rarely leave the large house. Of course, no one talks about it negatively. The media would spin it as more mysterious and hence cooler. Either that or you would be shouted down for invading a hero's private life. It was a difficult situation, especially if Midoriya is now in play. I imagine the problem I'm here for is Midoriya, the blonde guest. Precisely, confirmed Nezu. If this is young Midoriya, I don't know how I would proceed with responding to him. I'm afraid if I tell him what I know, he might do something drastic to get more evidence. You're saying he might kidnap a Todoroki? Hisashi said, shocked. It's not at all unlikely, the rat affirmed. Personally, I believe our best course of action is to explain that we are now investigating it and hope he accepts that for now until he can be brought in. That does seem the best thing to do. Midoriya breaking into another pro-hero's home was something bad. Having him kidnap a hero's kid though was something that was going to make it near impossible to talk down. The HPSC was already looking to label him a villain. The only reason they haven't is because of the excuse that Midoriya was scared and frightened. But if he did this, he wouldn't be scared and frightened, he is actively committing a crime and that's something that can't be explained away. Let's do that. What do you want me to do? Asked Hisashi. Typing a bit on his computer, Nezu talked to the human. Not much right now. I just felt it was important to tell you. And not show? He questioned once more. I am not sure if you're aware, Yamada, but Aizawa already has an incoming meeting tomorrow with the young Midoriya. I'd rather not burden him with anything else, he explained. Yes, Hisashi knew that tomorrow was going to be a raid on a hotel business conference and that Midoriya was going to be there. Though he didn't want to accept the answer, he had to, at least until after tomorrow. Right there, the meeting finished and he was dismissed. The whole way back down to Hitoshi, he kept thinking about what he could do to confirm whether or not it was Midoriya who took that footage. His mind wasn't coming up with much though. Entering the training room, he could see his kid and student sitting by a wall. It seemed they had stopped for now, probably because Hitoshi's headaches got too much if his hand on his head was anything to go by. As soon as he saw him though, the kid lit up. Papa, I managed to get to 6 seconds, he exclaimed, more loud than he ever usually was. The pain was probably making him less reserved. That's great Toshi, he cheered. How are you feeling? The boy kept massaging his head. Okay, the headaches are there but Hibura gave me some pain relief. Hibura nodded and that's when Hisashi noticed that she used the same stuff she does in her hero costume. You wish to keep going? The girl asked. I can teach you some good commands to remember. Yeah, he nodded. Over the next hour, Hitoshi kept training his quirk. Though the overexertion was concerning to Hisashi, Hibura assured that she would know if it's too much. By the end, the purple-haired boy could handle 7 seconds against the hero student and after a test using Hisashi, a normal person for nearly over a minute. By the end, he was exhausted to the point the blonde was carrying him out of the gym despite his kid's protest. He thanked Hibura, along with Hitoshi who gave a weary goodbye before they left, the father strapping the son into his seat before getting into his own. Are you doing okay, Toshi? He asked gently. Okay, just headsore, he whined. The man let out a small chuckle as he began to drive out of the car park and back home, the sun setting over the horizon. The sky was bright with no clouds above giving a beautiful view of the Coruscant Hotel in Hosu. A sign sat outside it, stating that there is a conference happening inside but on a closer look, one couldn't find either a name or a guest list. That's because there is more to that word business than it innocently implies. The day was mostly normal, with regular networking being done by people who regularly go to this conference. These aren't strange people, they're normal. After all, a legit face makes the seedy underbelly harder to notice. Whether these people are really there proper or have merely been paid to, is something only the Dragon's Roar knew. As the golden ball fell and sunset would begin for the next hour, that is the exact moment the final event of the conference began. A dinner. Reserved and with a very private guest list. That didn't stop some people though from sneaking in. 3 to be particular. Izuku found it slightly amusing seeing the normally scraggy Eraserhead adopt a more clean-shaven face and combed-back straight hair. He almost would have missed him if he didn't notice the small case he carried with just the smallest peak of his capture weapon inside. Brutus was the only one who would be at the party. Izuku needed Ana elsewhere as a contingency. He still didn't trust the heroes, not at all. At the very least he knew where the other heroes and police on operation were and how exactly he's going to get his 2 friends out should they, inevitably be betrayed. The giant wore a suit. It took a bit to find one that fitted but thankfully with the cash he had he could get one. Honestly, the big doll looked quite dapper, and he wouldn't be ashamed to admit he took a few hours doing the final touches. The head was covered with a short, green-haired wig combed back and a mask that was as lifelike as possible, courtesy of Jiren. Izuku wanted to make one himself, but he doesn't have the skills yet. He can definitely make something look human, in an uncanny valley sort of way. Brutus kept any spinal fluid bottles in his pockets, though it did make him look bulkier. Finally, to avoid any unnecessary conversations, a normal medical mask was set over his mouth. Lips not moving and all. Heading up to Eraserhead, the man immediately clocked him the second they entered the lobby. Next to him was a girl who at first he thought was unrelated before realizing that it must be Burnin. Her fiery neon green hair was held back in a ponytail and glasses were on to try and make herself appear less remarkable. Brutus marched up to them, Burnin looking a bit scared seeing an 8-foot-tall man make his way directly towards her. "Hello," he greeted, not in a robotic voice but more human. "Hey kid," the hero started. Looking a lot more human. "It was expensive. Meaning this better be worth it," the giant voiced, monotone. Eraserhead, who is this?" the girl stuttered. The man leaned on the wall a little. "Kamiji, I told you when you're here, don't use hero names." "Ah," she exclaimed. "Sorry, Aizawa." The man hummed in contentment. "Kamiji, this is Izuku Midoriya." The shock on the girl's face was instant as she stared at the giant up and down. She seemed to go through some things in her mind before she came to a conclusion. "This is that big puppet, right?" "Brutus," the giant stated. Yeah. But why is he here talking to us?" she questioned, alarmed. "I don't know. All I know is that we can't stop him now or the operation will be blown. We'll just have to settle with him being here," the hero relented. Did he not inform the raid team? Izuku thought. Seemingly not. Meaning that whatever Eraserhead, or Aizawa, did was likely illegal. Not that it mattered to him. It just meant that there was a decent chance that this wasn't an ambush, at least in the way he initially expected. "Where's the other one? And don't say it got sick," the pro-hero asked, referring to Anna. "She is elsewhere. Anything more is none of your concern." Brutus responded. Eraserhead pushed himself off the wall. "Feels like it might." "And what are you going to do about that?" the giant said, and though there was no emotion, a coldness seeped through. "You're right. I can't." "Didn't hurt to ask though," he said. The three stayed there for a bit. It was still a while before the actual dinner began. Meanwhile Izuku was moving Anna through the halls upstairs. And by upstairs, he meant the vents. He was looking for something that will serve as an important part of tonight's activities should things not go the way he hoped. Of course, he then turned his attention to the cameras. He'd already broken into the security and was flashing through the images, trying to find even hide or hair of Hisashi. Worst part was he can't be sure he'd still look the same. He could have dyed his hair, got plastic surgery, using a quirk. Anything really. That is, except for one thing. For all the time he avoided him when he was younger, he still noticed some things about the man. Like when he drank alcohol, his throat glowed a little, the substance igniting a little in his throat from his quirk. Another is how he preferred whiskey over sake, or how he hated having the light shine on him when he ate. All of those little habits Izuku remembered he is going to use to find him. "How are you going to find him?" Eraserhead asked Brutus, and Izuku had to turn his focus back to him. The giant turned its head, having been focused on the entrance. "That is for me to know and you to find out too late." "And what exactly is too late?" he asked. "I don't like repeating myself," the giant simply answered with. Before more talk could be had though, the doors to the hall opened and everyone began to funnel in. Brutus made sure to be one of the last, and the heroes seemed to have the same idea. Being at the front meant being more noticeable, and even though the giant was, well, giant, he certainly wasn't the biggest there. All in, the three made their ways to their seats as written on their invitation. Annoyingly, that meant he was stuck with the other two at the same table. That being a 6-seater, but one of the seats were empty due to it being intended for Anna. Brutus made sure to not sit next to either of the heroes, despite Eraserhead's attempts. The man tried to change seats 3 times before someone thankfully sat between them. He was still going to check for tracking devices later though. At the table, Izuku scanned the hall through the cameras. There was only one in this room unfortunately, and it was in a far corner, meaning there were plenty of blind spots. The quality didn't help either, meaning he would be entirely reliant on what Brutus can see. And many things he can. It doesn't take him 15 seconds before he spotted a guy with a dragon tattoo on his wrist, and another on his heel when his trousers hiked up. The meeting was definitely still on, but the question was who was here for it. After a while of scanning, Izuku counted nearly 60 people associated with the dragons, more if you count any guests at their table. He was even sure the 2 at this table were dragons. Honestly, it was kind of shocking. But no one looks or acts like Hisashi. None at all that he could see. Then again, food was coming soon and that might change. Eraserhead and Burnin seemed to be taking a call on their phone, likely the police talking about the dragon's roar. Once it seemed most of the seats were filled, the doors to the hall closed. Two men blocked them off with their bodies as food was brought out from a side room and given to everyone. "Hey, big fella," the guy next to Brutus nudged. "Why ain't you having your food? It's good." The giant turned to him and pointed to his mask. "I came down with a cold this morning. I'm not feeling hungry, nor do I want to make anyone here sick." The man seemed to nod. "Ah, I get ye. Shame though, the heads went all out this year." Indeed they had. There was a lobster on every table, and though Izuku's never had one, he can't help but salivate, even in his zero appetite self, at the crispy red crustacean in front of him. Burnin enjoyed it though, to the point where Eraserhead had to nudge her to not get too carried away. "So, which territory do you guys own?" "Personally, I'm set up right here in West Hosu," the guy from before asked, eating with his mouth full. "North Muzutafu," Brutus stated. "Oh, heard you guys got huge trouble because of that doll freak," the guy said. "Doll freak?" Eraserhead asked, obviously knowing who. "Yeah, some guy's been hitting our places left, right and center." He sets down his knife and fork. "Apparently, he's the kid of a head. And from what I've heard, he's trying to find him. Offering a big reward too." "Is that so?" the hero asked rhetorically. "Yeah. Only thing people's got though is that he makes dolls that can kill ya. And that he's a little brat too. Won't stop me from beating his butt and dragging him home to his pa for that reward." His words almost made Izuku smirk if he wasn't jumping after that last line. "And is this pa here tonight?" Brutus questioned. Eraserhead turned as if he could read the blank-faced doll's expressions. The man made a small laugh. "Boy, you must really be new." "Yeah, he's here tonight, just like every head. Won't be sitting here with us plebs, you know." "Where would they be?" the giant questioned. Before he could continue, the lights dimmed and on a stage to one side of the room a curtain drew back to reveal a large dinner table, on which was a meal, steaming and hot but no one there to enjoy it. It's then that an announcement was made on the loudspeakers as several cloaked people walked on stage, their faces covered with dragon heads that each took a seat. None of them sat with their backs turned to the audience, and there were about 7 of them in total. If these weren't the heads of the dragon's roar, he didn't know who they could be. Which meant that Hisashi was one of those people, and the second he figured out who, he wasn't going to hesitate. The dragon sitting most central of the table stood and walked towards the front of the stage, a microphone in hand, as an older female voice came out. "Dragons. Thank you and welcome to another one of our meetings here. I know that some of you are here as new leaders of operations whilst others are here as protection to their respective members," she boomed out. "I know it has been a slightly more difficult year this year. We've had the rise of a new gang called the Shai Hasaikai, the influx of new heroes and the appearance of a new annoyance in our midst, but we have weathered worse. Tonight we will discuss our new operations moving forward. Information, as usual, you are to take to your graves lest you be cut off from information that you must memorize, not write down or even tell beyond what your respective drones need to know. Now then. Let's get to our first issue," she said as she clicked on a projector. Shoyuta never felt more on edge than ever. No one expected for literally everyone in this room to be a Dragon's Roar member. No one certainly planned for all of the higher-ups to be here. They did not have enough people for this, though he could guess Tsukachi would realize that. They had body cams hidden in his and Burnin's ties, and he could hear in his hidden earpiece that he was contacting as many heroes as possible for what could very well be the death of the Dragon's Roar. Problem was he was at the center of it with an 18-year-old who didn't have the experience for something like this. Hell, he's never been in such a crazy bust. And to top it all off, the fact that someone up there at that table was Hisashi was another thing. By the way Brutus was dead focused on the stage, he knew the kid was either looking for an opening or figuring out which one was his father. He still wasn't sure what Midoriya was going to do. He hoped this wouldn't end with the kid killing him, but he seriously thinks he might do it. In that case he needed to be ready. He was in the lion's den and the cave was blocked off. Eraserhead. Tsukachi's voice uttered. "We are getting some more heroes called here. It'll take 30 minutes. At least the information on the Shai Hasaikai was useful. Same for how much they knew about some of the hero schools." Once the woman talking finished her speech and updates, a different man stepped up and took the stage. "Hello," he greeted, and Shoyuta saw Brutus flinch. "I am here to bring attention back to a request I had sent out 2 years ago. For those unaware, there has been a series of attacks made on a few of our locations in quick succession. Though we had thought then it was luck, we realize now that someone is hunting us out." The projector showed a clear image of Midoriya, the same one from Shuta's near-death experience. "This is Midoriya Izuku. My child. He has a useful quirk that can be an asset to the dragon's roar, and he has been attacking our operations with the intent of going after me. The giant began to shake. Shoyuta could sense a world of thoughts possibly going through the kid's mind. He was here. And there was still too much time until reinforcements could get here. He needed to stop Midoriya from acting out yet. I will hurt Hisashi. There was a pure coldness in the eyes of the child as they stared down the man in the mask through the giant. A slowly growing rage brims within him that he only sees can be quelled by one thing. I will hurt Hisashi. For everything he did to Mama. For making him so scared of the world. For filling him with nothing but fear and loneliness. He will hurt this man back for it all. Brutus, a voice whispered, but the doll didn't turn. He knew it was Eraserhead, but he didn't want to look away, only glaring at the man he was about to storm up and punch. He can't lose him. Izuku, don't. Just a few minutes. Please, the man pleaded. His voice was a whisper, but his desperation was growing loud. I promise you will get him. Just be patient. Just a little longer. He didn't want to listen. But he sounded convincing. But he didn't trust him fully. But he knew he probably wasn't lying. But does that even matter? If you attack him, everyone in this room will stop you. Give us a few minutes and we'll stop them, he continued. He was right. As much as he wanted to punch Hisashi so hard right now, he wouldn't reach the stage. Not without compromising Brutus' body. He had to be patient, even if his lip was bleeding with how hard he bit it. Anna's seat was filled by the hero, and though that might have made Izuku shift away, he stopped when he could detect a hand clasp around the giant's. He couldn't feel the warmth, or the tightness or the rough skin, but he did feel the reassurance. The boy calmed down, and so did Brutus, a soft sigh coming from the hero. Thank you, the man whispered. Hisashi went on about every detail they had about Izuku. It was surprisingly accurate, even tracing his movements through the theater and his title as dollmaker. How he talked about him, you wouldn't even think he was talking about his own flesh and blood. Only using the word child at the start and after, only treating him like an asset. That made things harder, but the hand reminded him to be patient. And with that, I hope the reward of becoming a head here at the table is encouragement enough to find him and bring him to me, he finished and sat back down. The woman from before stood up again but didn't take the stage, instead just calling out that the second course of the dinner will be served before they moved on. And at that command, several trolleys are pushed out with food that is set on every table. Izuku still didn't look away though. He knew he was staring and that was bad, so to stop that he stood up and dragged him and Aizawa to the side of the room to chat, a confused Burnin watching them. How long? The giant ordered. 10 more minutes. That's all I ask for, he once more promised. Why aren't you attacking now? The boy demanded. Because we don't have enough people for this, he explained. You have Endeavor, Crimson Riot, Ingenium, Backdraft and several officers at standby, the doll stated. There was a bit of shock in the hero's eyes at him, saying information he should not have. He pushed it aside though. That's not enough for this. Izuku thought for a moment. Weighing his own patience against his fury, and with enough willpower he came to a compromise with himself. 10 minutes. Kid, that's not dash. Brutus went back to his seat, sitting down and crossing his arms. All the while he watched the table for the heads. He focused on the one that should be Hisashi and counted in his own mind the literal seconds until he could attack. Shoyuta didn't know what to do. He knew Tsukachi had to be watching because he whispered into his ear. We don't have 10 minutes. You'll have to figure that out yourself. I can't stop him, he replied. He sat back down, not next to the puppet but with Burnin again. She was looking nervous and she had good reason to be. This could all get ugly and there was only the hope that the reinforcements could get here before Midoriya ran out of patience. Every second that passed, he heard the tapping of his foot. Heavy and metallic. It was hard to hear over the general chatter of the hall, but it was loud enough that everyone at the table could hear it. What's got you impatient? The guy from earlier asked. Would have thought no one here would have anywhere else to be. Brutus said nothing, but the guy followed his gaze up to the heads. Oh, you want to get back to business? Huh, must be a workaholic. The food kept getting eaten and with it more and more time was being lost. Shoyuta could hear over his earpiece that things were getting more frantic on the other end. He heard a bunch of names being said, but that didn't matter right now. What did was that backup was coming. Ira's, Aizawa? Burnin asked. He turned his attention to her and could see the concerned look on her face. Yeah, he responded. She went into a whisper. What happens when the fighting starts? Do we get to cover or? Yes. It's going to be hectic, so when that happens I want you to head to the door where this food came from and block it off so no one can escape, he instructed. Next. Her face immediately turned to panic as her eyes looked past him. It was face that filled Shoyuta with dread as he could feel in his gut what exactly that look was. He spun around, almost spraining his neck to see Brutus was halfway to the stage in a near sprint. Izuku was staring at Hisashi, his mind laser-focused on every little thing he did. He could see his mannerisms. His favorite food on hand. It was him. His voice was his presence was his. He watched the man grow a pick frustrated at one part of his meal. It was finger food and it seemed a part of the costume the heads wore had gloves. So naturally he took them off and what the boy saw broke every restraint he had. The chair cracked with the push he did towards the stage, the wooden floor snapping with every step as he made it to the foot of the raised ground. In one jump he was up and the weight caused the platform to crunch slightly. The other heads turned fast but none could react quick enough as the table was thrown up, almost crashing into the ceiling as a fist went hurling towards the man. He only just raised his hands once more to see the sight that set him off. To know just how audacious and cruel this demon could be. The glistening of a wedding ring. Of which was not his mother's. The metal collided with flesh, a loud crack and snap as both the fist and the man's head went crashing into the ground, wood breaking with the force. The mask was smashed and he could see his face clearly. He didn't have the same hair, nor the same face, or even the same eyes but he could feel it in his heart. Because for all that could be changed, Izuku could never lose that fear in his heart just by looking at him. It was a deafening quiet in the hall. Everyone didn't know what had happened and why. Dust had been thrown up in the brutal blow but the hulking form of the giant was still visible. Brutus lifted up the man by his head, hand holding Hisashi's skull like a baseball and there was so much temptation to crush it. He was going to. He wanted to. He needed to. This was it. He could finally end this and never have anything to fear again. He would avenge Mama. He could live happily by himself and the world wouldn't be able to stop him. No one can. He was going to do it and finally be done. Blood seemed to trickle out between the metal fingers, pressure rising as Hisashi's hands raised to try and pry them off. Any more pressure and he would hear the satisfying squelch of a monster's brain being squeezed. It would be so easy. But he couldn't. Not because he didn't have the strength, nor the will. No, he was shocked. Not at the man he just crushed. Not at Aizawa whose hand was outstretched. Not at the police now rushing downstairs and heroes ready to crash through every door. Not at the 100 people in this room who were ready to fight. It was the boy that was hidden under the table, looking up at him with pure fear in his eyes through a mask. Despite that though, he could never mistake that hair. Hitoshi? Hitoshi watched his dad get ready for the day ahead. He knew where he was going. Why else would he be putting so much effort into looking nice? He didn't even look this good when he was out with Papa on a date night. It was the day he was going to the Coruscant Hotel and he was going to go with him. Of course Dad didn't know that. He would stop him if he did, which is why he thought ahead. He knew it would take a couple hours to get to Hosu by train so he made sure to have the excuse that he was going to hang out with Momo for the day. Papa offered to drop him off, at which he declined. He can't have them being suspicious, not even in the slightest. No one can know he was there or else he'd be in big trouble and he knew he didn't want to find out what that would look like. He took his backpack and filled it with some important things. Firstly a collapsible staff, the same one he's been training with. He's gotten good with it or at least that's what Dad says but he thinks he's biased. According to Hibura yesterday, his dad was ruthless when it came to training people. The next thing he had was some food for energy, then his phone, a rope also from training and most importantly, some pepper spray he bought. It might all seem subpar but he needed it all if he wanted to talk to Izuku, to let him know he's sorry. He left just after Dad, heading to the station as soon as possible and buying the day ticket to Hosu City. It was a bit pricey for a 7-year-old. But he had saved up for this day. He boarded the train and rested as it made its way to his destination. The whole time, he's thinking about what he wanted to say and how he would say it. He had thought about this for months now. He wanted the words to come out right and not sound like he's just apologizing just because he felt bad not because he was actually sorry. He hasn't seen Izuku in 9 months besides the break-in and he wanted to tell him so much. About his new friends, his new school. The training he's doing and how he went to UA. How he's been adopted and how he loves his new dads. He wanted to share it all with him and learn everything about what he's doing. He wanted to be there. That was all he wanted to say. He slept a bit on the ride, waking up when his phone timer went off and the train sounded out on an intercom that they were arriving in Hosu. It was the first time he's ever been somewhere so far from home. It was one part exciting and another part scary. He got off the train and immediately used his phone to guide him to the hotel. It wasn't actually far from the station and he quickly got there to find the business conference on. Of course he couldn't just walk in as is. Why would a kid be walking in here unless one of the people were his parents? Well, technically one of his parents will be here but he imagines the staff won't accept that for an answer. Instead he looked for a different entrance, anything he could slip through. Dad taught him about stealth and how important it was to always get the drop on your opponents. He hasn't been taught it much, but he knew better than the average person. At an employee entrance where some food was being brought in, he waited for when the workers started to have a smoke break and ducked into the building. His next problem was the cameras. He didn't know where they were, which was a problem. That's why he made sure to pack a mask and a hoodie to cover himself up. It was mostly hope that's going to get him to where he needed to go. The mask was something simple. He'd found it amongst some of Papa's stuff. It covered up his face completely and even had a filter, though he can't see himself using it. It certainly made him feel like he was going to do something dangerous. He slipped through many corridors, avoiding people and cameras as best he could until he finally reached the main hall meant for conferences. It wasn't easy and took the better part of 50 minutes, but after arriving at a big conference hall, he knew he had the right place. The room was being set up for some kind of dinner with a huge dining table on the main stage. There was no one around yet everything was set up, so he looked all over and could see the seating arrangements for everyone except for the stage table which didn't have anything on it. Still he tried to check it before he heard a door open and he rushed into the only hiding place there was. Slipping under the sheeted table, he heard a few people, probably staff, come in to set a few things up before the dinner. He could also hear rough voices giving orders about where to stand and go. He wasn't sure why, but he knew he wasn't moving here for a while unless he wanted to get caught. So he waited. Waited for what felt like ages before he heard the sound of what had to be the curtains closing on the stage. Hitoshi thought it might be the time to get out, but the sound of footsteps around him stopped that idea. Eventually he noticed that there was silence in the hall. He didn't know why until a door opened and a few hundred footsteps entered the room. This is bad, he thought. He doesn't even know if this is where he's meant to be. For all he knew, wherever Izuku was going to be could be outside the hotel. Should he just get out from under now? Pretend he's just a silly kid making a prank? No, if he did they'd call Papa and he'd be upset at him. Maybe he should just hope for the best? The curtains moved again and there was a small applause as a few footsteps came around the table, several people sitting down. Hitoshi had to twist himself to avoid the feet stretching out to him under the table. One person didn't sit down though, and they instead walked along the stage and spoke a bunch about the dragon's roar. Oh, was he here in the meeting? Did he accidentally stumble into whatever it was the heroes were going after? Or worse, given how he was under a table that was the center of attention in the hall. Does that mean he was under a really important table? He swore in his mind. This was bad. He knew the dragons were a really bad gang and that they would probably kill him for being here. He cannot be caught no matter what. He just had to hide here and hope he doesn't get discovered and an opportunity to escape comes up. Yes, that was pretty much the only thing he could do. Then a man started talking about Izuku. And what was more concerning, he called him his child. He knew that his friend's father was a part of the dragons. Does that mean he's a higher up? No, it's more than that. The man who hurt his friend and made him so terrified of the world and people was right here, talking about finding him and making him an asset. That part made him nearly yell out at that. The way he spoke about Izuku was like he was just an object to possess. No familiarity, no relation or empathy. Once he was done, he sat down and everyone began eating and chatting. From where he was though, he could hear a lot more than most. So Roar, will this child really be an asset, or is that wishful thinking? An older woman's voice asked. Yes, Wings. His quirk has the potential to make assassination easy. Imagine it. We could send in puppets filled with explosives into a hero's agency. Or a police station. We also don't know what happens if he injects his fluid into living creatures, he explained. And what if it's all not up to snuff? A different man asked. Even if his quirk can't reach its full power naturally, there is always Trigger, the man, Roar, stated. Another different man's voice spoke. And are we sure you aren't attached to this kid? There was a small chuckle. No. Frankly, I don't even think he's my kid. Think his where of a mother cheated. Why else would he be so different from me? Speaking of wives and lives, the older woman, Wings, uttered, how is your new one? More useful. Hopefully she won't turn sour. Roar answered. This was awful. The way they talked about Izuku and his mother, especially Hisashi or Roar or whoever he was. His voice was filled with disgust and vice, but he can't do anything, not yet. He had to hope there was a pause or an intermission or any opening he could have to get out of here safely. Unfortunately, that decision was taken out of his hands. There was a series of crashes, a thud and a table lifted and thrown overhead as Hitoshi watched this giant of man in clear view swing a huge fist into a man wearing a cloak and a dragon mask. He was sent thundering into the floor, wood chippings everywhere and a crack too before being hoisted back up by the skull. Hitoshi was freaking out so much his hoodie fell off and his hair spread out. The giant man looked ready to crush the man's bleeding head, and he thought he was about to watch someone get murdered when the giant man looked at him and seemed to drop his guard before uttering out his name. Hitoshi? How did he know his name? There wasn't much else to dwell on as a slash was made to the face of the giant, shredding what he thought terrified was skin, before it turned out to be a prosthetic mask. The face then was metal, scratched and jagged. It was a doll, he knew it was, which meant that this person, seeing through those hollowed eyes, was him. It was Izuku looking back at him. The same kid who said, "Happy birthday," in that shaky voice. The same kid who almost crushed a man's skull right in front of him. He didn't know what to say, nor could he say it. One of the dragon masks had sharpened claws that were being swung at the giant. The second slash landed, shredding the suit a little, but the third was stopped with a grab. Soon enough though, the whole room was in a panic. Several people were either rushing towards the stage or an exit, quirks flaring and weapons unsheathing. He felt trapped as he was still on the floor looking up at all of this before he felt a shadow wash over him. One of the dragon masks, with red scales on their arms, raised a hand to grasp him but was stopped by the wrapping of a gray cloth. "Kid! Get over here now," a familiar voice yelled. The boy turned to see his dad there, his quirk now flaring, but Hitoshi didn't move. He wanted to, but his foot was stuck under the table and he couldn't get out. Dad noticed this and, along with another woman with fiery green hair, ran up to the stage to help him. The scales man though was stronger than he looked at. With a pull, Dad was thrown forwards further than expected to be met with a kick, forcing the hero to blink. He blocked it, but those scales must be hard as rock from how he gritted his teeth. With that fighting though, Hitoshi looked back to Izuku to see him clashing with the claw man. Brutus took many of the slashes with pride, raising his arms to defend himself like Gang Orca does during combat, using his size and body to corner the dragon. He honestly didn't know why. Right now his mind was going a mile a minute and he was controlling the giant as if it were his life on the line. The dragon was fast but his armor was tougher, cuts barely even denting the metal as he got close enough to the guy to reach out and grasp him, his cloak used against him. With a swing, the man was thrown out into the hall just in time for Izuku to see the main lobby door swing open to a bunch of heroes charging through. He scanned them quickly and could see Endeavor in the far back, walking up, and he knew he didn't have much time left before he seriously needed to run. Brutus spun around to check Hisashi only to see that he was standing back up. The mask had fallen off, pieces on the floor. His face was wrecked. Nose broken, teeth dislodged and an eye bloodshot, but he was still up. He stared down Brutus and growled. "You," he shouted. "Goddamn brat, little sheet, F dash." He yelled out profanities as he nursed the side of his face. "I'll goddamn kill you for that, Izuku," he roared. His throat began to glow as fire burned within and let out a breath towards Brutus. The heat was intense if the slightly melting metal was anything to go by. The flames completely engulfed the camera's vision, making thoughts run through the boy. Is this what she saw before she died? He imagined. He can't feel the flames as they wash over and the paint on Brutus' face cracked, the camera fogging a little and the metal twisting a little at the heat. Despite that though, he could imagine the pain, the burning, flailing pain that she no doubt experienced, and yet still had the strength to tell him to run. He would have panicked if he was there in person, no doubt. Fallen to the floor and curled up like he did then, but right now he wasn't there. Just seeing the danger through the lens of a camera, in the eye of a doll. A doll he can control. Through the fire a fist came forth, red from the heat, and slammed into the forearm of the man. Hisashi had already raised them up in defense, and unlike before, he was ready for a fight. The evil man reached into his cloak and took out something that looked like a tube of some kind. It was attached to a long hose that connected to a gas mask he connected to his face. One would think sealing his only method of using his quirk away was stupid, but that was from it. He breathed into the mask, and the fire moved from it to the hose and out through the tube, to a sword hilt at the end, letting out a jet of focused flame, looking like a burning blade he was holding. He swung and Brutus dodged, but given how powerful the fire was, the length of the blade reached all the way to the back of the hall, searing an unprepared gang member in half. It was horrifying to watch, and everyone in that room almost froze, hero and villain alike, as they reassessed who the biggest danger was. One horizontal slash and the whole room could be killed. And of course that was Hisashi's next move. With all of the dragon heads rushing behind him, knowing what he's about to do, it seemed, Hisashi readied his blade to swing. But the fire never came out, much to Hisashi's visible confusion, thanks to Eraserhead's quick reaction time. The hero himself seemed to be doing okay. The scales man who fought him looked worse for wear, but after Eraserhead was forced to focus his quirk on Hisashi, the villain retreated, joining the others behind the evil man. With the dragon heads all gathered, the old woman from before unfurled these humongous feathered wings. She was hidden behind the other dragons, seemingly aware of Eraserhead's quirk somehow. As such, he couldn't stop her from whatever she was going to do. He did hear her yell something. "Give me 30 seconds. Izuku couldn't tell what her quirk was, but given everyone was in front of her, it's likely something bad was going to happen once she flapped. Brutus charged towards her, Eraserhead too, but he seemed to be more focused on Hitoshi, who had finally broken free of the table and was running to his dad. That caused the pro-hero to turn his focus away from the dragons and onto his son, diving to grab him and pull him away. Unfortunately, that meant Hisashi could use his quirk again. His throat flared and flames traveled through the hose to the tube, and once more the flaming blade was unleashed. This time though, he had his priorities straight. As the giant tried to land a strike on him, the scaled dragon jumped in to cushion the blow, giving Hisashi enough time to swing his blade, not towards Brutus but Eraserhead and Hitoshi. Hitoshi ran across the stage to get to his dad. He finally snapped out of his stupor after watching a man get bisected on the other side of the room. Dad seemed to notice him aiming for him as well, because he redirected his run to grab him. The two clashed, Hitoshi gripping on, the mask shifting a little but remaining secure whilst Dad wrapped his arms around him to protect them. He seemed ready to jump back to safety and turn tail when both looked up to see a bright light coming down on them, every fiber of the boy screaming that this was it. He was about to die. Not just him but Dad too, and without a doubt this was all his fault. He shut his eyes and what came was a loud screech like metal twisting. He sensed there was something in front of him and opened his eyes to the giant doll standing between them and the blade. He hadn't parried it, no. Instead, given the tube sword was essentially a jet rocket, he was standing in front of it, using his body to absorb its burning force. Hitoshi watched as one of the shoulders of the giant was burned through, causing one arm to fall off. There was a moment where the three parties froze. Hisashi looked on with mild annoyance, Brutus obviously not flinching at losing that arm, and then there was him and Shoyuta that was watching on, unsure of what to do next. Brutus looked behind for a moment, making eye contact with Hitoshi before turning around to see Hisashi ready to do another strike. This time though it was stopped not by a hero but by one of them. The old woman shouted at Hisashi to stop, and he did, only after he glared at Izuku through the camera. The giant was ready to keep fighting, but the old woman's wings flapped gracefully, covering the dragon heads. When they reopened, all of them were gone and the wings dissipated into a storm of feathers which burned in the air. The greenette glanced around, turning his head to see if he could find them at all, and opened traffic cameras outside to see if they were out there. Frantically he scanned the entirety of the surrounding area in a matter of seconds and there was nothing. He can't have, seriously, he can't have lost him. If he did, then he's lost his only chance. He dash. Izuku slumped in his chair, tears forming in his eyes. That was it. Hisashi was gone. He could have fought harder, but then. This was annoying. This was very annoying. He was supposed to stop Hisashi here. He had everything he needed to finish him off, but now he's gone, and maybe forever, at least in terms of Izuku finding him. Worst of all, Brutus was weak. He could just barely drink some more fluids, but he's taken a lot of damage. He needed to get out now. Midoriya, shouted Eraserhead behind him. The giant turned to look and saw the pro-hero was using his quirk. Indeed, Brutus couldn't move, the fluid inside him now, well, fluid. He can't get out of here, at least on his own. It seemed that all of the dragons were being rounded up. Endeavor was stepping in as well after having to deal with a few gang members fleeing. But instead of struggling like them in vain, Brutus just remained there. He remained still, almost statuesque, and was merely patient. Because there was a way out, he just needed to wait a bit longer. Of course he put on a show of it. Every time Eraserhead blinked, the giant made it a point to move towards the exit before being halted again, like a game of red light, green light. It isn't long before a few heroes gathered around the giant looking ready to strike out in a fight as the Erasure hero grew more and more dry-eyed with every use of his quirk. Midoriya, just please stand down and stay where you are, he stated. It was clear what they wanted. They could use the camera's GPS to trace back to where the signal came from, and even if they can't, there are tons of tracking quirks out there. He absolutely cannot have Brutus captured, not unless he destroyed the camera. A hero, Crimson Riot, began to reach towards the head of the giant. He seemed to be aiming to remove the head, but it was at that moment he managed to have everything he needed in place. All of the heroes who could stop him were now inside the hotel. A small explosion would be heard and all of the heroes would flinch, not sure what that was or where, but Izuku did. Anna left the ventilation as a burst of purple smoke came tumbling through and soon through every vent in a flood. It reached the hall and now all of the heroes were awash with a sedative gas. All of them panic, some looking to escape whilst others rushed to put on filters they had such as backdraft. That was when Izuku finally struck. Crashing from the vents, Anna dove down and took out those people with the masks, making sure they couldn't escape the gas. She had to avoid a few bare misses, but by the end she got enough heroes that they had to shift focus from the dolls to the unruly villains again. The doll rushed to the giant and the two of them turned to rush out when the doll was stopped by someone grabbing her leg. Izuku thought it was a hero who managed to escape the gas, but instead he looked down at Hitoshi, the greenette, having forgotten about his own mask. "Izuku," he yelled. "Please just listen to me." Anna didn't want to. Not because she didn't want to hear what he had to say, but because there was only so much time. She tried to shrug him off, but his next sentence made both of the dolls freeze. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I lied to you. I didn't know who they were to you and that you were going to be there. But still I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. I failed to make you feel safe," he cried out. He said it. He finally did. Maybe it wasn't what he rehearsed, but it got across most of everything he wanted to say. He just hoped his friend could understand that he was serious and sincere. When the doll didn't immediately move, he took that chance to continue. "I can help you stop him. We can stop him and we can start talking again, right? I know you just want to hide from the world, but please at least let me in." He continued. "Because every day I haven't seen you since then, all I've felt is guilt because I failed to be your friend. Please let me make amends. I want us to be friends again." He started to tear up a little. "I know you're scared. Of Hisashi, of Eraserhead, of present Mike, heroes, villains, people in general, but please, Izuku, please. Don't be scared of me." That last line was said with every part of desperation. Hitoshi had to see his friend again. To hear that stuttering voice that wished him happy birthday. To play games and just chat about their day after school. To spend every hour of every day together because they were both kids who just wanted someone to talk to. He stared up at Anna. She wasn't looking but wasn't moving either. He was thinking. The doll uttered, "Thank you." And she shrugged off his hand and ran, the two dolls making it to their planned exit and rushing outside, down a few alleys to where a van rested with a driver inside to take them away. The giant and doll hopped in the back and with a bang on the car wall, the man drove off. Brutus locked in place whilst Anna looked out through a window at the hotel. The building was swarmed with police cars, and confused employees and tourists alike as they were escorted outside. Anna crashed down onto the floor, not because she was broken but because her controller was breaking down. All of the emotions rushing through Izuku was like a fire in his blood. He was sobbing, clutching Charlie tightly as he cried into the woolly body. They weren't small cries but loud, louder than he could speak, whines and hasty breaths as a panic came over him and he could do nothing but curl in on himself. Hisashi let the wings unfurl and now all of the dragon heads were safe in their headquarters. There was a resulting grunt from each of them. Frustration in different forms for different things, but the loudest was himself, the adrenaline dying down and the throbbing, agonizing pain on his face coming back. "I swear, when I get that brat back I'm going to break him so bad he won't dare raise his hand against me again," he roared. "Roar," the old woman, Wings, uttered. "You were correct on that child's quirk being strong. What progress have you made on his search again?" All. Hisashi yelled with a snap. "Well, you might have gotten a breakthrough," another dragon head, Scale said. The man lifted up something that immediately made Hisashi smile an obnoxious grin. "Yes, we have." He let out a smile and laughed, imagining the ways to punish Izuku as he looked down at the arm of the giant who punched him. Some spinal fluid, and hence his DNA, resting within it. "Let's call the bloodhound." Izuku spent the rest of that night lying in bed with all the plush dolls he could hold and just nursed them all as he fought back against the constant weeping. It got to a point where his head was aching and the world was too bleary to even think. All the while, one thought kept going through his head. "I'm sorry, Hitoshi. I'm sorry. And it was that night he slept, dreaming for the first time in months something that wasn't Hisashi, Mama, or the things he feared. Just Hitoshi and everything they could do together, smiling and laughing and playing without any doubt or panic in him. "I'm sorry." It had been a few months since the hotel. The dragon's roar has had, for what has felt like the first in their existence, slowed down. Whereas their operations would spring up just as others were shut down, the heroes were actually now keeping up. That's of course due in part to the raid. A lot of important people were caught even if none of them were the true heads of the organization. Of course that's why the heroes have been pushing hard in the hopes that this moment of weakness might allow them to properly slay this dragon once and for all. That, unfortunately, relied on finding the heads. Ever since the attack, none of those people have been seen. It didn't help that only one of their faces was confirmed and it was a beaten and broken one at that. So right now they can't stop them. At least not fully unless they can figure out where exactly they would be hiding. Thankfully, or maybe not, they have someone else who is just as determined to find where they're hiding if not more. Izuku had become even more withdrawn, if that was even possible. Before he would talk to himself or pretend to talk to his dolls, but now it was as if he didn't exist. That it was the dolls who were actually alive and he was just the brain that moved them. Maybe he found that scary. Maybe he didn't. Either way, every day he's locked in his room, only coming out for the barest of reasons like the bathroom. He's becoming less and less like he's actually there. He's mostly been on a one-track mind to find Hisashi and has practically torn through half of their operations to get even a hint as to where he is. It's certainly made the heroes' jobs easier, even though there have been a couple who have noticed a clear change in the scenes they show up at. Another one? Shoyuta questioned, heading into the restaurant side by side with Tsukachi. Yes, the detective replied. This is the second one tonight, he commented. Tsukachi cringed a little. Third actually. There was an attack during the day. The buildings were beyond wrecked. Most of the windows were blown out, the front door smashed in and the kitchen looked like a nightmare. That wasn't what worried him though. That would be the damage to the villains, not the building. It's been a slow curve but it's noticeable now more than ever. Midoriya had paused for a while after the Coruscant raid and only started reappearing a few weeks ago. Since then, it's like the kid was going on a rampage at every operation and it's starting to become genuinely scary seeing the direction he's going. Case in point, the blood that scattered everywhere in this latest Dragon's Roar operation destroyed. No one was dead, thankfully, but he knows that so far 3 people have had to go to the emergency room with at least 2 of those needing surgery. Midoriya is starting to spiral into a darker place and he knows that unless someone does something soon, he's going to get worse. Speaking of those injuries though, was there anyone severely hurt? Thankfully, not this time. And I hope for everyone's sake it stays that way, the detective responded. The 2 stopped in the very back of the building. The restaurant was your classic front for an illegal gambling ring. Most of everyone who was there has been arrested and all of the activities were shut down. There was one unfortunate detail though that put the pro-hero into even more concern. There was barely any money in the safe. Tsukachi stated and the look he gave made it clear what he was insinuating. The kid needs money somehow, he thought. Shoyuta said nothing to that but the detective clearly didn't want to let it go because there's something that he wanted to say. Look, Aizawa. I won't judge you or the kid but, this is getting dangerous and I will say that it's getting harder to dash. I'll find him, the long-haired man reaffirmed. It's not me you need to convince. Tsukachi said. That's clear. With Midoriya, or Dollmaker as the media has taken to calling him, getting more aggressive with his attacks, news outlets were noticing him. Shoyuta almost spat out his coffee along with Hitoshi when they saw a shaky camera show an alley fight between the giant doll and a gang. That fact and how people are bringing up Shuta's near-death experience over a year ago now, has left people unsure of whether Midoriya was a brutal vigilante or a convenient villain. What he's doing is good, yes, but little things like taking what should be evidence to spend for himself is not at all what one would call heroic. Of course Shoyuta would argue all day with anyone who'd ever try to say Midoriya was a villain but he could only fight so much before the HPSC starts getting annoyed. And with the kid getting more and more brutal with his attacks, it feels inevitable that one day he's going to be told Midoriya was now legally a villain and not a vigilante, making helping him so much harder to protect. It's alright chatting to a vigilante because that person is still alright from a moral standpoint but with a villain, someone who's been defined as being against the law was much harder to justify. Not to mention the complications that would come after he was caught. Honestly, at this point Shoyuta was tempted to just start looking into every building in Muzutafu for the kid because he's not getting anything from chasing these wreckages. I'll find him. I have to. He really needs some help. That's something he's not ashamed to admit right now. Izuku was once again staring into the screen, fighting sleep he has come to combat naturally. He doesn't think he's looked anywhere else in over a day but his eyes don't feel dry. He doesn't feel many things really. Ever since that raid where he lost and was hurt by what Hitoshi said. It wasn't what he said that hurt him but what it all meant. That all of the lingering fear he had for his friend was for naught but a misunderstanding and it stung, and that wasn't it. When the table was flipped and he saw the face he made when he saw Brutus, it was as if for the first time Izuku looked in the mirror and saw what he was slowly becoming. Monstrous, destructive, terrifying. But that wasn't where the fear and hurt came. It wasn't that. It was how he didn't feel anything but acute elation when he realized that. That thought didn't scare him, which in turn horrified him. It's like watching someone crush an ant under the finger. You see how impassive they are to killing something which was by all right was insignificant but the way that other person didn't seem fazed but instead happy was terrifying. And the worst part was you were looking in a mirror. He doesn't know why this was happening. If there was something inside him that was broken or this fear turned to rage for Hisashi was so strong that everything else was being pushed out. What he meant is, he tried to kill Hitoshi and erase her head. Kill them instantly without a second thought, so how could he not be enraged? Maybe these emotions come from the fact he wasn't there. That he couldn't experience the sight fully of a man getting crushed by Brutus' fist. That he can't smell the burnt flesh from Anna's cattle prod. That he can't hear every scream, yell, cry, whelp, whine and snap that every fight makes through the camera. I think there's something the dolls can't get that only you can. A life. Eraserhead's words have been echoing through him every time he had these thoughts, and it wasn't going away no matter how much he pushed them down. He could do it with the other stuff, so why can't he do it with this? Maybe because it's so much more difficult to hide it now when he's going further and further in this direction. Even though he can only just hold himself back from killing the people he hurts, it feels like that point will be past any day. It's like he's not in control of his own self anymore, and it's just this emotion deep inside him that's taken over. The only reason it hasn't won was because he kept promising. Kept insisting that he won't kill anyone, not because he doesn't want to but because he wants it to be Hisashi. He wants to kill him and only him. It's why he's going faster. Doing more takedowns of operations to gather anything he can on where Hisashi could be. He was getting close to their base, he knew it. It's just a matter of whether the Dam of Fury will break first or Hisashi will. And after that, he doesn't know. Maybe he could go after Endeavor. According to Nedzu, they were looking into it, but it's been too long and he can't help but feel like he doesn't care as much as he does. But he'll give him a chance, at least until he finds Hisashi. Brutus and Anna arrived at the Darkest Theater. They hadn't been here in months. Most of the business they had here, with Jiren mostly, was over burner phones because they didn't want to stumble in Eraserhead again. Once entered, they both looked for the man who was surprised to see them. After a very brief introduction, they all went to a private room to chat about why they were there. So what is it you want? Need more knockout gas? Or are you looking for even more information on the dragon's operations? Cheap as always, the man bargained. Every time they talked, Izuku got uncomfortable. He always disliked Jiren. There was just something shady with him. Or rather ominous, as shady was always something the man was going to be. Why do you always give me this information cheaply? Brutus questioned. The man chuckled a little and leaned back in his chair. Let's just say there's a client I have who wants the board cleared, so to speak. That annoys Izuku that he's being used like that, but one problem at a time. Right now he needed something that wasn't the dragons. He needed to make another doll. So far he had 3 and each one served their purpose. First there was Anna. His oldest and simplest doll. Her purpose is to act like a human for the purpose of infiltration, but is perfectly capable of handling herself if she does get into combat. She's not perfect for it, which is why more often than not during attacks she is hiding behind Brutus and only attacking when something gets in his blind spot. Next there was Charlie. The plush cat. They were made solely for reconnaissance. Checking out places and making sure there's a safe way in and out when traffic cameras can't see well. He can't attack at all, being literally made of wool, but he's slippery enough to get away from most normal people. Finally there was Brutus. The fighting giant. He was for fighting first and foremost and will likely only ever serve that purpose. He is big, armored and bulky, and with the lost arm, it got replaced with someone much more tough and made of fire-resistant tungsten sheeting too. He has a weapon, but he's only ever needed it when there's too many people. His fists do plenty. All of these dolls had their weaknesses and strengths, but there was one thing amongst all of them that was lacking. Range. Sure, Anna could carry a pellet gun, or heck, he might even be able to strap one to Charlie, but none of them were dedicated to such a thing. That's why he needed to make something for that. With him getting closer to the dragon's heads, he needs more than just 2 dolls fighting. He needed a third who could watch over all of them and attack people without needing to put themselves in danger. I need a gun, Brutus said, and Jiren's mouth twisted upwards. Back home, all that he had was laid out in front of him. He knew what he wanted to make and what it would look like, so he got exactly what he needed and nothing more. First, for the body, it was going to be a plastic doll, specifically a pure white department store mannequin. The others were all made of something different. Anna was wood, besides her head, Brutus metal and Charlie fibers, so he felt it would be nice to have that variety. It wasn't as if he couldn't give the new one some armor. The doll had segments in the joints of its arms as usual, but an extra adjustment was done to the right arm, cutting it off up to the elbow and hollowing it out for what he plans to do with it. He wanted the doll to function as normal like Anna, but when in combat it will change to suit the fight. Of course, to make such a doll is difficult, well, until he made a discovery. When looking up long-range shooting heroes like Snipe and Star Bullet, he came across a hero who was incarcerated a few years ago. She had this quirk that turned her arm into a rifle and could make bullets from her hair. Izuku couldn't recreate the hair part, but the arm rifle thing was inspiring and what he planned to recreate. He can't replicate it perfectly, but he can get close, he's sure. After some carving and tests, Anna loaded a gun into the doll's arm. It was an impressive weapon and he might have complimented Jiren on it if he didn't find the man so off-putting. It was bulky at the base of the elbow, a large cartridge for bullets and a short barrel, at least in its rapid-fire mode. With a simple click, the barrel got longer and it went from a submachine gun to a long-range rifle. Unfortunately, given the bulkiness of the arm, he wasn't going to be able to have a whole limb, so this doll was going to have to walk around with only one and cloak like Brutus to hide the obvious weapon replacing its forearm. The next thing was giving the doll mobility. If this was going to be a sharpshooter, they needed to be able to get up to high places and vantage points to be the most effective. That's why she had a grapple gun embedded in her other arm. This one could be hidden as it wasn't as bulky and could easily be used by firing the hook through the palm. It was honestly quite cool watching it happen, though it just meant that the doll would be fragile due to all the small parts inside and better kept as far away from the actual fighting as possible. Finally, it was making sure the doll was light and mobile. If it was going to be avoiding fist fights, it needed to be faster than the enemy, so a few smoke grenades will help to get that distance. Ultimately, he had exactly what he wanted. A ranged fighter who could provide support to both Brutus and Anna. Of course he needed to pretty them up and had Anna go and pick up the paints. Izuku watched through Anna's eyes, who was in the same room as him, looking down at the paints. The same ones Hitoshi had gotten him. She opened them and stared at it. Inside was the birthday card he made for him, the sparkly glitter and all. He has thought a lot about Hitoshi the last few months and wondered if he should reach back out. He doesn't know if he should or if it might risk himself being caught, but ever since that apology, he hasn't been able to stop thinking about maybe making himself known at the very least. On occasion he sent Charlie to watch him at school. He often talked to this Momo girl he found was called Yaoyorozu, and he had mixed feelings about that. One part of him was happy to see that he had found someone else to talk to, even if it's just her and a blue-haired boy who joined them every now and again. The other part though felt even more lonely. Hitoshi came to apologize to him, risked his life too, but seeing how happy he'd talking to these other people made Izuku feel forgotten. And, okay, that's what he wanted most, maybe, but he can't bear the idea of actually being lost to his friend. Maybe I should visit. Izuku thought. It would be nice to maybe make it known that he was watching. Maybe then he could just listen and feel included. I think there's something the dolls can't get that only you can. A life. Shut up. It didn't matter if he was going to be there. He could just make it known, maybe using the voice box in the doll to say his name, or maybe show that Charlie was one of his dolls. If he had a bad reaction, Izuku could easily get away, and if a pro hero is called in an ambush later, then that's why the self-destruct button existed for this plush. Truly there was nothing to lose by just talking. No, he can't get distracted right now. He was building a doll and he needed to make it look nice. After all, it's the little things that keep you from going mad. Anna took the paints and moved to add the final touches. It was a dark night. It was getting close to winter, so the nights were getting longer and days shorter. The docks were quiet, besides the splashing of waves raised by the tide and the moving of boxes. A boat had sailed in. Not a small one, but a freighter with a lot of big metal boxes on it filled with all kinds of different things, from big furniture to cars and even the occasional rare painting or piano. Of course no one would know that, so that's why the dragons were there, moving shipping containers filled with ingredients for Trigger. This was spread over a few crates for extra security, but nothing can stop a loose tongue and a greedy palm from selling out which one was which. To people like Izuku, of course. Hey, what's with all the extra security? A man asked, noticing the heavy guard presence. A woman responded. Haven't you heard? Dollmakers striking out at a lot of our operations recently. We need this. Dollmaker? Who the hell's that? The first thug asked. A kid who makes these creepy puppets. According to news and what I've heard, he's been going after us hard and has taken out 12 of our operations last week alone, she responded. What the hell? A kid? Seriously, the guy replied in disbelieving chuckle. Why's a kid a big threat? You don't understand. The kid never shows up, but the dolls do, and one's strong enough to lift a car from what I heard, she said. The guy just waved his hand with a laugh. Sure. If anything like that comes around, I'll be sure to take out some candy to distract him with. Your funeral, the woman uttered as she turned back to her work. Then there was a distant sound of smashing glass. Everyone froze at it and looked at each other, and when they realized none of their own was over there, they all got immediately ready. It was silent until another shattering of glass was heard. Then another. And soon out of nowhere one of the guards' heads was thrown back by a rubber bullet pinging his skull. As everyone looked over to see where it came from, one guy close to the edge of the ship got grabbed from overboard by his hair and was pulled so that his head was hanging over the edge, only to be tossed by something. Once more the thugs spun to look in that direction before the crashing of crates sounded, as the thing most of these people had dreaded was here. A hulking metal giant ripping through wood and plastic, closing in on them at terrifying speeds. Dollmaker, a guard cried and everyone prepared weapons and quirks to fight off whatever was attacking them. Brutus was surrounded fast, but his armor and several tanky heroes' fighting styles had him blocking knives, punches and slams by quirks and tools alike. After he dispatched one guy though, a man with an ice quirk touched Brutus, spreading ice along his body. The giant reacted fast and jumped back, running over a guy behind him as he checked over the damage. It wasn't much, but some of the ice made it through the cracks in his body and some fluid was killed. When the ice guy charged again to strike, a confident smirk on his face, it was quickly wiped off when another bang was heard and a rubber bullet struck him square on his forehead, stunning him. That gave Anna enough time to hop on board and stab him with her cattle prod, taking him down before running to get away from the fight, Brutus continuing himself. That didn't stop some guys from going after her though, dashing between shipping crates and cornering her. She wasn't helpless though, using her cattle prod and martial arts to bat, kick and slam some guys away whilst using the tight space between containers to climb up the wall. Despite being on top now though, two guys with a climbing quirk and floating one joined her. She was fighting a 2-on-1 fight, parrying with her long prod like a staff when a third guy leapt up out of nowhere. He had a massive jaw which unhinged wide enough to swallow Anna whole, but another bullet from nowhere flew into the man's mouth and pinged off his uvula in the back of his throat. He gagged immediately at the stinging pain before feeling more pain all over thanks to a quick jab with the prod. The fight kept going and it was clear who was winning. The guy who didn't believe the dollmaker was a threat is now running to hide whilst what sounded like less and less fighting grew, as no one got back up. Sitting there, hidden between two crates, he thought about how he could get out when a rubber bullet struck his arm. "Ack!" he yelled, grabbing his limb immediately. The pain was awful and there was even a small hole in his sleeve where the bullet hit, his skin underneath burned from the instant friction of rubber and skin. He turned his head to where it came from and saw a dark shadow approaching. The other two puppets were scary in different ways. Anna was creepy, her still movements and sudden jolts along with her uncanny face made her seem like an actual human doll. Brutus was intimidating, his large form, sharp claws and hollowed bleeding eyes made him look like a nightmare come to life. This one though was haunting. It didn't have a face, just a featureless white mask with a hole in the dead center where a camera lens peeked out, making its whole bleach white head look like an eyeball. Its movements were weirdly graceful and the large gun on its right arm juxtaposed with the rest of its smooth and sleek features. As the light of the lamps nearby glowed, its white plastic skin shone as the black cloak at its shoulders billowed behind it. Its body underneath that cloak though was wearing nothing and completely naked, smooth white fiberglass skin, but it wasn't unmarked as along it was drawn many white flowers marked out with light purple lines at the thighs, arms, and chest. It was as if she had tattoos etched onto her fake alabaster skin. The mannequin closed in and the man sputtered before, with a yell, he swung at her only to be shot with a dozen red rubber bullets, sending him tumbling to the ground in a yell. "What the hell are you things?" he cried. With a swift kick he was silenced. All of the dolls gathered in the center of the freighter, with as much of the documents they could find. Anna scanned the images so as Izuku could record them. Brutus made sure none of the dragons woke up to interrupt them. Charlie watched from afar, providing coverage so no one crept up on them. And the fourth puppet? Daphne, named after a flower known to come with little toxic red pellets, searched the freighter for anything else in Izuku's hunt for Hisashi. Daphne has been a wonderful new addition to his collections of dolls. With the covering fire she can provide for the rest of the dolls. The haunting mannequin will be an incredible new friend to fight against the dragon's roar. It did take a lot of training though. Both to get accurate with her shooting and with manipulating her in general. He can control 4 dolls at once now, and honestly he felt himself starting to reach a limit. Maybe it's because he doesn't have much energy, but he won't admit that because that would mean he had terrible eating, sleeping, and living habits. Anyway, the information he's been getting on the dragons has been even more cryptic. He can tell it's all for him. Hisashi knows he wants to kill him and is scared. The question was how long could he last until another one of their guys messed up and left an unshredded email out or a letter with a traceable address. He's getting closer now. He can feel it. They're getting closer now. He knows it. Hisashi smiled at the first report given in. It's been a week since they finally got a hold of the Bloodhound. After a private meeting with the rest of the heads, he was brought on to use his skills and quirk to help track down where his lost asset was. The guy's quirk, Tracker, made it so that any DNA he consumed could be used to track back to whoever that DNA belonged to. Made him perfect when finding people who were trying to hide, such as those in witness protection or, in his case, an annoying brat who needs to be put to some actual use. So far he's been going through the entirety of Tokyo. That's a lot of ground to cover, yes, but his quirk was good and thorough. It also helped that the big puppet's arm was filled with that spinal fluid. It made for the perfect scent to track. There are so many things he wants to use Midoriya's quirk for. First was of course to see how far it could go. Knowing his limits was vital. Second was making sure he wouldn't defy him again. That might be difficult. A free mind was always hard to break, but he's a child and that will be easy as long as he doesn't give him a chance to retaliate. Yes. Any day now he was going to get a report. And then, he will get what was his back himself. Hitoshi had just gotten computer and phone privileges back recently after having been banned for a few months after the hotel fiasco. Admittedly he was angry at first, he just wanted to see Izuku, but after thinking about it he was doing something incredibly stupid. He could have died. His dad could have died protecting him and he can't really argue against that. If anything, he knew if he wasn't punished, he would be beating himself up over how angry they must be. Papa was beyond emotional. When he heard that he lied about going out with his friend and was actually at the raid, he had gotten into his car and drove all the way to Hosu to get him. Yes, it was good to see Izuku again, but the face his blonde dad made and the hug he gave him when he saw he was alright felt like a strike in the gut. Dad on the other hand was clearly disappointed, but Hitoshi knew that from how he didn't let the boy leave his sight, that and how much he shook when he held him before the burning blade came down, that he was terrified of losing him. That hurt as well. Because it meant he really did have people who cared for him now and that he just took that for granted by almost getting himself killed. Originally he was going to be forbidden from going outside as well, but after he explained why he was there and what he said to Izuku, they seemed to understand him. He needed to apologize to his friend. He wanted to mend that bridge and hopefully by doing so they can be friends again. He hasn't had his phone to check, but he knew that if he did get a message, his dad's would have told him or at least not given his phone back. Hitoshi. Yamada started. They were in the living room of their house. It was the end of October and the middle of the semester. We have decided to give you back your phone now, seeing as how you followed through on your grounding. Okay, the boy responded, nodding to show he was paying attention. We know that by giving you this back, that if Izuku does contact you, you'll be sure to tell us. Papa stated. Has he questioned. No, but there's always a chance. So please let us know, he stated again. Okay. Hitoshi affirmed. Forget that kid and do something crazy and you'll lose it for a year. Dad added. Papa looked at him with disbelief. When he was handed the months-long ban on phones, naturally that was Dad's idea and not Papa's. He of course argued it was too harsh, but presumably after the two chatted about what could have happened he changed his mind. He uttered. We talked about this, Zashi. It's illogical to try and see this as something small. Lives are in danger. Midoriya is in danger. We need anything to help find him, he explained. Papa seemed to accept that answer and let it go. Hitoshi was handed back his phone and he immediately went to check if it was true that he really didn't get anything from Izuku. Sure enough they were right and no new messages had appeared besides from Yamamo and Tenya before he told them he was grounded. That was a bit of a conversation to have. He had told them both when they asked why he didn't have his phone that he was grounded for a few months. Then having to explain why, the whole story of Izuku, was something else. At the very least it made for a fun conversation. Not to mention he could brag that he's friends with a vigilante even if that was still up to debate. And now he might be able to get an answer. Sure he never received a reply, but who knows? He might get one if he showed he wants to talk. He sent a message to the same number they had before. Izuku. I'm sorry, I had my phone taken because of the hotel stuff. I still meant what I said. Please can we be friends again? Now he only had to wait and hope. A few days later, he was in school, having lunch with Yamamo again. With his phone back of course the first thing he did besides that message was to start looking up more cat stuff. It had been a while since he's had his phone. He was the only one in the group who had a phone on them, mostly because Momo's parents and Tenya in general were strict with phones in school, so he hadn't used one in a while. During the absence of his phone, he and Momo spent their time looking at schoolwork and just chatting about their own training. She finally got the courage to tell her parents that she wanted to be a hero, and for the most part they were all right with it, but that didn't stop them from treating it like a phase according to her. Well, her father did, her mother seemed enthusiastic for some reason. Tenya helped them a lot with hero stuff and they've become closer. When the three of them go to the park together, they train and spar. Of course they can't really practice their quirks out in the open. Momo's especially, as hers has a lot of restrictions put on it. Apparently being able to make gold bars was considered something villainous, somehow. Then again, if she wanted she could easily crash the economy by making anything in excess. Still they got a lot of training done. In particular when they would go to the beach and do some heavy lifting of all of the trash there. That wasn't Hitoshi's only reason for being there obviously, he also hoped that maybe, just maybe, Izuku might reappear as Anna. Of course they never did, but he had hope. It was a cloudy day during the lunch PRD and it was the three of them. Although Tenya rarely enjoyed lunch with them due to him policing the playground and running, he was there because things were quiet. Rain was threatening to fall down and every kid was just expecting it at this point. Sure enough, a few drops came down and the whole grounds were soaked besides those in shelters, inside or under trees, like they were. I love the rain. Hitoshi mused, smiling as he watched some kids freak out and run to avoid getting soaked. I do too. Momo agreed for an entirely different reason. Tenya shifted a bit closer to the shade. I personally do not. I certainly believe we should head inside now to avoid getting soaked when it comes down harsher. Cool your jets, Tenya. If it gets worse we can just stay out here, the fluffy-haired kid uttered. We'd need to return to class, he checked his watch. In 34 minutes. That means we have 34 minutes until the rain stops. It's not as if we're getting soaked now. Hitoshi replied. You really enjoy the rain. Momo noted. It makes things quieter, he explained. No one around, just the smell and sound of rain. I do agree, the quiet is nice, she approved, leaning back against a tree. It really was. And they did sit there for a moment to bask in that silence that will probably vanish the second they head inside for afternoon lessons. That silence though did have an interruption. A tiny one. Meow. All three of them turned their heads to the source of that and saw on a tree branch high up was a black cat looking down on them. It's that cat again. Momo muttered, watching the feline. That cat? Tenya questioned, keeping his eye on the kitty. It appeared a few times last year whenever we had lunch. We tried to lure them over with food but they just kept running away, she explained. We thought they might have vanished because they hadn't appeared in a while. Hitoshi was already standing up. Slowly of course. He had much more experience with cats now than he did then thanks to Dot and Pepper. Momo was on it as well, already producing a small bit of leftover chicken from her bag that she was going to eat as a snack. The purple-haired boy motioned it over and the girl placed the chicken into his palm. Here kitty, he said quietly. Making sure he looked as non-aggressive as possible, only getting close enough so that the cat could see the chicken. The black cat just stared down. Its one green eye watching blankly before it meowed again and vanished into the trees above, leaving the two cat lovers to sigh in disappointment. There they go. Tenya mused. I think it's for the best. They didn't seem collared so they might have been astray and attacked. Yes, but it's still nice to imagine. His fur looks so fluffy. Momo commented. Hitoshi kept his eyes down on the chicken in his palm, thinking about a few things before turning over to look at the other two. I thought I was doing well. Tenya, ever helpful he was, spoke. I don't know much about cats, but I'd say it wasn't anything you did wrong. Sometimes animals don't like dealing with people. The flowy-haired boy looked back down on his palm and then back at the canopy. What happens if they were injured? Do I just let them be? Well, in that case, it would be important to inform the teachers so that they could be taken care of. Tenya replied. What if the cat doesn't want to come back out? Or won't let themselves be caught easily, he asked. They were more rhetorical but he knew Tenya would answer them anyway. Well, he stuttered. I'd probably race and catch it. Even if you got scratched? Hitoshi wondered, turning to look at his friend. Well yes. That's what a hero does. Be it feline or human, it's a hero's job to save everyone isn't it, he said with a smile. Even if that cat might hate you for it, he uttered back. Tenya was about to respond but Momo did instead, clearly getting what he's talking about. Hitoshi, something tells me this is more than just the cat you are talking about. The purple-haired boy doesn't respond so the black-haired girl does for him. It's about your friend, isn't it? Are you in contact with him? Tenya asked. No, started Hitoshi. I'm just thinking about whether or not I should. I don't even know if I can reach out. And if he did, what should I do? If I told my dad's like I promised, that might scare him away and I don't want that. Both of his friends were quiet, thinking about how to answer this seeming conundrum. On one hand it is the right thing to do and tell Dad and Papa if Izuku was talking again so they could use that to find him. On the other hand, what if it failed and he won't ever talk to him ever? He'd say he would be alone but that's not true anymore. It's more than that now. He knows Izuku's in danger and that he can't stop him from going after Hisashi unless someone does it for him. He just wants to be there for his friend and he's stuck between lying to his dads and betraying Izuku. And that's all if he even forgave him. I just don't know how I can be his friend. Hitoshi uttered. The rain kept coming down, slightly heavier than before. It only seemed to highlight the silence under the tree though. I want to, but it feels like I wouldn't be able to talk to him without disappointing someone else or hurting him. It was a longer silence. One that no one was sure would break, but that's why it's good to have someone who had a hard time reading the room. I can't understand your friendship with Izuku, but I can understand ours. I know that you two haven't pushed me away despite how stringent I can be. Tenya said. I know that you two are probably my best friends besides my brother, and I am thankful for it. He continued. From what I can say, between you and Midoriya, all I can tell you is that he is lucky to have a friend who is willing to charge into danger for him. Hitoshi looked back up at the canopy again before turning down once more to look at Tenya. He had a very genuine smile on his face, like he had for everything. It's how you knew he couldn't be lying. I agree. Momo nodded along. Neither of you have bothered me about my quirk or my family ever since we became friends. Everyone before and even now with some minor acquaintances, they always ask for me to make stuff for them or be my friend because of my family name or quirk. She continued. The fact you looked past that, Hitoshi, tells me that you are a good friend and a good person. So whatever choice you would make regarding Midoriya, if he ever gets back in touch with you, I know it will be the best one for him. The boy glanced over at Momo. She held a strong and determined look, her eyes conveying that she believed in what she was saying about him. He believed what she meant. He didn't know if it was a fact though, that he was a good person or that Izuku was the lucky one to be his friend. If anything, it'd be the other way around. Without him, he never would have gone to the mall and met Papa. Without him, he might have never gotten the courage to say out loud that he wanted to be a hero. There was so much he owed him, and he can't help but feel like he has the biggest debt to him for all he did, indirectly or not. He wanted to pay him back fully, if he even could. If you want to pay your friend back, give him something only you can. Your friendship. 'Cause it sounds to me he values it a lot. Papa's words from long ago echo in his mind. He really wanted that to be what he gave, but he didn't know how he could. Not without risking everything he had. He wanted to be Izuku's friend, but he also wanted him safe, and both of those were mutually exclusive things to the Greenette. He could always lie, but that's just hurting someone else. He knew a child should never have to pay anything back to their parents, but he can't but not want to take what they've given him for granted. It's not as if he didn't disagree too. He wanted to know if Izuku was eating properly, sleeping right, not hiding from the world and turning into the monster his dolls so appear. He wanted him to live in his house where they can play all day, watch movies, talk and even train. He wanted him to go to school together so that he could introduce Momo and Tenya. There was so much he wanted for Izuku, but knew that he wouldn't want that. He would get scratched. Like he would if he approached that stray black cat too closely. Like he understood it when really he didn't know the first thing about it. So what should I do? He said aloud, frustrated. The other two jumped a bit in how loud he was. Momo's face shifted to look more determined and once again got his attention, standing up to meet him. I think you do what is best for him first. If it's bad that he's alone, make sure he isn't. Be there and help him. Tenya stood up too, brushing the dirt off his behind before stepping towards him too. As an aspiring hero, get him help. As his friend, keep him safe. It's not as if both are mutually exclusive. But they are to him. Hitoshi muttered, unsure if he should even say that. It isn't. Momo countered. Because if Midoriya has any sense at all, he'd see how much you care about him. And if he doesn't, maybe he doesn't deserve your patience. Momo? Hitoshi stuttered, a bit surprised by her last statement. I am just speaking logically. If he doesn't see the kind of person you are to me, then that makes me mad at him. You shouldn't owe him anything if he refuses to accept your help, she stated, again with that determination in her eyes to show she's serious. The purple-haired boy stuttered, reaching his hand behind his neck to rub it. Thanks. That actually helps a lot. The idea that he didn't owe Izuku anything was crazy, and yet, he feels like he believes Momo's words. But then, has it always been about paying him back? Was his entire reason for going after his first friend really because he felt like he wanted to give back what he gave him? If so, does that mean there really was no friendship there? At least from his perspective? No. I know that I'm chasing someone who doesn't want to be chased. I know he's likely to scratch, kick and bite me for it, but I care about Izuku, he proclaimed. I want to help him. Not because I want to be a hero or because I owe him anything. It doesn't matter how much he struggles, I'll bring him home with me and make sure he's safe. Because he's my friend, whether he likes it or not. Both Momo and Tenya smiled, seeing their friend make up his mind. Maybe it's not the most logical, but it's one that makes him happy. It's then they noticed that the rain had stopped and it was only a few minutes until class. Both of his friends run off to get inside, one faster than the other, whilst Hitoshi hung back for a moment to think over everything again. Meow. He looked up and saw the cat there again. It was closer this time and leaned its head down a little. The boy reached over slowly and after some careful movements, he petted the cat's head. It really was soft, if not a bit damp. No, actually it didn't feel like cat fur at all. What kind of fur do you have? He started, looking closer before he realized something about the feline. Its black fur hid the fact that it did have another eye. One black and shiny, with a glare of a lens from the camera embedded in its head. Izuku, he muttered. The cat jolted away and jumped up some branches faster than he could react. In the canopy, the black feline looked down, its unblinking green eye staring at the boy. Do you really think we can still be friends? A robotic childish voice came from the cat. The purple-haired boy looked up in wonder and shock before shaking himself out of it to answer the question of his dearest friend. I do, Izuku. I know we can. After all, his dad's never said anything about Izuku talking to him through dolls. Hisashi was pacing around the staff lounge in UA whilst he waited for the time to come to have his meeting with Nezu. It was naturally to do with the Todoroki problem and all of the delicate things attached to it. Firstly, they had to find out the mystery of if it was Midoriya who had sent the video, and secondly, following that, is making sure he doesn't do anything stupid. The third was actually a different meeting that would happen right after the first with Shoyuta, who, if it isn't Midoriya, would be made completely unaware of the first one. Despite all of that though, in the end it was all to do with the green bean and the growing difficulty of making sure that the boy had a future that wasn't tacked with villainy. 15 minutes before the meeting, Hisashi made his way to Nezu's office. The rat was probably watching him waiting the whole time, but that didn't mean he himself didn't have things to do. Sure enough, it seemed the principal was just out of a different meeting on his computer just before this one. The blonde took a seat in front of the principal's desk and the two began to discuss what each of them had found in their own respective ways on the footage that Midoriya gathered. Hisashi went first. From what I've got, it seems not at all unlikely that what we saw in the footage was real. Is that so? Nezu questioned. He explained that using his own connections with other heroes due to his wide-spanning influence thanks to his radio show and general popularity, that Endeavor is seen as a very rough hero, more so the closer you got to him. He often fails to care about public infrastructure, damage to private property or even other people's physical well-being. Of course he doesn't think any of this is on purpose, but rather the man himself just has zero care for anything that isn't a villain. He still has a respectable record in terms of captures, possibly even more than All Might, but when it comes to rescuing people or aiding them he seems to entirely fall short. It's not hard to imagine how that lack of care can translate over to raising a child. If Hisashi were to summarize the man's attitudes to heroism, Endeavor was entirely under the belief that if you can't carry yourself, be prepared to fall. That much is true with just one look at the footage. Nezu took a small sip of some tea on his desk. He certainly seems like a destructive fellow. I wouldn't have noticed it myself if his PR team wasn't so immaculate at disguising his destructive tendencies. Do you think he's ever caused civilian casualties? Hisashi uttered. He never heard of any, but then again? No, I don't believe so. Certainly hospital visits. I myself looked into it too, and it seems at the very least he is careful to not hurt civilians directly, the rat stated. And indirectly, the blonde wondered. Nezu let out a small sigh. There seems to have been a few. Thankfully, it seems that his sidekicks are there to make sure most people are evacuated from the fight before anything can get worse. That shows he knows though, right? Hisashi pointed out. Yes, but then again, his quirk is a very destructive one. I know we want to be emotional, but I feel it's important to remember the good as well as the bad. The fact he has his sidekicks lead evacuations proves he is aware of the danger his quirk can cause. Nezu reasoned. He didn't like that answer, but it made sense. His own quirk, voice, is similar in terms of its destructive power. Sure, he has his support item to direct that noise more precisely, but even then he can't just go blasting it. Endeavor's Hellfire is even more extreme, and unlike voice can't be directed as well. But just because someone is a good hero, doesn't make them automatically a good person. And maybe that's where Nezu wants this conversation to go. Anything else you found in the footage? Hisashi asked. Yes and no, the principal replied confusingly. The blonde clearly was unsure what he meant by that, so the rat took his monitor and moved it to face him. On it was the footage of the training session, but has been segmented to show different points of the video. Many points were made, specifically about the angle of the shot, the movement of the cameraman, and most noticeable, the outline of pause. Hisashi uttered, even more confused. Quite so. Nezu started. I believe this perspective has been taken from that of a cat. That left the blonde even more befuddled. How can Midoriya control a cat? He thought that if it was one of his puppets it would be the human-looking one, Zoe or Anna as Hitoshi called it. I can see your confusion, so let me show you something else. The rat noticed and changed the screen to show different footage, this time of a recent raid. By Midoriya. If you did or did not know, there was an attack on a freighter a week ago by the dollmaker. Some witness statements pointed out that there was a new puppet within his usual lineup. What little people actually know, there was a fourth, the principal mused. The camera focused on something not just before but after the fighting that made Hisashi almost jump. It was like looking at one of those ghost sightings due to the footage also being black and white. It was a cat. Vaguely. A black cat hopping around and almost scouting the scene out before the fighting began and after acting like a lookout, watching for anyone sneaking up on the others. As you can see, it seems Midoriya does have a puppet that ever so happens to resemble a cat. One that seems adapted to sneaking into places they shouldn't. Nedzu pointed out. Hisashi turned to the rat. So does that mean? Yes. The likelihood of the footage coming from Midoriya Izuku is quite high, he answered. So that means we have to talk about how we're going to talk him down from acting out against Endeavor, the pro-hero worried. Unfortunately. Nedzu said sadly. It was one thing to go after villains but a pro-hero would immediately get Midoriya pinned as a villain. They were already fighting that label being put on the boy and him going against the number 2 would make that fight impossible. So does this mean we can tell Sho now? Hisashi realized. This would, yes. Nedzu confirmed. I'll call him up now actually. After a few minutes, Shoyuta arrived at the office, coming in through the doors and looking a bit surprised to see Hisashi already there. He sat down beside his husband and after about 15 minutes of catching him up to the situation, he understood what was going on. Though the blonde could tell that he was feeling a bit annoyed at a possible lead on Midoriya being hidden not just from him but by his husband of all people. He'll make it up to him later with some of those licorice jelly packs, and an explanation of course. So the kid, we need to make sure he doesn't do anything dramatic. Shoyuta summarized. That is the most of it. Finding young Midoriya has been a task I'm surprised has been more difficult than expected, the rat explained. What have you got so far? Hisashi asked. Well, Nedzu started. So far, we know he is likely in some place abandoned. I've scoured countless traffic cameras and though I have been able to track some of his puppets' movements once or twice, they always seem to vanish. It doesn't quite help when the footage itself also tends to be messed with. Anytime I do get a stable trail, the next cameras along their route are either destroyed from disrepair or presumably taken over by young Midoriya to avoid being tracked back home. Shoyuta grunted a little at that. I've also had a hard time following them. It's not that they're stealthy, especially the big one, but anytime I would follow, there'd always be a crime happening nearby that I can't ignore. Well, we know he has to be in Muzurafu. Hisashi noted. It's how he found Hitoshi. We don't know if he has moved since then though. After he appeared before you two and young Hitoshi, he could have moved. His operations certainly appear to be running that way, the principal argued. Then again, I have no evidence of this besides that. So what do? We don't know when the kid's going to go off the rails. Shoyuta stated. The HPSC is looking to label him, he might attack a pro-hero to guarantee that and he's made himself a target for the dragon's roar. Hisashi could see his husband's worry. It feels like most of our problems are not being able to find Midoriya fast enough. A small smile came over Nedzu. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Both of the pro-heroes look at him, one visibly unsure and the other confused at what he meant by that. Our biggest problem is that we can't find young Midoriya, at least not timely, the rat started. So, if we cannot find him ourselves, we should simply attempt to lure him to us. Have him reveal himself. Shoyuta didn't get his logic, or rather how it could be done. The kid's not going to reveal himself. From what Hitoshi told me and the look of the kid himself, he's probably terrified of going outside. Yes, agoraphobia, isolation and a fear of people. Nedzu summarized. All those make it impossible to lure him out. But what if we can lure his dolls into a trap? What do you mean? Hisashi asked. As you both know, it is important that any puppet captured should have whatever technology removed from it in the hopes it can tell us more about him. For it though, we must capture all of the dolls and I mean all of them for my plan, Nedzu laid out. You see, if Midoriya uses the same kind of equipment for all of his puppets he's likely to order them online. If we monitor all of the different DLVRY networks and track if there's a sudden purchase of those cameras and maybe even parts used for puppets, we can use that to track his location, the rat said. Hisashi seemed to understand. So we need to capture all of the puppets to make that happen. That way it'd be more noticeable when he makes the order. Yes. Nedzu agreed. The kid's not going to fall for an ambush though. Shoyuta pointed out. He's paranoid. No invitation will lure him in. A further smile came over Nedzu. But what if we had something he needed? Something he can't simply ignore no matter what. There was a pause before the two pro-heroes realized what he was referring to. Hisashi, both of them uttered. But even if we somehow capture him, what if Midoriya doesn't care, the blonde argued. That's unlikely. Shoyuta regretfully uttered. The way he acted at the conference, he wants Hisashi to hurt. I think he wants to kill him. All the more reason we find him first. Nedzu said. And so a plan was laid out. Instead of putting resources to finding Midoriya slowly, they'd use them to find Hisashi fast. With the slow collapse of their network thanks to the kid in the first place, communications between them are likely weaker. Not only that, but having one of the country's smartest creature at their side, they might really be able to find him before the kid could. They'd then leak his arrest to the public, knowing Midoriya will send out his puppets, destroy them and use that opening to find his location. It had a few chances to mess up, but there's a better chance it might work. It also removes a dangerous criminal from the world, so it also helps there. So we just need to find out where Hisashi is hiding? Shoyuta stated. Yes. Something I'll be starting tonight. I've already reached out to Detective Tsukachi to get the case's information from him. Nedzu said. And so a plan came to be. A difficult one, but better than nothing. It's funny then that, as always, Izuku was closer than expected. So you didn't mean any of it? The plush whispered out in an AI-generated childlike voice. No. I didn't know you were going to be there at all. If I did, I would have told you. Hitoshi explained. The kid and the cat were both in an alleyway tucked away from the crowds. It wasn't as dangerous as it sounds and it was actually quite clean. It was after school when the two reconnected and Hitoshi had used the excuse that he was hanging out with Momo to avoid being picked up by his papa. He just told Izuku, through Charlie, that he didn't know he was going to be there, or that Dad and Papa knew he was going to be there. Even as he explained it, he could clearly sense the disbelief behind that camera lens. The cat was less expressive, but the usual Izuku tells were still there. The lens pushing forwards, the shifting of the paws, and even how the camera looks away. If anything, it felt like he's become more in tune with his puppets. Maybe because that's all he's seeing the world through. Flashes came over Hitoshi. The way Izuku looked when he saw him for the first time. The thin frame, the small body, the long messy hair filled with split ends, and the nearly empty eyes that watched him. How much worse is he now if he hasn't changed at all? He wanted to ask but didn't know if it might be too much too soon, but then again. Well, I'd probably race and catch it. Even if you get scratched? Well, yes. That's what a hero does. Be it feline or human, it's a hero's job to save everyone, isn't it? Tenya's words came back to him. It wasn't directed at Izuku, but he can't help but think that he should still ask anyway. Hey, Izuku, Hitoshi started. Are you okay? Like physically? The plush cat paused a little and looked down. Yeah, why? Well, it's just, when I saw you back then, you didn't look okay, he answered truthfully. The cat looked back up, maybe because it was surprised or maybe because it was annoyed. Hitoshi couldn't tell. I'm fine. Are you sure? He asked again. Yes, the cat replied. If only he could hear his voice. That small fragile voice that'll surely cut out halfway through his sentence. Through a puppet. A doll with a computer-generated voice, he can't tell if he's lying in the slightest. Do you eat well? He continued to ask. Yes, the feline repeated. Do you dash? Why are you asking so many questions? Charlie interrupted. The purple-haired boy paused. He didn't want to say anything else now because he was scared Izuku might run away. He didn't, but it seemed he wanted to make something clear. Hitoshi, the plush began. I am fine. I'm not in any danger. Okay, he nodded. I'm just worried, Izuku. Don't be. I'm fine and doing well, the cat stated. He'll believe him for now. For now. He knows he can't be in good condition. He just hopes that nothing's permanent when they do find him. The two just sat there, unsure where to take this conversation. Before they could talk about anything to each other, but right now it felt like they didn't know where to go. Hitoshi can't say anything without immediately thinking about his friend's well-being. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't know how to hold a casual conversation anymore. It's been over a year since they had a normal talk with each other and neither was sure if the other was the same person then that they are now. Hitoshi met new people. People who care about him. 2 parents, 2 friends, an aunt, kind of, an uncle, also a maybe, and even another person just like him who is almost a hero. He's had so much change in his life since Izuku left, he didn't know if he could talk to him again without comparing him to those other people. Izuku's gotten more isolated. Pushed away any kind of conversation, even with the few people he did talk to out of necessity, and only ever chatted with his own dolls. He's also a vigilante now, kind of, and that comes with its own world. That and the worsening sleep schedule and the non-existent meals he's been having, he's practically no longer human, a stable one at least. Both of them had changed so much from being the 2 boys at the park chatting about their day, studying and going to cat cafes that it's hard to say if those 2 kinds of worlds could ever come back together. All Hitoshi had ever wanted to say is, sorry. He's never thought about after. Maybe then that's the problem they need to tackle. Hitoshi set his bag down, breaking the silence with the unzipping and rustling of papers before he took out a notebook. Charlie watched on, confused about what he was doing before the cloudy purple-haired boy began to write quickly on the paper. It took a moment but then he turned it around and said aloud what had been written. My name is Yamazawa Hitoshi. My favorite color is purple. My quirk is called brainwashing. I can take over other people's minds if they answer my questions and give them orders. The cat just stared at the paper and the boy. Hitoshi could tell they were a bit shocked with how the lens shifted. Then something happened that completely broke the boy out of any awkwardness. The cat stood up on its hind legs like a human, took the notebook and the pen and wrote out his response like a person would. The sight was so weird and insane to look at as a cat lover and owner that he couldn't say anything until the plush turned the notebook around to show what it had written. With the childish voice it spoke. My name is Midoriya Izuku. My favorite color is green. My quirk is called Puppeteer. I can inject fluid from my fingers into an inanimate object to make it come to life and obey my commands. Hitoshi continued to stare at the cat, still holding up the book with its paws, standing easily on its hind legs and the eyes of this kind of real-looking cat staring right at him for response so earnestly he couldn't help himself anymore. He laughed. A genuine laugh that seemed to catch Izuku off guard until he must have realized how Charlie currently looked right now and sat back down like a normal cat would. But the laughter had already started and Hitoshi couldn't stop until Izuku told him that it's not that funny, but with the childish voice it clearly sounded like he was whining. Sorry, Izuku, the boy giggled. I just didn't expect that from this doll. I keep forgetting how Charlie looks when standing up, the plush said, looking away as if a bit embarrassed. After his laughter properly died down Hitoshi turned to the cat and so did he. So, want to go to the park and catch up? Charlie sat there a while for a moment before finally responding. Yeah, I'd like that. The two spent the next hour or so catching up fully on everything they had missed. Hitoshi did most of the talking of course but every now and again Izuku did chime in with something he wanted to talk about, specifically how he was still watching horror movies mostly because the boy wanted to scare criminals into SBMSN without having to fight them. He was even allowed to pet Charlie once they felt comfortable, only for a little bit before the greenette stopped him and checked for any trackers. It still seemed like he didn't entirely trust him, at least not yet, but that was alright. He was just happy to know that Izuku, at the very least, was okay. That's good enough for now. Things were getting better with Izuku. It had been a week since they got through that first conversation and things were starting to feel like back then. Of course they didn't meet every day like they did then. Hitoshi had schoolwork, friends, training with Dad and Hibura whilst Izuku had his stuff he's doing. He knew that he wasn't doing anything legal. He knew that he was sending his dolls out into the world and was trying to find Hisashi by any means possible. He's seen the newscasts showing the aftermath of his raids on old factories, restaurant fronts and even homes. He knew that his friend was doing a lot of dangerous stuff. Should he have told his parents? Yes, absolutely. So why hasn't he? Well, because he's afraid that if he were, Izuku would know and he'd vanish out of his life forever. The second he tries talking to him about where he was or what he was doing, he could feel the flight or fight response kick in for the plush cat. It was honestly kind of eerie. Before his friend would just avoid the subject but now he was jumpy or at least that was how it looked to him. It made him want to find him even more and sure that was going to be a difficult task and it might end up with him hating Hitoshi forever but he needs this. Hitoshi is an aspiring hero and as one he's going to help Izuku even if he doesn't believe he needs it. That's why he has a plan brewing. He was going to find his friend, brainwash him and bring him home where he can be cared for properly and never be scared again. Is that foolish? Yes, naive too but honestly what more could he do to help him? But how to actually find him is the problem. He can't just follow Charlie. If Izuku can escape his dad then he can run circles around him. Not just that but how can he brainwash him if he can't speak properly? He remembered his friend's fragile voice from lack of use. He can't imagine him saying anything when they first meet or he surprises him. Maybe the better option is to knock him out? He'd have to be careful though, Izuku would be in a fragile state. There was so much that could go wrong. Maybe first he should focus on finding him before anything else and the best way to do that would be through Charlie. Despite talking again, Izuku hasn't used his phone to text him. He probably still doesn't trust Hitoshi fully enough to not give his phone to his dad's and use it to find him. Of course he would never do that, or rather, he wouldn't give his phone to them. He'd track Izuku first and find him. Not just that but it worked out well for him. If he doesn't text Hitoshi then he doesn't have to bring that up with Papa and Dad. After all they said to let them know if he is ever contacted by Izuku on his phone. Sure it's a cheeky loophole and probably wouldn't mean anything but he's a dumb kid. Back to finding Izuku, the next best thing for it would be a tracker. A physical one he could stick onto the doll and follow. He'd need to get close enough to plant it on the plush discreetly and make sure it's hidden well enough for him not to immediately notice. The problem with that is finding a way to touch Charlie. He can get the tracker all right. A small one he can snatch from his dad's office that he uses, but anytime he tries to pet the cat as a trick to plant the tracker, he always dodges. Like a real cat who doesn't want to be touched. Sometimes he lets Charlie be petted, but only after making sure there was clearly nothing in his hands. He was obviously paranoid about having one put on him. Sometimes though he wasn't sure if it was because Izuku was afraid of having a tracker placed on Charlie or it's actually him not wanting his plush to be petted. It seemed like he was almost becoming one with his dolls. That thought scared Hitoshi because he wasn't even sure if the other boy was aware of it. Like a reverse Pinocchio, he's losing himself as a real boy and just becoming a puppet. He did have an idea though, a way he might be able to get the tracker on the plush, but it would be difficult, not because of how but because of where. "Hey, Izuku," Hitoshi said, making sure the other boy was listening. They were taking a walk home from school. Once more, he told his papa he wanted to walk home and he accepted it. He used the excuse that he wanted more exercise in and he seemed to buy it. The plush looked up at him and nodded to show they were listening. He stuttered, "do you want to see inside my house?" It was a complicated plan. Charlie stared up at his friend. The boy looked a bit unsure if he was crossing the line, and Izuku definitely felt he was. He knew Hitoshi has been trying to learn too much about him recently, even though he's perfectly fine. He doesn't know why Hitoshi is asking him this when he should know the answer by now. Honestly, he was having second thoughts about all of this. It was a risk. He could get ambushed or caught anytime. Hell, Eraserhead could stun Charlie with his gaze and take the camera and put him in a tight spot before he could activate the destroy button for the plush. But he'll stick around. Because he cares about Hitoshi and, well, he needs a reminder that he's still human. "No," the cat said immediately. "It doesn't have to be right now. My papa is home so we can't really anyway, but my house is going to be empty next week," Hitoshi explained. "Still no," the cat repeated. The boy stopped walking and Charlie stilled after a few more steps. He looked back and saw the gears turning behind his friend's eyes. Izuku didn't know why he wanted him in his house, but he wasn't going to let it happen. He still had some fears. "They won't be there. I promise," the boy vowed. "No, Hitoshi," the plush said once more. He seemed to think once more before speaking out. "Can I ask why?" "Because it's scary. Because it's risky going into two pro heroes' house, both of which are currently looking for you. He doesn't want to lose Charlie or risk himself being exposed. He can't have it." "I don't want to risk it," the feline uttered. If Hitoshi really did respect his wishes, he'd drop this right now. Otherwise, he's just going to keep walking. "Is there any way to fix that?" he offered. Izuku's mind was quiet. "Prove that you aren't lying," the plush simply said and continued walking. End of conversation. Of course that was impossible to prove. After all, what is the point of even going to Hitoshi's house? Can't they just go to a cafe or park and hang out there? Okay, the cafe might be a bad choice as a cat, but other places work. There's no problem with the location, just being together should be good enough. Right? Was he being crazy? Charlie went on and soon the boy followed. He didn't say anything else until they arrived at where they've been partying since they've started these meetups. Not outside of his house but in the neighborhood. He didn't want to risk being spotted. "Are we still good?" Hitoshi uttered, looking a bit afraid. "Hitoshi, as long as we're just talking? I'm happy. I don't need help. I'm fine as I am," the plush stated. The boy never replied as the feline hopped away, leaping up a wall and running along a roof to reach the subway. He wasn't going to take any risks. Not again. After all, he had something important to do later in the week. Shoyuta was hopping from building to building, heading off to a more deader part of Narahata. He's been here a lot recently with the sudden rise of instant villains and all of that chaos, but right now his destination is an old waste treatment plant at the edge of the district. He's not alone, moving with two other underground heroes, Silent Knight and Hack, for the purpose of attacking a dragon's operation. The location was grabbed by Nedzu after he spotted some strange trucks moving through the area as a part of his initial search of places Midoriya could be. It was the usual trigger-making operation, but a lot of the work had halted due to Midoriya having stopped a massive shipment of ingredients a bit ago. "Silent Knight here, we've almost reached our destination. Are you on standby?" the gray-cloaked hero with a bell for a head uttered into his microphone. He wasn't talking to any of them but the police who were stationed nearby. Nedzu was going above and beyond for this as it was important to make sure no information slipped out or was destroyed. Just like the factory back then with the invitation, they needed to move fast before any incriminating documents could be destroyed. Copy Silent Knight, we are in position. Tsukachi said over the line. The three heroes part and head to different places to set up. Shoyuta was going to crash into the main office should something go wrong. Their plan is to have Silent Knight use his quirk, where if his bell head rings it causes all sound in the nearby area to die out, to cover their tracks. After that, Hack would use her quirk, a gas she coughs up that causes people to be knocked out, to clear the plant room by room. The Erasure hero's job was to act as backup in case anything went wrong. That and he's here because this is his case. The three heroes got in position ready to attack. They were on the second floor of the treatment plant and about to head inside when they heard a slam and a grunt. The trio stilled, then they opened a door from a catwalk carefully to see that the place was wrecked. Destroyed machinery, broken boxes and many, many thugs on the floor, taken out in a near brutal yet efficient fashion. Sheet. Shoyuta muttered. What? Asked Hack. It's Midoriya Izuku, he answered as he moved in fully into the building, sneaking through. The inside of the treatment plant was how one would expect it to look. Of course on the outside there were the empty concrete pools where waste would go to be treated, but in the actual buildings themselves there were old engines, storage spaces and other small rooms where workers would rest or do admin work. In this particular building though, it was a big long atrium where it seemed most of the old pumps and machines were removed to be replaced with trigger-making lab equipment. Equipment which was now in pieces on the floor. And in the center of that destruction was a shape Shoyuta was afraid he was getting too familiar with seeing. The lumbering form of the giant, slamming a man to the floor like it was getting dust out of a rug. Who's Midoriya Izuku? Hack asked. Isn't that Dollmaker? Silent Knight recalled. Hack seemed to immediately understand who he was referring to and paled a little when she realized she was facing down what was rumored to be a very dangerous person. What do we do? I think you know more about him, Eraserhead? Silent Knight asked the hero. Ignoring the look of dread on his coworkers' faces, he immediately reached for his earpiece to call Tsukachi to bring in backup. There's an opportunity here that if they have enough people, they could take down the puppets here, and now even if the heroes involved aren't suited for combat that isn't ambushes. Hack in particular will be useless here. Tsukachi, Midoriya's here. Call in the reinforcements and prepare for a fight, the hero called. There was silence on the other end before a voice came through that sent an annoyed shiver down his spine. No, Eraserhead. He won't be doing that, a robotic voice chimed out on the other end like one you'd get from a spam phone call. The other two seemed to have gotten the message too before there was a gunshot and Silent Knight was struck in the head. He was fine though, his golden bell head being immune to that kind of force, but that wasn't the problem. As his bell chimed, his quirk filled the space and now there was suddenly no sound. Shoyuta turned to use his quirk on Silent Knight to switch it off, but the catwalk they were on crumbled and the three fell onto the first floor right into the warpath of the giant. It was a dead quiet combat. No sound at all as the three heroes jumped into action against the giant, dodging its swings and looking for gaps in its armor to pry open and maybe have Eraserhead use his quirk on. Despite the giant being built for close-up fighting, even Shoyuta could tell that the majority of its fighting style was tanking hits and punching through attacks. If he or the other two heroes weren't careful, it could shatter their arms with a single slam. He tried to use Erasure again on Silent Knight. They needed Tsukachi to hear the fighting to send in backup, but that's when the giant let out a plume of smoke from its eyes and mouth and soon the space was filled with tear gas. Shoyuta put on his goggles immediately and activated the glass covering for them. He doesn't like having the glass up because it could get fogged and blind him, but right now it was the better alternative to being actually blind. Thankfully though, Hack was immune to most noxious gases and Silent Knight didn't have eyes to attack, so they were mostly unimpeded. He erased the silence so that they could hear better and maybe Tsukachi would know there was fighting going on, but every time he did another gunshot was fired from somewhere and his bell would be forcibly rung again. Leaping out of the giant's range and towards where the gunshots were, Shoyuta could see a stark white puppet wearing a cloak and wielding a rifle of some kind from across the room up on a piece of machinery. He ran towards it, seeing the fiberglass skin, purple markings on its body and its chilling single eye in the dead center of its face. Seeing the Erasure hero no longer focusing on removing the silence, the gun puppet aimed to attack him. It fired 2 shots, both missing. Midoriya was still a kid after all and he wasn't going to be able to shoot Eraserhead moving at full speed. Shoyuta watched as the arm of the puppet twisted and the long barrel vanished into its arm to make it shorter and fired out a flurry of bullets. They weren't lethal but still looked painful, the hero noted as he stopped to leap behind a box to get cover for a moment whilst he reassessed what was going on. Hack and Silent Knight were still fighting the giant, the smoke seeming to hinder it more than them, but that didn't mean they were winning. The furious swings and near-fatal hits were clearly going to be what will win the fight for it and Shoyuta couldn't allow that. Now he was pinned down by this other puppet who had stopped firing to probably save on ammunition. He carefully sneaked to try and close the gap between him and the shooter, but every time he got too close the puppet relocated to the perfect spot to avoid him, like it knew where he was at all times. How does it know where I am, he wondered. There weren't any obvious security cameras, so it probably wasn't that. It was then he noticed that, despite being in the middle of a fight, the giant was still watching him. He's using the big guy to keep track of me. I need to hide from both of them to get the drop on the other, he reasoned. Easier said than done. The room was wrecked, so there weren't a lot of places he could hide that both can't see. He'd have to try something else. The hero thought through his options, looking over the room, and noticed that the roof was weak, a particular metal beam looking rusted enough to maybe pull down. The problem was he needed a moment to do it. Thankfully, he knew the perfect moment. From his position, he used Erasure on Silent Night to once more fill the area with sound. It was a shock when it came back, and with it, Shoyuta listened out and heard the clicking of machinery coming from the sniper. Knowing that's probably it changing to the more precise longer barrel, he took that chance to stand, throw his capture up to wrap around the beam, and with his strength, pull it down, shattering the roof and making a massive racket whilst obscuring the sniper's view. Immediately, he could hear sirens, and he knew they now had a chance to win. Until he heard a yelp behind him. Shoyuta looked at his coworkers to see Hack had been thrown into a wall by the giant, and Silent Night was now being held by it by his head. The doll shook it once, causing silence to come over the place again before punching the man in his stomach, taking the fight out of him. He could hear the ribs cracking from here. With a throw, the giant tossed the man toward Shoyuta, forcing him to catch him before running past the pro heroes to where the sniper was, crashing through the dust and rubble. Eraserhead made sure that the other hero was alright enough before using Erasure on him and turning to chase after the two puppets. When he jumped through the wreckage he made, all he saw was a hole in the wall of the room and no one else in sight. Naturally, he ran to chase the dolls, immediately stepping through the hole leading outside and leaping up the building to see some cloaked figures ducking behind a far-off building. Shoyuta chased and followed them until he entered a back alley where the three other puppets waited. There was the previous two, the giant and the sniper, but there was also the doll there. He didn't see it during his fight, but given how they were holding some documents, it was an easy guess what they were doing during all of that. "Look, kid, we don't have to fight." Shoyuta tried to reason, raising his hands up. "No, we don't," the doll uttered. "So let us go." The sniper had its barrel short, which he knew was the rapid-fire one. Meanwhile, the giant stood in front of them, patient and ready should he try anything. "I can't do that, kid. Especially if you've got those documents," he nodded to the files in the doll's hands. "Why should they matter?" the puppet replied. "Because we're looking for the dragon's hideout too," he explained. "And we kind of need everything we can get for that." "We can do it on our own," the doll argued, clutching the folder tighter. "I don't doubt you could, but that doesn't mean you should," he said, hoping to convince him. The doll thought to itself for a moment before turning and appearing annoyed. "No. I need to be the one to stop him." "You mean kill," the hero corrected. All three of the puppets froze when he said that. "I know that's what you want, Midoriya. I know you want revenge, but this isn't how you do it." "Really?" the doll said, its female voice sounding almost sardonic. "Would the dragon's roar have ever been this weak if I hadn't started this? I admit, you've done a lot more to stop them in the past year than most have in 10. That's why I think you've got a good future as a hero, Midoriya, but that can't be given if you kill Hisashi. If you do that, there's no going back." The hero tried to talk down. The doll was quiet for a moment once more. "What if I don't want to be a hero? What if I'm fine just being alone? I'm doing well without it." "Are you sure about that, kid?" Shoyuta questioned. "You're telling me these last 2.5 years have been good for you? That you could do another 50? The puppets froze, the information sinking in, no doubt. Midoriya has probably never thought that far ahead in his life, only thinking of the present because he's always afraid of what could happen right now. "Look, Midoriya, I know I can't stop you here right now," Shoyuta stated. "I can't stop you from running or attacking me or what else. I can't. That's why I'm hoping you can understand that this life you're leading is a lonely one. It won't end well, and that's the harshness of it, kid. I don't want you to suffer that kind of life. So just please, stop this and we can get you a nice home." The doll snapped up at that last word. "Do you think there is any better place than where I am right now?" The voice was loud. Still the same tone as before, but it was as if the volume was turned way too high and there was some crispiness to the audio. "I do. I really do, kid," Shoyuta said confidently. "And where? Where would such a place be?" the doll shouted, arms waving a little, showing the boy's rage behind the camera. Shoyuta took off his goggles and stared directly into the dead eyes of the doll. "With me," he answered. "My house, Hisashi, and Hitoshi. All 4 of us together. We've had a room waiting for you since the day you appeared in front of us." Izuku stared through the screen at the pro hero, completely baffled at what he said. Did he seriously just say that? Was he lying? He had to be. This was just a ruse, a logical ruse. What else could this be? There's no way no one can be, he can't. No. He's just lying. He has to. It makes no sense. Why would he say that? He had to be just saying that to lower his guard. He can't actually want to take him in. He doesn't want that at all. He was fine here, he was fine. Izuku looked once more at the pro hero, his black eyes telling him something. Deep down he believed him, or wanted to believe him. He was right. It had been so long since he's calmed down fully. He would say he can't remember the last time he ever felt peaceful, but he wasn't sure if his heart was beating at all. Would it be so easy to just give up now and let someone else handle everything else? Would life be so much more simpler if he let himself be taken? Maybe then he could feel some kind of warmth again that wasn't artificial. He was paranoid about many things, yes. But he was also tired too. Maybe he should? He almost let go of the folder, slipping out of Anna's hands. Then a street light came on behind the hero, an orange light glowing around his edges. He remembered the hotel. He saw Eraserhead burn at the hands of Hisashi. Same for Present Mike. Same for Hitoshi. Just like Mama. This wasn't just about Izuku. He doesn't want to watch someone he cares about being burned by Hisashi again. He didn't care about Eraserhead or Present Mike the same way he did Hitoshi, but a part of him knew, looking into those tired eyes that seemed to show he really did care for him, that he would have given time. That's why he needs to stop this conversation right now. It was stupid to even humor the thought. The sniper fired at Shoyuta, causing the man to duck out of the way and get to cover. He waited as he heard the other puppets rush away before looking out to see the trio was gone. He failed to convince him, which was bad, and he got away with the documents to boot. He didn't know why he took them, but given how he probably knew the heroes were chasing after Hisashi too, he didn't want to give them the chance to interfere. He walked over to where they were. He wasn't going to bother with them now. He'd just lose them again and he'd be left even more tired and upset. He really thought he reached him. He seriously thought for a moment the kid really was going to give it up and finally come home and end this all right now, but it didn't. It was only just barely. It would be another while before he'd get another conversation like that again. Another while longer, and even more of that kid's life will waste away. Would he call this battle lost? 2 pro heroes taken out, a warehouse full of unconscious and badly bleeding thugs, and no trace of where Midoriya could be? Yes. But the papers that slipped out of the doll's hands during their conversation that could help them find Hisashi? The war was still ongoing.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.